Ever since 1997, drivers have been coming to Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf as they quest for incredible speed and an exhilarating experience. This year, the drivers will do so for even more than that at Wackersdorf, the World Championship. It's the reason drivers eat, sleep, race and repeat, the honor and the right to become world champion. And the competitors are questing to do something that even Ayrton Senna, Michael Schumacher and Sir Lewis Hamilton did not manage to do: become karting world champion. There is no tougher contest, no better experience, no harder challenge in motorsport than the KZ categories. A class where you travel at 140 kilometers an hour, flat out, a couple of millimeters off the ground, pulling 2G in some of the bends. You can break ribs without even having an accident. Win this and you are one of the world's greatest racing drivers. 10 years ago, Max Verstappen won this crown and has gone on to dominate Formula One alone in 2023. Who is next to claim their place in the Karting Hall of Fame? This weekend, we find out. What an incredible battle it is going to be, and an amazing chance to watch the greatest, most physical, most determined and ruthless racing drivers in the entire world go to battle here at Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf. 6 years ago, the World Championship was last contested on this particular circuit, but the European Championship has been coming here regularly since 2011, and we have got such an amazing 3 days of competition in front of us. And may I say 3 days, because normally we only have a handful of heats and time qualifying, but today is the first of 3 epic days of motorsport, and we will find out who is going to emerge victorious as the world champion in KZ, the World Cup winner in KZ2, and the International Super Cup winner in KZ2 Masters for drivers over the age of 35. It's rough, it's ruthless, it's tough, and you could end up toothless. It is a very exciting weekend battle as the drivers will quest for glory. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me is Guillaume Alvarez. We are here to soak up every single second, every single lap, every single duel out in this amazing race circuit, and it is going to be a sensational contest all the way.
A sensational contest, as you said. Bonjour à tous et tous. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Pro Kart Raceland of Wackersdorf, with beautiful sunshine of the southeast of Germany, the beautiful Bavarian region, welcoming us again. It has been numerous occasions here that we've been coming with the FIA Karting competitions in Wackersdorf. Nigel Edwards, the FIA Karting race director, getting himself ready on the bridge, overseeing the entire track of Wackersdorf, 1190 meters long, 13 corners, a lot of challenges, a couple of overtaking spots, and ruthless battles awaits. With on the starting grid of the race coming to us, he will be one of the drivers to keep an eye on, Civico Espona from Spain. Jenny Civico Espona driving the Bavarian machine by Modena Kart ASD. He will be starting on pole position for the upcoming race that we have. The first one to get us started this afternoon, J versus H. And there will be a lot of them, 16 races on schedule for the first of the 3 days of the FIA Karting World Championship event. The 3 classes, the KZ2, the KZ and the KZ2 Masters, that we'll get a chance to see on track later on today.
So for the first time in the 2023 FIA Karting World Championship weekend, we head out for the GoPro FIA Karting World Cup, the KZ2 category for drivers racing 5 kilograms over the minimum weight of KZ. Niels Troger and Jenny Civico, Robert Kinderwarter and Matteo Zanchi, Emma Felbermeyer and Jorge Pescador from Juliana Holzim and Adrian Janicki, David Lewinsky and Alex Schmitz from Valentino Fritsch and Menahed Kroger, Robin Gledum and Matej Kukowski, Tim Gerhardt and Kevin Stahauer, Vigga Hjorvard and Linus Lagerstrom, Enzo La Cruz and Tom Adams, Nacho Tunion and Ronnie Tabakovic, then Nathan Krang, Luca Walter, Patrick Janssen, Mario Lauer, Hannah Lang, Laura Bourget, and Archie Tillett, who hopefully has now arrived at the circuit after having a cancelled flight yesterday, a delayed one this morning, and hopefully he'll be able to take his position at the tail end of the field, having missed practice and qualifying. Goodness me, has Archie Tillett got his work cut out for him if he is going to be competitive this weekend. But right up at the front of the field, Niels Truger and Jenny Civico will kickstart the weekend in the 2 slowest groups. This is G versus H, and my oh my, is this going to be a great indication of what we have to come. If you've never seen an FIA Karting World Championship race weekend before, if you've never even seen a KZ race start, get ready. These guys fly off the line at the same 0 to 60 kilometers an hour time as the top hypercars on the grid. The Bugatti Veyron would struggle to get off the grid faster than these karts do. They weigh the equivalent of 3 bags of sugar as far as a Bugatti Veyron is concerned. But these guys are a couple of millimeters off the ground, pulling anywhere between 1 and 3 G at various points in terms of G-forces. These are the kings, the gladiators, the leviathans of motorsport. Win here, you can win anywhere.
Here they come, getting themselves on their respective positions after the qualifying practice sessions that got us busy this morning, as the full grid is now about to get going. Once the light goes out, we'll be ready for an intense show, as we have a total of 13 laps, 15 kilometers for KZ and KZ2 Masters, 12 laps for the KZ2 categories about to get underway. Under the orders of Mr. Nigel Edwards, our race director, will be good to go once the light goes out.
So let's get this weekend underway. It is going to be an absolutely sensational battle. Tröger, Civico, Kinderwarter, Zanchi, Felbermayr and Pescador. It is standing start. It is going to be lightning to the first corner. Let's get this weekend underway here at Pro Kart Raceland. The lights come on. When they extinguish, we'll be racing. Let's go! And it's a very bad start on the second row of the grid from Kinderwarter. It holds up several of the competitors. Up to the front comes Jenna Civico. Good start from the front as everybody tries to mix their way through into the hairpin for the first time. Can everybody get it through without incident? So far, so good, as everybody has worked their way further forward. It is a fascinating situation for the competitors as they continue to blast their way around the course, and we work our way through on the first turn. Several drivers having difficulties, and a really exciting run for all of the competitors as they continue in fine felt. Brilliant racing from all of our competitors, and still the battles rage around the course here. Up to the first couple of corners of the lap, Niels Tröger, having got a sensible start, has managed to hold on to the lead as they go up over the top of the crest. And there's an absolutely sensational battle coming for our drivers as they continue in fine style. Tröger out in front. And it is Zanchi who has come up to second position in front of Civico, Kinderwarter, Pescador, Lewinsky, Janicki, Holzem, Schmitz and Valentino Fritsch, who is of course racing practically in his back garden.
Opening lap completed, 0.3 of a second between Niels Tröger and Zanchi. Civico Espona right in front. From P3, there's going to be a long game, 12 laps to go through for each of those drivers in the KZ2 class. A long game, why is that? Because each of those drivers have a total of 7 qualifying hits to go through. Round the inside goes for P2. Civico Espona battling with Zanchi, and he made it stick beautifully in what is turn number 11 out of 13 in this very selective and tight layout of Wackersdorf. But that's a position gain for Civico Espona. He's going to be the one chasing Niels Tröger as much as he can. We're getting into the mix of it. Lap number 3 already. This is down to turn number 4 that is, with a very strong heavy braking point. Civico Espona second, Zanchi down in third. Kinderwarter trying to do the same from P4. Jorge Pescador, who made it to P3 at the start of the European Championship. Onum Solin Zuera, you might remember that, is down in P5 from David Lewinsky, Janicki, Schmitz, Valentino Fritsch, Kajovic. That's for the top 10 in front of Darren Holzem and the rest of the field. Keep in mind that now we have Emma Felbermayr being investigated. Unfortunately, she had a good run in qualifying practice earlier today, and it won't help her cause at the start of this World Championship event. The FIA Karting World Cup for KZ2, one of the 3 competitions that we had this weekend in Wackersdorf. Getting started, 16 races on a Friday. This is quite unusual compared to the actual rate that we have during the European season. But that means that there's a lot of drivers, up to 240 competitors within 3 classes, one of the best fields that we've had in the recent history of the World Championship, that's for sure. Into the middle of the chicane, the battle is on with Civico Espona and Zanchi still trying to get together to try to chase Niels Tröger in the front. Yeah, particularly frustrating at this point, obviously, because we've got Emma Felbermayr having had a sensational battle in time qualifying and finding herself right up at the sharp end of the field in the top 3 rows of the grid for every single heat that she is competing in over the course of the weekend, but having had a poor start already and now finding herself down in 13th position now as things have continued to progress. But Tröger, Civico, Zanchi, Kinderwarter, Pescador and Lewinsky in the top 6, then Janicki, Schmitz, Fritsch and Kukowski
in that top 10 position. Adrian Janicki running up at the sharp end of the field, 46.2 for the lap for him to move his way further forward. Jenny Savico having a strong run, and then Zanki, Kindervarta, Pescador and Lewinsky. But Janicki still trying to get himself into the mix. Everybody's still circulating in this race at this point. 29 races out there on the course in KZ2. We're having a look back at the start. Let's watch what happened. Now look, that's a very big start for Emma Felbermayr. That's why she's under investigation. She just mistimed it, unfortunately. Anticipated the lights going out, held herself up in the process. But of course, a jump start still needs to be investigated.
Yeah, to be honest, I was quite surprised to see her actually jumping that fast at the lights out, and now we understand why. Importantly, investigation for potential, by the look of it, jump start at the start of the race. But this is, of course, always tricky to find your place in the opening lap on such a tricky layout. It's very narrow in the middle part of the track. As we're back with the leaders in Stroger, 138, being chased by Civico Espona with the Birela machine. Then Petri, Zanki, Kindervarta, Pescador. Still observing each other at the start of this race. A long way to go, still halfway through this opening qualifying heat. And this is not an easy track to overtake, that's for sure. That means that the drivers have to keep on pushing and really keep their head down, try to wait for the right opportunity.
So still as the drivers battle away, Droga in front of Savico, Zanki, Kindervarta and Pescador. We're just waiting to see if there's going to be this ultimate overtaking move from Kindervarta, who ended up not getting a bad start out of it. Currently running in 4th position behind Matteo Zanchi, who got a sensational launch. But now he's there in 3rd position as the drivers start to nip and tuck their way. This is where you really start to learn what your kart can actually do in the course of proceedings. But it's certainly an interesting situation for all of the contenders as they continue to battle away for position. So we'll have to see how Matteo Zanchi can cope with the pressure of Kindervarta being all over the back of him. Pescador, 5th position from Lewinsky, then Janicki, Alexander Schmitz and Valentino Fritsch doing a fair job in the top 10, and then it is Matej Kikowski still having a solid race of it. But Robin Glenul, Kevin Stahauer and Emma Felbermayr now find themselves there in position. Niels Troga, fastest lap of the race, from the lead for the Maranello SRP factory team. So he and Tim Troga obviously upholding the honour of the local sensations, the local favourites. Plenty of German talent here on home soil, of course, in Wackersdorf at the Pro Kart Raceland circuit. 7 laps done, 5 to go. Savico trying to stay with Troga. Meanwhile, Kindervarta is definitely starting to threaten Matteo Zanchi, who is starting to be a little bit of a cork in the bottle now, as the rest of the field is slowly starting to get caught up behind Robert Kindervarta. They go into lap 9. 4 laps remaining in this first race of the weekend, and already a very tricky scenario for Matteo Zanchi to try and hold on in front of Kindervarta in very difficult circumstances. Pescador is there in the Club Calicar in 5th position, right in behind. And then Lewinsky there in 6th from Janicki, Schmitz, Fritz, Glerum, Kikowski, Stahauer, Felbermayr, Hjorvard, Hodsem and Tim Gerhardt, with Linus Lagerström running in 17th in front of the Hungarian and the Frenchman, Onze de Cruz and Menahud Kroja. Nasha Tunion rounding up the top 20 at the moment. Another convert from the world of direct drive to gearbox. So fascinating stuff at the moment. But with Emma Felbermayr under investigation for her alleged jump start. And then, of course, the battles going on further around. A very clean start to the World Championship, I have to say. No major shenanigans at the moment out there on the course. But certainly a fascinating situation for all of the contenders out there. Troga just hanging an 8/10 of a second lead over Jennis Savico for the time being. Then Zanchi and Kindervarta still making a solid race of it from Pescador.
And with Stroger showing that he's not here to make up the numbers with the fastest lap in this race. 8/10 of a second from Civico Espona. That's a strong demonstration to get his World Cup of KZ2 started this weekend in Wackersdorf. 1.7 seconds from Zanchi. Don't forget that these are the drivers, according to the respective Group G and H, who didn't have the best of qualifying performance, let's put it that way. We had 5 qualifying groups earlier this Friday to get the starting order for each of the qualifying heats, and those drivers actually find themselves in the lowest speed, the lowest speeds groups at the end of the qualifying practices, so that means they're going to have a lot to recover from. But as for now, G versus H, and Stroger is doing a great job. Civico Espona in second, Zanchi, Kindervarta. We're here with Robert Kinderwater and the Guerrilla machine from P4 trying to put an extra bit of pressure on Zanki for the gain of P3 into turn number 12. That is a couple of hairpins in the middle part of the track here in Wackersdorf, reminiscent of Sovgorda, as they get back at full speed into the last turn onto the southeast straight, entering what is the last lap, 0.8 of a second. This should be enough for Nils Stroger. Jimmy Correspondent still having to watch over his shoulder for the pressure of Zanki, and Robert Kinderwater just behind.
So with Neil Troga out in front, having a good run, Genis Savico 0.8 of a second back throughout the entirety of this race pretty much. As it's all about trying to look after tyres, essentially. You've got to be very careful about when you make your overtakes, when you go for the big push, how you balance yourself over the first couple of races, because don't forget, these drivers have to make this tyre set, plus 2 spares, essentially, a front and a rear. They have to go from qualifying, which was just a little while ago, all the way through the heats to the end of the super heat before they get the fresh sets on. So you've got to pace yourself. Niels Troga certainly has done that, and he's done it with a victory up at the front end of the field. Niels Troga in the 1:38 has taken the victory in fantastic style, and a really exciting battle. So Troga has taken the victory in front of Genis Savico, then Matteo Zanchi, Robert Kinderwater and Jorge Pescador doing a sensational job. There you go, confirmation. Niels Troga, a second clear of Genis Savico at this stage, and doing a fantastic job. Just a nice, measured and balanced performance there from the young German, who is definitely giving Maranello the perfect start to the weekend, and certainly looking very strong indeed. Matteo Zanchi, third position in front of Robert Kinderwater and Jorge Pescador. Nobody really rocking the boat too early, I notice. And great to see Archie Tillett finishing up in 27th position, despite not having done any practice or time qualifying at all. And he's jumped straight into the kart and has been allowed to start from the back and has already managed to get past Hannah Lang and Laura Bourget. So a fabulous performance then from Archie Tillett, who really has been so strong in previous appearances in the FIA Karting World Championship. But certainly here, a great start to proceedings and a solid run. There's the confirmation provisionally for Niels Troga in front of Genis Savico. And then Matteo Zanchi ahead of Robert Kinderwater and Jorge Pescador. Then David Lewinsky and Adrian Chinichki from Alex Schmitz, Valentino Fritsch and Robin Gladome. Then Matej Kukovski in front of Kevin Stahauer, Emma Felbermeyer, Tim Gerhardt and Vigga Hjorvard. Then in the bottom end of the top 15, you've got Giuliano Hotzem ahead of Enzo Le Cruz. Linus Lagerström, the Swedish driver, ahead of Nasha Tunion and Menahut Kruja. Then Tom Adams, Mario Lauer, Luca Volta, Patrick Janssen, Ronnie Tebakovic, Nathan Krang, Archie Tillett, Hannah Lang and Laura Bourget. All the drivers that started were able to finish it, and that's all 29 of them.
Good piece of driving to get us started for what will be a very long and fascinating program here at Wackersdorf. And the sun is with us, and the live timing are back with us as well. So that's magnificent. Let's get back as well in a few minutes to the racing with E versus F. That will come up next as the drivers make their way back to the Parc Fermé. You can see here good performance from Niels Troga, one of the German drivers to keep an eye on with the Maranello SRP racing team. Our first race winner of many races in total this weekend, 49 of them on the way to the finals on Sunday afternoon. But let's have a look back at what happened with indeed the investigation for one driver starting at the forefront, Emma Felbermeyer. You could see clearly that on the wheel to get a good start, she jumped ahead of the rest of the field, and now heading to the turn number 3. You can see the driver is trying to find a place, find a bit of space into the opening lap, and this will be the start of this first qualifying heat for the next couple of laps. The battle between Genis Savico Espona and Matteo Zanchi as well, but in the meantime Niels Troga was uncatchable into this opening qualifying heat of the day, and the German from Maranello putting as much distance as possible from between himself and the rest of the field. So a very strong performance, a very straight sort of race for Niels Troga, the first winner of many to come throughout the rest of the day. The grid is getting ready in front of you as the next qualifying heat will be starting in a little bit less than 5 minutes. This will oppose the group E versus F. As we're getting ourselves ready, the number 125 will be starting on the pole position, And we got a chance to talk to him earlier after his qualifying effort before this next race, E versus F. This is Daniel Stell. Then we're going to hear in a minute from the German driver who put it up there. The grid is getting ready, still in the KZ2 category. We're going to have a total of 4 races in a row, 1 down already. Then we're going to turn our attention at 3 local time to the KZ. Only 2 races for the top category in the world of karting today. A lot more KZ2 races, and KZ2 Masters as well will come into play later in the afternoon from 5:40. And I think that now we can hear from Daniel Stell, who will get started from pole position in the upcoming race. Daniel Stell, congratulations on home soil here in Germany. You managed a brilliant lap at the end of the qualifying session in KZ2. That will put you amongst certainly the contenders for the big win this weekend. How do you feel after that performance?
The performance was good. It's not easy because we have 5 qualifying groups. We see later in the heats we have 7 heats, and yeah, we see.
Yeah, 7 heats is a long way to go, and only 36 places available in the final on Sunday afternoon. But try not to think too much about the outcome, but just focus one step after the other.
Yes, we need a big focus, step by step, one by one, heat by one heat, and yeah, after we see the result and see tomorrow.
What can you tell us about the layout of Wackersdorf as a local driver? A lot of experience you have with that track and layout, and what difference can you make here compared to a lot of the drivers who share similar experience?
For me, the track is not so heavy. The corners is not special. For me, I think you need 2-3 days and you are here fast. It's not so special.
Not so special, but it's going to make your task certainly even more difficult if it's the same for everybody. Thank you very much, Daniel Stell, and good luck.
A very focused and motivated young man, Daniel Stell, with the Dorn Motorsport team, a squad that has a lot of reputation out here in Germany, but when it comes to the world stage, they are always very ambitious to try and move their way forward. On the Kart Republic chassis, they used to have an awful lot of sensational colour schemes in the Dorn Motorsport team. They used to have a bit of a thing about replicating and having some sort of Formula One inspired livery design. They used to carry the colours of McLaren, they used to carry the colours of Aston Martin Racing, all sorts of amazing things in the German national karting scene. All above board as well, all legal, and they all had them approved. So fair play to them for having all of those colour schemes on the squad's machines. But obviously now they are reverting back to a sort of a light blue, but with a traditional nod to the vintage Kart Republic livery. I say vintage Kart Republic livery. It's only been in existence since about 2018. However, we've got quite used to seeing those particular colours of that squad. However, people will familiarise themselves even more with these. The CRG, the black, orange and silver of the CRG squad. And Nicolas Roos, the South African, who is with the CRG Holland team, having come across from the world of direct drive, he has slotted into the world of gearbox racing incredibly quickly and is straight in at KZ2 on the front row of the starting grid for this first race. In fact, all 7 of his qualifying heats in the lead up to the super heats on Sunday morning. And of course, the reigning world champion in direct drive, Matthias Morgato, is here in gearbox as well. 3rd position on the starting grid for him and the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. So it'll be fascinating to see what he can do as he lines up alongside the Italian driver, Alessio Pacini, who has a lot of experience in KZ2 now. So 12 laps ahead of us again here at Pro Kart Raceland. 25 degrees Celsius air temperature. It's bone dry. There's not a lot of breeze. It's getting hotter by the moment. So it's a very tough race battle for all the drivers. Daniel Stell and Nicolas Roos, Matthias Morgato and Alessio Pacini, Marcus Kayak and Gavin Loyer from Tim Troga, Adrian Maliero, Samuele Leopardi and Norton Andreasen, Brandon Nilsson and Vladimir Vekalantsev from Lucas Schecher and Maxi Schreier, Giorgio Carrara and Jeremy Portain from Luik Vondice and Gabriel Kawa, then Lucas Reibok and Mark Negrutza, Alessandro Zucco and Max Stanger, Ruben Wilk, Siim Liedmar, Koen Dorn, Finn-Erik Riesmeyer, Alexei Yeleva, Albin Storeysen, Eliska Simonova and Alexander Gladstein, who had a horrific accident in qualifying. Just as his fastest lap was about to get started, he passed our position out of the final turn, floored the throttle for the lap, and the wheel flew off on the left side of the kart and the rear, so he was very lucky indeed not to have a mother of all accidents.
Yeah, that's not the sort of accident that you want to see, first of all, and as a driver that you don't want to have in qualifying practice, meaning that he's going to have to start all of his qualifying heats from the last row on the grid. And in the World Championship at such a level on the track that doesn't permit so many overtaking maneuvers, that's going to be one heck of a challenge for Alexander Gladstein. Will follow that closely. The field is in the warm-up and formation of the grid lap, so to speak. This is a standing start, unlike what we can see in OK and OK Junior classes. If you've been following us through the FIA Karting season, we've been going all over Europe, back here for the first time since 2 seasons, the first time in the World Championship mode since 2017. And what a beautiful event the Pro Kart Raceland of Wackersdorf and the German Karting Federation has been putting together. There's a lot of people here on track. There's a vibe, there's a good atmosphere, there's a lot of motivation between the competitors, the factories, the private teams in all 3 categories, and so many drivers and so many people coming into the grandstands, surrounding the track, and it's only getting started. Look at that view, look at that picture of all the drivers standing on that grid, ready to go, with the heartbeat going mental as our own rate of the heart as well. But once the light go out, we'll be good to go once again.
There is absolutely nothing like the start of a KZ2 race. Qualifying ED versus F, Stell, Roos, Morgato, Pacini. Hammer under starters orders, perfect start for the front of the grid for Stell and Roos. They get the perfect launch up to the inside. Morgato trying to shake off from Pacini. He gets through back again into 3rd position. A slight sluggish move from Morgato, but he manages to get back into 3rd position, and already drivers are diving around. A bit of a mistake there from Morgato. He's lost quite a lot of positions as a result of that. Certainly lost momentum, trying to gain it again around the outside, and we've got problems. There's contact. We've got somebody going around, Samuele Leopardi spinning the kart, and it's Lucas Schecker who's not going any further, and I think Gabriel Kauer may be involved as well. So that's one off at the first hairpin, and that's one off at the left-hander on the far side.
Yeah, big contact just outside of turn number 4. On turn number 5 it was 2 drivers coming together. It might have been indeed Gabriel Kauer and Lucas Schecker. We're gonna need confirmation of that into that opening lap. Not always easy, of course, on that track. And the way down to the heavy braking point of turn number 3, just after the fast right hander, is certainly one of the best positions to move. So Matheus Morgato was just gone ahead of Gabriel Loyer, by the way. Gabriel Loyer, who lost the positions indeed to Matheus Morgato. He's gonna try to fight back. The brother of Tom Loyer, last year's KZ2 European champion. But now Matheus Morgato, for his first season in the class, trying to finish on a high. What had been an up and down sort of opening season for the Brazilian. He just made his move past Gabriel Loyer into turn number 4. Watch out for that turn, and especially this one as well, because you can see the pressure is mounting from Piscini on Nicolas Rose. Piscini goes into the inside of the last corner and takes 2nd positions back. Alessio Piscini, the son, of course, of Alessandro Piscini, the 4-time world champion, who's not competing this year in the KZ2 Masters, but maybe for next season, hopefully, that his son trying to get his weekend started on a good foot. And he just made his way past Nicolas Roos for 2nd place. Next up for him is Daniel Stell.
Look how fast the Birolard is in the slower corners. He just has so much mechanical grip, a lot of traction. And as they work their way through the chicane, he's going to have his opportunity into one of these 3 hairpins. He decides to keep it back for the first one. But a really exciting run so far as Alessio Pacini now makes the dive into the 2nd, and that's a perfect overtake from Alessio Pacini to take the lead here in the KZ2 qualifying heat E versus F during the GoPro FIA Karting World Cup. A fabulous run. Now he's going to have pressure. Daniel Stell from the South African Nicolas Roos, who's also going to be trying his luck. So Nicolas Roos tried his best, can't get the move done, and now he's under pressure from Matheus Morgato coming right round the outside. Morgato, 3rd position, dives across and takes the move. That's why he's a world champion, ladies and gents. And now Roos is going to lose traction to Gavin Loyer as well. So Loyer gets through in a 4th position, but Matheus Morgato pulls off one of the moves of the weekend on Friday afternoon.
Yeah, fantastic move from Matheus Morgato. Watch out for any other maneuvers into turn number 11. It's not happening quite yet, but it goes the way of Alessio Piscini, that's for sure. As they come across once again, just in front of us, concluding lap number 4 out of 12. 6/10 of a second for the lady Alessio Piscini. 2nd place now, still in the hands of Daniel Stel. Morgato up into P3 with Gabin Loyer P4, Nicolas Stroger, Marcus Kayak, Malihero, Brandon Nilsson, Norton Jensen, and Verko Lantsev just outside of the top 10.
I'm afraid we've got a black flag, the first one of the World Championship. It's Jeremy Potain, who has had the technical flag waved at him for 3 consecutive laps, and unfortunately he has continued. So Jeremy Potain is black flag. That means he's out of this race, and very much not the way that the officials would have liked to see him obey orders. Now, Tim Troga has worked his way up to 6th position. He's obviously seen Niels do such a good job in the previous heat. Now he wants to come forward and make a play. So Nicolas Roos down in 5th position now, having originally been battling away. Daniel Stel is under investigation.
Oh.
Now, is that for the start, I wonder?
That's interesting. We haven't seen, at least by the look of it, any move that could have been deemed quite unfair by the officials. Maybe the start related, as you said. It needs confirmation. As for now, Daniel Stel being investigated at the moment. Matheus Morgato, in the meantime, putting up the fastest lap in this race, 46.3, trying to catch up and to get Gabin Loyer and Nicolas Roos as far as possible. Run inside. There was an attempt for Nicolas Roos from CRG Holland. It was just a tiny bit too far. He needs to protect himself from Nils Troger, just behind from P6. Troger goes for the inside, once again to turn number 13 that is. And the Maranello driver just made it stick beautifully. What a move that was. Another one from another Maranello racing team driver. And on that occasion, once again, it takes quite a bit to dive on the inside of that very fast right-hander. But Nils Troger just made it stick beautifully to take P5 from Nicolas Roos, and we see a yellow flag as well being waved. You might have seen this briefly, and I'm trying to see who that is in the opening sector of the track by the look of it.
So Tim Troga having worked his way to 5th position now behind Piccini, Stel, Morgato and Loyer, with Tim Troga and Adrien Maliero. Where's Nicolas Roos gone? Nicolas Roos has gone off. Nicolas Roos has gone off with a hairpin. He's got problems. I don't know whether that's mechanical or whether he's had an accident, but certainly for Nicolas Roos, his brilliant race week has already had a big problem for him. So Nicolas Roos walking away from the CRG Holland machine, and that is dangerous for Nicolas Roos's weekend chances. Yes, he's got 7 qualifying heats rather than a regular 5. But still, that is a big headache for Nicolas Roos, and he certainly didn't need to retire from his first race of the weekend on only Friday.
Yeah, disaster indeed for Nicolas Roos, having to retire just at the beginning of lap number 8 out of 12 as the checkered flag was coming near. Quite unfortunate. As in the meantime, 8/10 of a second now, so separating Alessio Piccini. Daniel Stel on your picture, being chased by Matheus Morgato. That's going to be an interesting one, as the Brazilian is very much on the pace. Tim Troger, though, had the fastest lap just before, and he keeps it, actually, 46.2. But the battle is raging and taking place. Matheus Morgato trying to take a slightly wider line on the inside, on the entry, shall I say, of turn number 4. This is actually where you may be able to make a difference at the condition of being very, very close to your opponent. Coming from a distance is certainly not an easy trick to pull off, but he still has a couple of laps remaining, Matheus Morgato, to try to catch up and take that 2nd place. He's not thinking anymore about 1st place, even though Alessio Piccini, by the look of it, hasn't been able, as much as he would have liked, certainly, to build that gap. Alessio Piccini, who finished his 2023 season on a high with a podium at the last round of the European Championship in Sarno. Good results for Piccini, giving him suddenly confidence and strength for this world event.
So Piccini, Stel, Morgato, Troga, Gabin Loyer and Adrien Maliero from Andreasen, Kayak, Nilsson and Leopardi, as they continue to squabble away for positions there on the far side of the course. So we've got Roos out. Shecher has now pulled the kart out of the race as well after initially having a problem on the opening lap, and then Gabriel Kawa, the Costa Rican, out of the race as well. So can Tim Troga shake off the attentions of Gabin Loyer, as these two are still trying to make a bit of a name for themselves in KZ2. There is Daniel Stel hanging on to 2nd position for the time being, 2 to go. And it's Piccini from Stel, Morgato, Troga, Loyer, Maliero, Andreasen, Kayak, and then Brandon Nilsson ahead of Samuel Leopardi. So still some good battles everywhere you look. Investigation flag now for Giorgio Carrara. Now, we've gone quite far into the race before that investigation has begun, so I would not imagine that's for a starting infringement.
Remains to be seen, and fastest lap in this race for Alessio Piscini. Correction to myself, Piscini was indeed third in his last race of the European season, but it was last season, my apologies, in Cremona, but still the European podium for the Birrelat driver, who didn't have as much certainly positive results this season. He finished P16 overall in the European Championship. So that's for the stats. Piscini is certainly a client to keep an eye on in Wackersdorf as the Italian enters the last lap of his first qualifying heat on his way to what will be P1, the first of hopefully for him many to come. With 7 races to go through, that's certainly a long game as it keeps on battling in the middle of the pack. Outside of turn number 4 on the way to the chicane. First the hairpin and then section of hairpin into the middle part of the track. It's been always very interesting, that chicane, very tight indeed on the way to the last hairpins of the track. But as for now, this man on your picture, Alessio Piscini, is ready to secure his first win of the weekend.
This tells us a lot about the overall pace of the Birrelat package. Piscini was able to work his way forward in fine style from 4th on the grid to take the victory. Watch out for the red and white army as Alessio Piscini bangs in his first win of the week. Still in second from Morgato, Troga and Gavin Loyer. Then Adrian Maniero, Norton Andreasen, Marcus Kayak, Brandon Nilsson and Samuele Iopardi. So a fabulous start for Piscini, carrying on the family legacy. Alessandro Piscini was one of the greats of the sport, and Alessio just continuing to add more silverware potential to the family silverware. Excellent stuff though from Piscini, and also in particular from the boys in red and white. They always have a really strong weekend in gearbox, and certainly here in the World Championship they have got their title assault off to a sensational start. It's been a couple of years now since they last triumphed at the top end of the World Championship. They have yet to secure a victory in the International Super Cup, which now of course has become the World Cup. And in gearbox it has obviously been 4 seasons now since the Dutchman Marijn Kramers took the title at Lanato. But there's still quite a lot of work for them to do. They know they've got so many champions over the years, the likes of Gianni Mazzola, Alessandro Piscini, of course, Gianluca Beggio, Robert Dirks, Ennio Gandolfi, Francesco Laudato, and then all the way up to Marijn Kramers. They've got some great history. Alessio Piscini from Dan Schnell and Matthias Morgato in race 2. Tim Troga and Gavin Loyer from Adrian Mariero and Norton Andreasen, Marcus Kayak and Brandon Nilsson from Samuele Iopardi, Vladimir Vekerlantsev, then Giorgio Carrara, Loic Vindice, Lucas Rybok and Mark Negruzza ahead of Siim Liedmaar. And then you've got Max Schreier, Finn-Erik Rismaier and Albin Stureysen. 9 places made up for Stureysen. Zuko, Dawn, Yelaiva, Stanger, Patain, Gladstein, despite the problems, and then Ruven Wilk ahead of Eliska Simonova. Nicholas Roos, Lucas Shaka and Gabriel Kawa all failing to finish the race. What this tells us straight away though, Guillaume, is that the Birrelat team have definitely come in strong. We know they've got great reputation, we know they've got good raw speed, but they've definitely come to play again today.
Absolutely, and Birrelat, of course, has had a bit of a history here. Here's Alessio Piscini, your winner at the end of this qualifying heat. Alessio Piscini, who made his KZ2 racing debut in 2012 and is a regular Italian race winner. And one of his strongest results, as we said, last year's conclusion of the European Championship in Cremona with a P3 finish. One big client and walking in, of course, on the path. Look at the state of the tire, the LeConte tire, the official manufacturer of compounds for everybody. Let's keep in mind before we watch the replay that those drivers have to go through all the qualifying heats and the super heat with 1.5 sets.
And that is what one set of tyres looks like after the qualifying session and 1 heat. They've got to last 7 heats and the super heat on top of a time qualifying session. That just shows you how bad the tyres are going to be through the course of the weekend. But the 26-year-old Alessio Piscini doing a fine job as he continues to give himself a good chance at the title. He hasn't had a lot of success in FIA competitions, but certainly in his native Italy, he's had all sorts of success. So now here in Wackersdorf, he wants to make sure it all comes good. That's a very frustrated Gabriel Kawa, having his problems on the opening lap. Just look at how balanced the Birrelat looks in the replay. Alessio Piscini just able to slide the kart in. No issues at all with traction. Knows exactly where to position it. Gets good run off the turn. He's able to shut down any opposition. He's got confidence in spades.
Yeah, it's good to see indeed as a couple of drivers trying to pull a move into turn number 4 throughout this qualifying heat. a couple of battles here and there into the field. Matheus Morgato doing a great job as well into the field up to P3, making a sensational move into turn number 6, right where no one was expecting him, certainly. On the inside going as well, the 132 of Adrian Malero, who would make it to P6 in the end, but in the lead, Alessio Piscini was indeed uncatchable all the way to the checkered flag by both Daniel Stel and Morgato in the end. So strong results to get his weekend started in the KZ2 category with the Bavarian machine that has won in the past here in the upper class, the KZ. You might remember 2021, that sensational first victory for Riccardo Longhi on his way at the time to the European title. But that's another story. Riccardo Longhi will come into play with the KZ class later today. Now, we stay with the KZ2 for C versus D qualifying heat, coming our way with one very interesting name leading the pack.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be really exciting for this young man. The Miami in Florida, carrying the Jamaican flag aboard the Premier SRL. Alex Powell, the vice champion of Europe in OK last year. He won in Zuera in the KZ2 category in the European Championship this year. It just seems that you run out of superlatives for this boy. And here in KZ2, he is really stepping up to the attack. Could he win the World Cup?
Alex Powell, what a lap that was. Strong pace already to get into that World Championship event. How do you feel in Wackersdorf?
Yeah, so far it's been quite good. Yesterday was a bit of a challenging day, some mishaps throughout, but then again, that's how we improve and get better. So yeah, considering this morning the pace was quite strong as well, so we didn't really change anything for the qualifying. And then going into qualifying, I mean, I felt everything quite decent. Unfortunately, we're still far away from overall pole, but I'm not sure whether that's a track evolution or what, because in general I felt that I extracted almost everything out of the lap, so I'm quite proud from that aspect. I'm not sure how big the gap was to second. I haven't seen the results yet, but I mean, in general, the feeling was quite positive, so we just have to carry that forward. It's a long weekend, 7 heats, plus a super heat, so no point to throw it all away from the beginning. So I mean, it's a good start, but we just need to keep our heads down and take it by heat. You know, it's quite, as I said previously, it's quite easy to look forward to Sunday afternoon already. But right now it's Friday, so we just need to keep improving and taking the weekend as it comes and roll with the punches.
We've seen you competing here a couple of years back in a different category, in direct drive, from one class to the other in KZ with a gearbox. What are the differences? What can you tell us about the evolution of the track and the driving style you have to adapt?
Yeah, I mean, 3 years ago it was quite a good event for me. I mean, considering it was the rookie season in OKJ for me, it was quite positive. It's very different though in KZ2. I mean, the lines are different for a start, but also grip level, and then most importantly, the power that you have from the engine in KZ2 is a lot more than I had 3 years ago when I was here. So I think the only thing I could take forward from then was just learning the track. And then, yeah, obviously it's different. It's a different race weekend management, race management. So I mean, overall, it was a good qualifying. But then, yeah, we need to move forward and look forward towards the heats.
Fantastic words. Thank you very much, Alex Powell. Good luck.
So much is being talked about and being written about this youngster, who is part of the Mercedes F1 Junior Academy as well. And certainly he could be, you know, in an era where Formula One is actually delving into America. Alex Powell here in the FIA Karting Championship could be the next boy wonder to really galvanize North American motorsport with a pin-up and an idol on the poster boy walls. Matthias Spergel did a fantastic job in his time qualifying session to put himself on the front row of the grid for the CBB Sport Team, which is the satellite operation for Sodi. And then on the second row of the grid, you've got FIA Motorsport Games medalist Ivan David alongside the Romanian Daniel Vasile. Some fabulous talent all the way through these fields. So let's have a look then at the KZ2 qualifying heat C versus D starting grid. Alex Powell and Matthias Spergel, Ivan David and Daniel Vasile from Jean Nomblo, Christian Bertucca, Thomas Tolchemanis and Moritz Ebner, Andrea Dale, Philip Wojcik, Daniel Mathia, Dominic Reuters, Vincent Ranigu, Yannick Julius Bernhard, Jesper Sjoberg and Wackersdorf Putjatin.
Followed by Ken Oscar Algray, Edgars Wilkens, J. Cole, Jakub Wotic, Maurice Schenk, Samuel Luye, Alexander Ropschow, Yanni Andrizani, Lucas Shebiskas, Rick Hartmann, Enis Kinmavicius, Jokubas Begdanavicius, Tim Verelst and Patrizio Zemeno. The grid is complete and hopefully we do have everybody on track for the warm-up lap. before they make their way back onto the grid for the standing start. You know the drill. This will be the same for the entire weekend in all three categories, but keep an eye on the battle for the lead.
So Nils Troga and Alessio Piccini are the winners so far.
And here's an interesting fact for you. 1854 LeConte tires will be raced this weekend. So some very nice calculations by yourself, Mr. Jake Sanson. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a nerd about these things. I did the calculation based on the fact that every single driver is obviously going to have 6 tyres. That's not 6 sets of tyres, that's 6 tyres to last them from the beginning of time qualifying through to the end of superheats. And obviously there's going to be an incredible amount of drivers that will get through, but then obviously 36 drivers get through to each of our 3 finals in KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters, and they all have a fresh set of tyres. So if you do the math on that one, work it all out, it's 1,854 tyres from LeConte. We're very grateful indeed to our partners, particularly LeConte, who has given a real lease of life, and the lap times that we're getting from the LeConte tyres compared to the last time we were here for a World Championship, it's a second and a half faster than it used to be.
Yeah, impressive gain of performance since for the past 2 years. We used to have different, of course, compound providers in the past, a different set of performances, improvement as well from the drivers, from the teams and the factories. Everybody is here in Germany for the World Championship, the most weighted of all races each season. And once again, we get ourselves ready. The green flag is waving. Once the light go out, we're good to go for racing.
Let's see how it all plays out. Lights go out, and we're racing, and it's a perfect start for Spergel. He launches forward. So a brilliant performance then from all of our competitors off the grid. Everybody keeps themselves to themselves. Powell is going to hold on to second position in front of Daniel Vasile, who starts quickly. Just a little bit of nudging, just a tiny bit of wheel rubbing as they work their way through the first hairpin. A big tag snapper from one of the barrel arts that looks to me like Christian Bertucca, getting it slightly sideways there. He was very lucky not to park it in the back of the energy course. I think it was at Thomas Dolchemanis. We'll double check. But certainly a very scary moment for Christian Bertucca on the opening lap as the field works its way through. Already you've got Spergel under some pressure from Alex Powell, and Spergel protecting the inside line like crazy as Alex Powell, the Mercedes F1 Junior, trying to work his way through in the final hairpin, and he looks like he's got a good run, but watch out because Daniel Vasile is going to be looking for his own move to try and cut through. Powell up the inside of Spergel, and Vasile goes with him. Up to first goes Powell, up to second goes the Romanian Daniel Vasile.
Now, brilliant move from Alex Powell. This is the first in turn number 3 into that very fast right-hander, almost 140 km an hour at this point on the track, but Powell saw the gap and went for the move, taking the lead and taking Daniel Vasile with him, the Romanian driver, the vice European champion this season, against the winner of the opening round in Zuera, Spain. It's going to be good for the money. As run inside goes one of the Saudis for the back. This might be Jean Noblo. Yes, indeed, on Masia, the 136. Masia having to make do and falling back into P7.
We've had an incident at the hairpin. Somebody's come off the road. 2 carts have gone off the road. In fact, one's gone into the barrier. It looks like Jokubas Bogdanovicius, who's tangled with Edgar Vilkans. So Bogdanovicius has ended up in the barrier, unfortunately. He walks away from his energy course, but it's game over for Jokubas Bogdanovicius. They managed to repair the barrier pretty quickly, but that kart will be left there, and I think yellow flags will be withdrawn. Look at the squabble on the far side of the course as Ivan David and Christian Bertucca have now both got past Matthew Spergel. So Spergel down to P5, trying to stay in front of Moritz Ebner. But Ivan David, the Sri Lankan, who got his first and his nation's first ever FIA Motorsport Games medal in Paul Ricard last October. And Christian Bertucca, the man who is the highest FIA Karting International ranked driver in gearbox racing, are now through to 3rd and 4th with Alex Powell and Daniel Vasile threatening to pull away.
There we go, into lap number 4 out of 12. Alex Powell not quite able to really get away from Daniel Vasile, who stays with his shadow, the Jamaican driver. That's going to be an interesting one. Ivan David trying to hold on from 3rd, but he's having the pressure of Christian Bertucca and the 2 teammates of Spergel and Noblo. Then we have Ebner, Dale, Fojic, Daniel Masia running at the top 10 at the moment. The Saudis, of course, certainly one of the tracks that suit them the most over the past few years. We've seen great run inside, it goes! Yes, Bertucca on Ivan David, beautifully made by the Birala driver. We saw that coming, there's the switch, and it was successful for Christian Bertucca. It was about time because look at the gap that extended between Bertucca now and the top 3 driver in front. Jevan David is going to try again. He's going to try again, maybe pulling a sort of Alex Powell move. He's having to wait around the inside of the number 3. The door is shut. There's no way to go around the outside. I could be going Jean Blue, but the door was shut, but still he made that stick.
This is a stereotypical Christian Bratuka move. Get yourself into the best position you can hope to get over the course of a race, and then just park the bus. He is such a defender. And unfortunately for the rest of the drivers, Christian Bratuka holding up the field there, having got into 3rd position. He knows he can't catch Powell and Vasile, so he knows that 3rd is his best bet. And essentially, Jevan David and Jean Nomblo held up, and there's the move from Spergel to get back through on Jevan David. Now he's going to try and keep Moritz Ebner at bay, and back down the inside, Jevan David trying his luck. So, fascinating duel begins, and as they come off the turn, a little bit of nudging. In fact, Moritz Ebner tapping his helmet there. Come on, guys, use your nugging. Think about this before you just dive in. And now at the inside, that's a bold lunge from Wojcik. Wojcik's going to try and get there, and he's got Mathia cutting across it. Lovely from Daniel Mathia. Full of commitment, full of dedication. Now you've had David trying to get back alongside Fabian Wojcik. Wojcik's trying to hold on from Philip. And Jevan David holding on to the position behind Philip Wojcik and just managing to keep in front of Thomas Stolcemanis, who's not had the best of starts to this race. Now he's going to try again, Jevan David on the inside of Philip Wojcik. Can't make the move stick. Wojcik is really holding his own now. Again, Jevan David will try. Wojcik blocks across.
Yes, Stolcemanis finds himself with the pressure of Andrea Dali and Wanege as well. Kitartin down in P13 trying to get close as Edgars Wilkans, the 218, is picking up a warning flag. Is the 218 currently down in the classification? Yes, all the way down, unfortunately, and he's being investigated as well. 4/10 of a second now is the gap between your leader with the fastest lap, Alex Powell, running inside the 126, beautifully made by Jevan David, who made it stick on Wojcik. This is for P8, and I think there was a gap as well, and Thomas Stolcemanis made his way past as well, the Energy Corse driver. We need confirmation of that. But Stolcemanis trying to make up for the ground that he lost in Jubilee.
Oh, that was inevitable! That was absolutely inevitable. Jevan David has been trying every trick in the book to get through, and it doesn't matter how many overtakes he tries. Nobody will give him any room at all. And Jevan David tried one time too many for his opponent. And unfortunately, it's David that comes off worse. What a shame for the Sri Lankan. He didn't do anything wrong in my book. Just diving for his moves up the inside. He's shaking his head in disbelief. He's absolutely enraged as Jevan David. Such a strong race up to that point. Could have been on the top 3. But every time he's tried to go for an overtake, he's just had an axle slammed shut in his face.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a shame for Jevan David at the wheel of one of the strongest machines around these parts, certainly. And even though he will have 6 other races to make up for the points that he lost, this is still the World Championship, and for any sort of races at this level, a DNF means a big price to pay. And hopefully not too much of a price it will be for Jevan David. Remains to be seen, but the DNF is not what you want at this stage for your first race into the worldwide event. Alex Powell, in the meantime, has been really pulling away from Daniel Vasile, 1.4 seconds. Christian Bratuka just behind for 1.1 second. Down in P3, Jean Nomblo just behind as well, the Frenchman from the Sonicart CPB team. Jean Nomblo putting the pressure on the Birellat, young Italian, into the chicane. Try not to go over the curve on the inside, otherwise that means cutting the track. And that could be, of course, synonymous of a penalty. Into turn number 12, that is. Let's watch back what happened to Jevan David into turn number 6.
He's just squeezed. He's just squeezed far too much there. He's gone for a move that he feels is on. And the door is just slammed firmly shut in his face. And that's happened one too many times for his liking, Jevan David. It was inevitable that he was just going to find too much exertion from his opponents. He's been trying lap after lap after lap to get through on Philip Wojcik, and then it just all fell apart when he was trying to get back on the inside of Andrea Dale.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate as it happened in turn number 11. There's a lot of very tight corners, as we said, on that Wackersdorf track. One of the shortest in the season, on not even 1.2 kilometer of a distance. Pretty much the same as most of the tracks that we've had in the FIA Karting season, believe it or not. As we went for the direct drive class to Denmark and Czech Republic as well. Pretty much the same length. And Wackersdorf, with that short distance, a lot of tight corners. We have the turn number 4, turn number 6, 11, 12. All those are actually hairpins where you don't actually find a lot of space to make your move. You have to fight for that move. And Jevan David was trying to go for the gap. He saw half of it. Fortunately, the door was shut on him at the last second. But this is the sort of track that where the margin of error is very thin indeed. But one who has been absolutely untouchable is Alex Powell, that's for sure, 1.4 seconds. The Prema calculating machines seems to be on point. They were struggling a little bit in the warm-up and non-qualifying practice sessions, but they seem to have been progressing quite a bit. And with Alex Powell behind the wheel, certainly one big client in the KZ2 class.
This is what Alex Powell is good at. We've seen this time and time again when he's got a kart underneath him that he's got confidence in, when he's balanced, when the tyres are working, when he is in control. He's just a master at stretching out. And it's ironic that we've talked already in the top of the bill that 10 years ago, the FIA Karting World Championship in this class was won, in the KZ category, I should say, by Max Verstappen, who is now a king in Formula One. Well, this man, Alex Powell, is on the march to join him in a decade, having had a fantastic run so far in this KZ2 category. He is doing a grand job and on course for the GoPro World Cup. Here he comes. Alex Powell finishes his first race of the week. 6 more to come from him before we get to the superheats, but a perfect start for the young man from Miami in Florida. An excellent start from Alex Powell. Vasile in second, Bertuca in third, Nomblo, Sturgel and Ebner putting their scalps in nice and early. But what a fabulous duel it is going to be. We've already seen the first real taste of how tough it's going to be for some of the drivers out there. Jovan David learning about how tough and ruthless it is in KZ2 the hard way. But Alex Powell leading from the front, getting into the lead when he had to, having lost a little bit of ground. But the young Mercedes superstar of the future is doing exactly what he came here to do. He signed up for a run at the front. That's what he's given us.
Great performance from Alex Powell on the track, where he made certainly one of his debuts back in the junior category in 2020. You heard him mentioning that very nice memory of his back in 2020 when we came here with the direct driver classes and the FIA Karting European Championship at the time. And if I'm not mistaken, it was a happy outcome for Alex Powell back in the day, as he was able to witness, to show his pace to everybody here. And now, of course, driving a gearbox machine, different sensations, but still a lot of fun. It was the closing round of that year European Championship, and in the junior class, actually, we had a great performance from Alex Powell. If I can actually find that back, I think he was the fastest in the junior category back in 2020. So great results as you have your classification in full. We'll get back to that in a second. But winner on a comfortable margin, Alex Powell from Daniel Vasile, Christian Bertuca down in P3, from Jean Oblo, Matteo Spurgel, Moritz Ebner, Daniel Marcia, Thomas Torsimanis. P9 was Filip Wocic from Jakislav Putatin, right near the top 10. Alex Powell at the scale with his mechanic debriefing on a perfect race for Powell to get his weekend started. Outside the top 10, we had Vincent Vanegge from Jesper Sjorberg, Andrea Dale, Yannick Junius Bernard. P15 for Ken Oscar Argray, from Jay Cole, Dominic Runter, Samuel Loyer, Gianni Andrizzani, as well as Luca Scherbiskas and the rest of the classification. Let's have a look at the replays, and we had a great start for Matteo Spiergel from the right side of your picture, the left side of the front grid, front row of the grid. Still, Alex Powell was able to hold on to second positions on the way to 10 before. This is where we might see a bit of heated moment happening throughout the weekend, because this is really a sort of a dive into a very narrow and heavy braking point. And we've seen a couple of touches and contact here and there through the field for the next first race, the couple of first races that we've had. This next corner, of course, the number 6, is another part of the track when overtaking can be applied and be successful or not. But the opening lap is always a tricky one, isn't it? Where this is really the tiniest of space, and then came that move, one of the most efficient so far from Alex Powell, who saw the gap, went for it into that very fast right-hander.
Fascinating to watch these battles and these duels, because it always bubbles over in the KZ2 world. Look, here's one of the many attempts that Jovan David made to storm his way through up the inside of an opponent. It all just came undone at various points of the battle. Here's the big move that we saw from the Birolart moving way forward. That's Christian Bertuca getting through to move forward. And then obviously you've got more and more happening as it all continues to move forward. That's Bertucca on Van David. And in against the squabble, Bertucca defending his third position. And then Jean Nomblo going around the outside of his teammate Van David because there's not a lot of space for him to play with. And then a little further forward, Van David a little bit courteous with his teammate, gives him the room to dive in up the inside. But then when he made his own bid to try and dive in on the inside of Andrea Dale, squeezed up and over. Not a lot really that Van David could do about it in his race over, and he was very unhappy about it, bitterly disappointed. And I think he's got every justification to be there because he's had several incidents fall away from him. But Alex Powell comes through to take the victory, and that starts his week in fine stead. You won't see them celebrating victory because it's just part of the process at this point. You don't really start celebrating until Sunday afternoon because there's a heck of a lot that can still happen, a lot that can still go wrong, as Jokubas Bogdanovicius and Van David on the back of that truck have learnt the hard way here in Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf. And now comes the fourth KZ2 heat of the week. And the fastest two groups, the man who got it in pole position, Max Orlov, a fabulous competitor in the world of KZ2, and he's going to be lining up on the front row of the grid alongside Kia Nakamura-Berta, the former world and European champion as a junior in the direct drive category. But for the Modena Kart ASD team that are now on Paralins, Maxim Orlov has got himself into a very competitive position from the outset.
Maxim Orlov, well done to you. A beautiful qualifying effort that puts you ahead of the pack and certainly among the contenders for this World Championship event. How do you feel?
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, it feels very good. Yeah, we have good space, so let's see how it will be in the hits.
What can you tell us about the progress that you've been making with the Parolin chassis on this track? An interesting layout, fast but yet technical and tight in some corners.
For me, no, I'm not super tight, but yeah, chassis is very good. We have a good grip, so yeah, it's good.
What can you expect to achieve in this KZ2 class? Because there's so many of you out there. There's going to be one heck of a fight to make it to the grid on the final on Sunday.
Yeah, a lot of drivers, a lot of good drivers, fast. So yeah, it will be a hard final.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for talking to us. Good luck.
A fabulous battle then, as we see some real pedigree on the front row of the starting grid. Maxim Orlov in pole position, but this man, Kia Nakamura-Berta, part of the Alpine Young Gun Academy, former world champion as a junior, former European champion as a senior in the direct drive categories. Now it's time to see what Kia Nakamura-Berta can do in gearbox. This is really the final stepping stone for him if he wants to go up to the world of single-seaters. He may, however, find that gearbox racing is where the legends of motorsport reside.
And we have so many of them in the KZ class, in the KZ2 category as well, and KZ2 Masters that will come into play on track a bit later this afternoon. So stay with us for some of the biggest names in the world of karting. But this starting grid, of course, is not lacking at all in big names. Thomas Imbur is one of them from CPB Sport. CPB Sport has been around for many, many seasons now as the official, for the past few seasons, operation of the Sodi Kart factory, the biggest karting producer in the world, and one of the forces to be reckoned with, especially on this track when they've been performing very well for the past few seasons. Yeah,
I've been speaking to Thomas Imborg earlier this morning, along with team principal Paul Bizalion, and they are absolutely adamant. They've had some difficulties over the last few weeks in terms of preparing the Sodi Kart, but now that they are here, they are ready and they are motivated. They know they've got a chance to win all three categories, which is an incredible confidence boost coming in. There is Maxime Rem, former driver for the Ricky Flynn Motorsports team in direct drive, but he stepped up to the world of gearbox racing with the Leclerc by Lennox racing team, of course so named because they run the Charles Leclerc chassis, part of the Birolart Racing Group. Birolart actually having several Formula One names within its group awning, because you have the Ricardo chassis, you have the Kubica chassis, and you have the chassis for Leclerc, and they've had quite a lot of reputation of doing some great performances and taking some amazing drivers up the ranks over the years. Maxim Orlov and Kia Nakamura-Berta then on the front row of the starting grid for qualifying heat A versus B. Thomas Imborg and Maxim Rem, Egon Nosov and Pavel Toteri, Christian De Klein and Artem Severukin, Thomas Rakel, Lucas Samalisto, Alex Gubenko, Andrei Matisic, Tigran Brunatian, Chenian Gulesin, Bruno Mulders and Tim Locati.
Then we have Florian Brettebach, Theodor Ordmark, Fortius Soteropoulos, Alex Maragliano, Oscar Stenbach, Jake Clarich, José Gómez Gutiérrez, JC Kirkby, Sebastian Bellocine, Emmanuel May, Damian Drew, Karel Pazevic, Simon Billman, and Kyle Berner. Everybody in for the warm-up lap as always. Maxim Orlov is best ever positions at this stage of the season. Let's see what the young driver can do from a pole position. It will be an interesting battle to follow as always, but Kin Nakamura has been of course demonstrating all throughout the season that the transition from the direct drive class where he won the European and the World Championship to KZ2 this season was certainly not a problem for him, as he took some strong results through the course of the European Championship that he finished in a P6 position after stepping on the podium in Zuera in Spain a couple of months ago. So watch out, Powell, his teammate in the Pramac Republic outing, and has already won one heat just before. Can Nakamura emulate his Jamaican teammate? Can Thomas Imbour try to revenge Yevon David, his teammate at CPB Sport, and take the first win of the weekend for Saudi Kart? Can Maxim Rem be a threat as well to Maxim Orlov? A lot of questions, a lot of answers needed, and that's what we like about the KZ2 class. That's the uncertainty in that category, with so many drivers with a good chance to play at the front. While the KZ, we know the big names, we know the favorites, and a lot of uncertainty in that class as well. But KZ2, it can go actually one way or the other throughout the course of the weekend.
You've got to keep your wits about you on a race start in KZ2. Drivers coming up to the starting grid. Standing start in these karts is like nothing else in motorsport. These guys get off the grid in the same speed a Bugatti Veyron does off the line, and you're only a couple of millimeters off the ground. 2, 3, 4 lights ready. Let's race again at Wackersdorf, and it's a very sporadic start for the front end of the field. Nakamura out of the guns like a rocket. Absolutely brilliant as he launches from the grid to take the early lead. So Nakamura under very little pressure indeed, as it's a little bit sideways in the hairpin. Has everybody got through? Just about. And up in second position already, a nice battle. Several drivers still dueling away as they mix it up on the opening tour. They've just about kept away from disaster, but out in front, Nakamura has launched into the lead in the Prema, having a fantastic run. Second position already, big guns blazing from the fast starting Maxim Rem in the Leclerc by Lennox machine, up into second position. But there is a very strong race battle coming. The drivers all still just trying to mix it on the far side, up and over the top of the crest on the back straight, and then flowing through turn 13, that long, extremely quick hairpin. And then it's Nakamura for Brent, Inbook, the Klein doing a great job off the line. Maxim Orlov all the way down in P5.
Yeah, great start indeed for Nakamura. We've seen him in the similar position throughout the season as well in direct drive. And for the Pramac Republic, once they are in the lead, oh, a little bit of a contact there, and a 118 lost a bit of momentum as a result.
It's Orlov.
It's Orlov, my apologies. It was Maxim Orlov, the 116, and he just tumbled down the order a couple of places down to P6. That won't help his case. Maxim Orlov, unfortunately, was trying to go for the move, obviously. But let's try to see what happened later in that race into turn number 12. So the driver is trying to find different lines to get an advantage into that lap number 2 out of 12. Well, look at the advantage already built by Kin Nakamura. 9/10 of a second with Maxim Rem. Great start for the German driver. And third and fourth, second at the moment on the inside goes one of the CRGs. Oh, a little bit of contact there. There was Pavatton Terry on the Nozanov by the look of it for P6. Lucas Amalisa was trying to make his bid as well. We're gonna need to watch out back. It was a nice move on the inside of turn number 4. You can see it's good to see drivers going for moves, trying at least to make it stick on the inside of turn number 11. And that's indeed Maxim Orlov trying to climb back what he lost in the opening stages.
So big problems then at the start for Maxim Orlov, dropping all the way back to 4th position, not getting a good run of it, and then a little bit of desperation perhaps kicking in to try and resuscitate his race a little bit. Getting past Christian Decline, no problem, but then Nozov, Dotteri, Samalisto, Rakel, Udmark, Milders and Tigran Bonatia. So a very solid start to proceedings as you've got Kubenko trying to shake off Soteropoulos and Artem Sebrukin, then Kleich, and then Sternbach, Breitenbach in the mix there as well. Let's have a look at the start again of Maxim Orlov. Now this is he's just gone straight in, he's gone very hot. And he suddenly realises at the last moment, whoops, I'm actually going to hit the kart in front. So he tried to minimise the damage. He tried to strike the kart at an angle that meant that the front fairing wasn't going to come loose. And it gets squeezed there.
Yeah, I thought it was Christian Decline for a moment, but this is one of the CPBs by the look of it, who just went ahead. Christian Declain was the driver, is still the driver behind Maxim Orlov, and it was the driver that Orlov had his little contact with. Warning foul for JC Kirkby, as the gap has just decreased slightly to 0.8 of a second between Kim Nakamura and Maxim Rem. Here in the middle of turn number 4 and 5, Maxim Orlov with the Parling machine being chased by Christian Declain, Nozov, Tanteri, Lucas Amaristo putting out the fastest lap in 46.4, trying to fight his way through from P8. 124 with the Formula K colors. Nozov, this is Igor Nozov, of course, dropped the place from the start of that race. We don't see that many Formula Ks nowadays, as he's protecting his positions and getting Christian Declain on the nose of Paolo Tanteri.
So Jesse Kirby getting a warning flag as Maxim Ren doing his best to try and close up on Kier Nakamura whilst also trying to shake off the intentions of Thomas Imborg and Max Orlov. Max Orlov all over the back, trying to work his way further forward, trying to get into third position if he can. Going to come from quite a long way back in the Modena Kart ASD Paralin. Wasn't that long ago that they were on a completely different chassis altogether. They were on Birolats back in the day, and it was obviously the winner of the International Super Cup in 2019, Simone Cunati, who gave Modena their greatest day ever in the sunshine. But there's still an opportunity for the team to get another decent result, as Maxim Orlov is going to push and push and push, and on the inside he gets through finally on Thomas Imborg. That was a clean move from the Paralin driver, really got a good job there. And so now Max Orlov having to work his way back into a competitive position, yes, but he has now got himself up into third. His next target, Maxim Ren.
Halfway through that qualifying heat, on the way to turn number 4, the Wackersdorf Pro Kart Raceland circuit. 0.8 of a second, Maxim Ren, Maxim Orlov, as you can see, to Maxim, one from Germany, the one just behind with the clear colors. Thomas Imborg trying to get himself into the mix as well. One of the fast French drivers from CPB, presenting City Kart here at the World Championship as always. And Gardos are just behind. It's not easy. It's not easy to make an overtaking happen in that last part of the track. You can see a little bump on the way to turn number 13. And surprisingly, we've seen a couple of moves into that very last, long and last right-hander before making their way onto the start-finish straight. And Orlov is arresting Maxim at the moment. This is the battle for second place in that qualifying heat. Kim Nakamura felt that the time was coming to give it a little bit of a push, sorry. 1 full second now for Kim Nakamura with the fastest lap in the bag. That means that unless his two chasers start working together, which doesn't seem to be the case by the look of it, well, I feel like Nakamura won't be caught into that race. Run inside, another move for P2, and beautifully executed once again by Maxim Orlov, back into P2.
That took some bravery from Max Orlov to dive in on the inside of the final turn and trust that Maxim Rem wasn't going to make it difficult for him. You really have to have full confidence that the driver you're racing against is going to give you the respect of not backing into you at this stage of the weekend. That was full commitment from Max Orlov into the final turn. And I have to say, moving up into second position at this stage, he may not have the chance to catch up to Kier Nakamura, but you know what? That shows you the kind of strength and guile and determination Max Orlov really possesses.
Yeah, beautiful set of skills indeed, demonstrated by the driver Maxim Orlov. Don't forget,
I think we've lost Alex Marigliano in the first sector. Marigliano's disappeared from the fray. So Alex Marigliano going no further by the look of it, the Italian who's been so strong in international competitions and also, of course, in his native Italy. In fact, the investigation flag has just gone out for him. So apparently he has now crossed the line in Sector 3. So something has happened that meant he missed the timing zone at Sectors 1 and 2.
And we're back here with Thomas Imborg under the pressure of Igor Nozov from with the Formula K machine. And Nozov goes for the move on the inside of turn number 11. And can he make it stick on the exit? Yes, indeed. On to the next. That's one position gain for Nozov. Beautifully made on Thomas Imborg for P4. Let's see where Thomas Imborg can actually try to fight back. Maybe in the last turn. We've seen a couple of interesting moves. in the opening races. And there he goes back. Oh, into turn number 3. Wow. And Alex Powell started to move just before the breaking point. Imbu back into P4.
Yeah, it was very brave from Nozov the first time to sort of dive in and hope that momentum would carry him forward, which it did. But Thomas Imborg clearly deciding, no, I'm not going to let any cheap overtaking moves happen on me today. So he's actually been very focused and very calm on how that one will end up. So Igor Nozov getting his chance to get back in on Thomas Imborg, and it all falls apart. Now Christian de Klein wants to try and get his way through on his CRG. So he'll be trying to get past Igor Nozov on the Formula K. Last lap begins for Kier Nakamura-Berta. He is stripped 1.4 away from Maxim Orlov. This is a giant crushing effort from a very worthy driver. A lot of people have spoken a lot of volumes about Kier Nakamura-Berta. He's part of the Alpine Academy. He was the Junior World Champion by finishing second on the road to Freddie Slater, who then picked up a front fairing penalty. He was second on the road in the European Championship in Franciacorta last year in the OK category, but his consistency is what brought him the European title. But he really wants to win, and win on the road, win a final, win by example. Surely he's not going to get quite so much of an opportunity as he has here, and he's certainly driving himself into a fabulous position to do so. Nakamura-Berta out of the final hairpin, looking confident, looking strong, and just like his teammate Alex Powell, opening his account with a victory here at Pro Kart Raceland. And in his current form, he's going to be so tough to beat.
It's going to be so tough to beat indeed. Alex Powell wants a revenge after last year's World Championship that ended in tears in Sano in the OK category. Different class, different challenge, but the pace and the determination remain unchanged. Kier Nakamura-Berta with a Prema Racing the Car Public machine. That's 2 victories in a row after Alex Powell. Now Kier Nakamura-Berta, those two of course know each other quite well, teammates but also opponents for the past few seasons through the ranks of international karting. And so you know, this is actually Kier Nakamura-Berta's first visit to Wackersdorf. Unlike Alex Powell, who took pole position in 2020 in the junior category for the closing of the European Championship, but Alex Powell, Kier Nakamura-Berta at the time was in mini categories, and since we don't run the minis in FIA Karting international competition, this is his first visit to Wackersdorf, and it's fair to say that it's starting pretty much on the right note.
So fabulous performance then from Kier Nakamura-Berta. He opens with the win in front of Maxim Orlov and Maxim Rem. Thomas Imborg and Igor Nozov from Christian de Klein, Lucas Amalisto, Pablo Tontelli, Thomas Rachel and Bruno Mulders. Theodor Odmark in 11th position in front of Artem Sevrukin, Tigran Bonatian and Alexander Gubenko. Jake Clarich, the Australian, comes through in 15th position in his Parolin-driven Modena Kart ASD machine.
Then we have Fotios Sotiropoulos done in P16 from Froyan Breitenbach, Andre Matisic, Chelan Galazin, Alex Maragliano running up the top 20 from Oscar Steinbach, Tim Locati, Sebastian Velocini, Emmanuel May, Jose Gomez Gutierrez, Simon Billman, Karol Pasievic, Damian Drew, Kai Permer and JC Kirby missing at the end of this qualifying heat. The last one in this first series of KZ2 appearances. We're going to take a short break, only 2 races with the KZ2 class for the FIA Karting World Cup, sponsored for the first time by GoPro, that we are very happy to welcome as one of the new sponsors of the FIA Karting World Championship. Here's Kier Nakamura-Berta at the scale. Time for the brief, time for a bit of a chat with the mechanics, of course. It's in those moments, of course, that you have, of course, to keep your head a little bit cooling down, but discussing as well about what went right, what went wrong, and how to improve on the next race.
So let's look back over the highlights. A perfect start from Kier Nakamura-Berta. No issues at all off the line for him. And just made it look like child's play right from the launch. And it's races like that that just come so easily with a start like that. Everybody else just basically getting bogged down and trying their best to assert themselves in as high a position as possible. And then obviously that momentum shifts and transfers from one apex to the next, and you end up holding each other up. But perfect for Kier Nakamura-Berta, managed to get away, and he was never defeated. However, there were some moments. Max Orlov very nearly crashing into the back of his opponent, Christian de Klein, as he tried to recover. Finally then managed to get the balance of the kart right, got his way forward, driver after driver after driver, worked his way through, first past de Klein, then past Thomas Imborg, and then managed to get his move done in the end on the German talent, Maxim Rem. So some great performances and some great moves all around. He wasn't the only one on the move. Igor Nozov started to work his way forward as well to come home in what would be a top 5 finish. But Orlov, clearly fast over 1 lap. He just needs to get his start sorted out a bit faster.
Yeah, this is certainly the first time in the championship event of this level that he finds himself in such a position. Pole sitter is not an easy task at all, because you have to contain the field behind you. You have to, of course, oblige yourself to make the most of it at every race. It's not easy at all. And we've seen in the past a lot of drivers being very fast in qualifying, not quite able to translate that into performances in the heats, with the added difficulty of the standing start. And this is where qualifying can be very interesting to witness as well on track. You see pretty much all the drivers, once they're done with the sessions, doing standing starts procedures, attempting, testing their reflexes on the start-finish straight. This is absolutely fascinating to see. And some of them actually with experience tend to manage those procedures better than others.
Well, it's now time for the biggest class of the sport. And the man who starts on pole position for this first race is the European champion from last year, Paolo Ippolito of the Kart Republic Motorsport team. So fast, so strong in terms of his development. He is a great development racer, but now he is really starting to take the results for himself. We caught up with him earlier, and as he talks up a fighting chance of the World Championship.
Paolo Ippolito, good luck for you. It puts you among the best, certainly, to be feared here in Wackersdorf ahead of the World Championship. How are the sensations here under the sun of Germany?
So for sure the beginning is already okay. Since yesterday the speed was there, so we are competitive. The race is long, so we're gonna see tomorrow and Sunday for the final. At the moment, okay, pole position of the group. I don't think overall. It's okay, I'm happy for the moment.
It was a close call indeed. You kept attacking and attacking in your last lap, purple pretty much everywhere, but you missed the overall pole for not a lot, so the pace is definitely there.
No, for sure I did a little mistake. I didn't have also reference points in front of me, so maybe there was the speed to do a bit better, maybe 1/10, but I'm okay. We are in first row, so it's okay. For the moment, I'm happy, and I would like to thank my team, Dino, the owner of KR Motorsport, the tuner, everyone for the moment are doing a really good job, so it's okay.
Fantastic, grazie mille. You have all the right tools to perform at your best. Thank you very much, and good luck for the World Championship.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of time for Paolo Ippolito. He's a fabulous, fabulous chap. And his head is absolutely screwed on in the right places. Of course, he had that unfortunate moment a few years ago with Luca Corberi. And when I asked him about, it's amazing how it's turned around. Since then, he said to me, we don't talk about that day anymore. It's amazing. He's just completely wiped it from the memory. He's galvanized himself. He's resignated his career, joined Kart Republic, and he's fitted into the team so perfectly. He is an absolutely stellar choice. And look at the man alongside him, Danilo Albanese. These two are not necessarily the most flamboyant characters within the FIA Karting paddock in KZ. You look at Ippolito and Albanese, and they're both quite quiet, they're both quite reserved, they're both quite humble. But you know what? It works for Kart Republic. They do the work, they drill, they regulate, they test, they develop. And these two have become very, very quiet, but very, very ruthless champions of their like.
Ruthless indeed. The last two European champions actually, Danilo Albanese this year, Paolo Ippolito the year before. Another driver, another Italian driver, once again, a new generation of fantastic performers from Italy, who just won his first FIA karting race in the OK category at the closing round of the European Championship. It was in Cremona by the end of July. Luigi Coluccio. It was such a beautiful moment. If you witnessed that with us on FIAKarting.com, finally, the victory that awaited Luigi Coluccio after so many years of trying.
Yeah, I've got a real thing for Luigi Coluccio. He's got this real manner about him, this real stance. He really wants to bring the team forward, bring himself forward. It wasn't that long ago that we finally said goodbye to Marco Ardigo as a driver within the Tony Kart team. He's obviously still here in the paddock. But Luigi Coluccio does kind of seem to me as the kind of driver who can pick up that mantle and take it on. He loves racing in Italian GT alongside his karting, but he just can't cut the umbilical cord. He wants to stay in karting. He wants to keep pushing for titles. You kind of get the feeling he'll race Italian sports cars and Italian TCR for as long as he wants in the future, while still captaining the Tony Kart factory team. It's wonderful. Ippolito and Albanese, Coluccio, third place, Senna van Waalstein in fourth, then Lorenzo Complese and Matteo Vigano, Stan Pex and Jeremy Iglesias, Riccardo Longhi and Giuseppe Palomba from Lenny Reed and Anthony Abbas.
Then we have Louis Speck from Felix Arnold, Nico Lemberg, Mario Lubic, Daniele Federici, Simon Bayer, Greg Tanik, Nicola Bartolini, Esteban Ranjul, Matthias Torrigiani, Jan Cuori and Mario Cettino. 13 laps to go through for the first of the qualifying heats of the KZ category. Only two today, much more tomorrow, as drivers have to go through 3 qualifying heats, unlike the KZ2 with the 7 performances. But still, it's an entirely sort of different category. Not many races per weekend, so it means that every qualifying heat counts double.
Well, people in motor racing refer to KZ in the FIA karting paddocks as Formula One stripped bare without the money. It is just so relentlessly exciting. These karts are so fast, so physical, and you can snap ribs without even having an accident. It is so difficult, it is so tough to keep yourself in a competitive position. You've really got to be very, very careful about how you put yourself into a competitive position. But there are so many top drivers. And even a few years ago when we talked about KZ, you know, there were only 20, 21, 22 drivers on the grid. This weekend, for the World Championship, we have 48. We have doubled the grid, as so many more drivers feel they can go for the challenge of becoming FIA Karting World Champion at Wackersdorf. And it really does just give us so much to fight for. These karts, so fast. Max Verstappen won this title 10 years ago. And now we get to see who joins him and many others in the FIA Karting Hall of Fame. The lights will come on and we're going to go out now. Off we go, and it's a great start from the front for both Albanese and Ippolito. But Ippolito just has his nose in front, trying to split them is Van Waalstein. He slides sideways, trying to dive in up the inside of a slow starting Ippolito. Albanese is going to have the lead. Van Waalstein nearly comes together with Ippolito. Hangs back in third position as the Kart Republic duo lead and are second. It looks like Ippolito is almost defending with his teammate there, getting away, and Coluccio has been held up massively. So Coluccio is going to lose out, and he loses out again to the 25 of Giuseppe Palomba.
That was a close call indeed as they made their way into the last hairpins of the opening lap. But Luigi Paolo Ippolito is going to have to fight that way through. So now we're getting close of a contact indeed into that opening lap. Let's have a look at the classification info. There was a great start from our current leader, Daniel Albanese, pulling away 6/10 of a second already from Ippolito. So now Waalstein just behind for 4-10s. Jeremy Iglesias up into P4. Great start, 4 places gained by the 2020 World Champion Leonardo. Up into P4 from Stanpex, Vigano, Palomba, Coluccio, Complese. Anthony Abbas running up the top 10. The return of the Frenchman won in 2019 the opening round of the European Championship on this very track, who has been always performing, taking pole positions, wins and podiums and accolades over the past few years. But Anthony Abbas, it's been a while since we've seen him in that position. And will be good to catch up with the Frenchman driving the Solicat machines. As run inside was the CRG of Jeremy Iglesias on Senna van Waalstein. Beautifully made by Jeremy Iglesias on Van Waalstein, having to defend against Stan Pex, but Pex goes for the move just before the breaking point. Can Van Waalstein replicate? He stays behind. That's 2 positions lost in the process of 2 corners for Senna van Waalstein.
So cool to see Stan Pex really starting to fight his way forward. Obviously, we've seen Jorrit Pex take so many accolades in the KZ world over the last 10 years. And now Stan is really starting to make his impression felt. Of course, he came from the Academy Trophy representing the Netherlands. And now here he is in his own team, let's not forget. Stan Pex actually engineering himself in his own team to battle his way further forward. So it's always pretty satisfying when you see a good engineer backed up by a very solid performance there as well in good form. You've got to go back quite a long way though to see a driver who has won both in the European Championship and the World Championship in the same year. As we look at the start, we're looking at Daniel Albanese, how he was able to launch off the line and beat Paolo Ippolito, not initially but certainly around the outside, just keeping it nice and present. Though Van Walstein trying to split the two of them, he almost lost it completely, and that's how Danilo Albanese was able to get himself further forward. As on the live feed, we can see moves are plenty being made. That is the that is the 6 of Stan Pex working his way forward again to make an overtaking move. So Stan Pex has got further forward then past Senna Van Walstein to move up into 4th position, and now he's got the job done on Jeremy Iglesias to get through into 3rd position in the CRG. So amazing stuff. But the man up front, Danilo Albanese, leading at a very crucial point of the weekend. You've got to go all the way back to 2017 for a driver to have become European and World Champion in the same year. That was the legendary Paolo Di Conto. Can Danilo Albanese do the same?
Paolo Di Conto at the time, who took 2 world titles in a row. Lost the European title on Renato back in 2018, you might remember that, to Jori Pex. So history, again, with big names still here. Let's not forget that the Pex brothers know this Wackersdorf circuit like maybe certainly better than anyone else in this field. We've been competing in Germany, winning actually Germany karting titles for years now with their own SP Motorsport team. Stan Pex is best results. Let's have a look back at what happened with Senna Van Walstein. Look at on the inside, Jeremy Iglesias into the last turn. Another of those last corner move, and you could see Iglesias gesturing to Senna Van Walstein. Stay with me, let's not fight this way through. Let's stick together because we need to work our way to try to make the contact with the upper part of the field. But Senna Van Walstein, while trying to maybe switch the positions, opened the door to Stan Pex, who made his move as well, and Pex just kept on carrying the momentum and now sits in P3 in front of Iglesias. So fantastic pace from Stan Pex, as we said, whose experience of the Wackersdorf circuit and the German tracks in general might be certainly slightly superior due to his many years in the German Karting Championship, along with his brother Jori Pex. And when it comes to stats, we have to go back to 2016 for Stan Pex's best results. He was vice European champion in those days. And in the meantime, his brother Jori accumulated the accolades as well. 3-time European champion, world champion as well back in the day. So many titles and beautiful results between the Pex brothers. And it's good to see Stan, of course, fighting his way through against the best of the world. Danilo Albanese, Paolo Ippolito, the last 2 European champion in the lead, split by 0.5 of a second. Iglesias, world champion 3 years ago. Senna Van Walstein, one of the biggest names, of course, in this class after KZ2 and KZ. Van Walstein, who was second 2 years ago to the international KZ2 Super Cup, not a World Cup, on the class just behind, making his way up to the top echelon. Matteo Vigano won the international Super Cup back in Genk in 2018. Then we had Giuseppe Palomba, Lorenzo Camplese, Riccardo Longhi, who took his first and sole win to this day in the FIA Karting European Championship here in Wackersdorf. It was in 2021. Luigi Coluccio getting ahead of Riccardo Longhi for P9. We can go on and on and on about the accolades and results of those great drivers because there's so many of it. And this is just the first 2 of 4 groups in the KZ category. Lap number 9 it is. Lap number 9. Danilo Albanese just 4 tenths in front of Paolo Ippolito. Stan Pex, Jeremy Iglesias just behind, split by nothing. Watch out for the French driver. He has Senna Van Walstein just behind. Those 3 try not to get together, of course, working together at least to try to decrease the gap on the leaders. That might be a little bit too big of a gap and too late in the race, I'm afraid. The Stan Pex and Iglesias, they have 1 position left to fight. This is speed 3, and that would be the perfect start. Perfect start would be the win, obviously, but considering the gap, and that would be still a very positive results. And Van Walstein, you could see that the Dutch driver trying to take a little bit of the inside of Jeremy Iglesias, but there was just no space for Van Walstein to go through.
So Albanese holding this 0.6 of a second advantage over Ippolito. Here's Stan Pex making that bid on the inside of Jeremy Iglesias. That's not just anybody you've overtaken. That's the man who won the 2020 World Championship title, of course, in fantastic fashion. And ever since that moment, Jeremy Iglesias has taken on this real authority to his driving. It's almost as if he's been justifying his existence in this class for so long that he finally got the chance to shine. And ever since then, it's been like, right, well, now I can just have some fun and enjoy myself. And that's pretty much how he's been handling things for so long now. But Danilo Albanese leading from Ippolito, Pex, Iglesias and Senna Van Walstein. And of course, There's been some amazing fairy tales and great stories over the years in the FIA Karting World Championship. That day in Lonato for German Iglesias, definitely one of them, followed by the two great Swedish champions that we've had in the last 2 years of the KZ World Championship title. Noah Milel, of course, winning in his back garden at Kristianstad in 2021 in very emotional circumstances. And then last year at Le Mans, Victor Gustafsson finally establishing himself as one of the world's best as a world champion, with both, interestingly, Milel and Iglesias on the podium with him. Noah Milel sadly no longer racing, so that leaves the door open for at least another driver to take on his mantle, and certainly Luigi Coluccio stepping up to the Tony Kart factory team to do that. Struggling at the moment though, he's in 9th position in front of the Birolart Racing team manager Riccardo Longhi, who is down in 10th position ahead of the comeback kid for Sodi, Anthony Abbas.
Yeah, I'm quite positively surprised by the pace of Abbas, because he's been out of competition for the past 2 seasons, if I'm not mistaken, and you know, it takes a lot to be able to drive on a competitive level in the World Championship against those who have been, you know, on track for the past few seasons in those conditions. But he's out there, P11, and certainly not a result to be ashamed of. As we're here with Jeremy Iglesias still, Senna van Wallstein. Unlike what we've seen before, of course, in the KZ2 category, where it was maybe a bit rough on the edges in terms of overtaking maneuvers. KZ is an entirely different beast. As we go into the final lap, the level is so high and the track is so narrow, it's so difficult to really make those switch of positions, that it can sometimes take a full race or half of it to work on that move, try to get that maneuver done, and sometimes it never happens. So that's why sometimes we feel like it's observing each other for quite a bit, but at the last moment sometimes it can open a move.
Well, for those who are sitting here for the first time watching this and wondering what's the real difference between KZ and KZ2 then, it's quite simple really. 5 kilograms, that's it, pretty much. The distance between one class and the other. These are 5 kilograms minimum weight lighter than their KZ2 counterparts. The machinery is still the same. The driving standards is so much higher. As Danilo Albanese starts the week in winning fashion. He was the European champion a few weeks ago at Sarno in Italy. Now here in Wackersdorf in Germany, he starts the week the way he wants to go on. He wants to become the first driver for 6 years to win both FIA Karting European and World Championship crowns in the same season. Not since Paolo De Conto in 2017 has that been achieved in the same year, but Danilo Albanese certainly starting his week the perfect way.
The perfect way for Albanese, who had a good run as well in the preparation race coming to the 7th, where he actually beat the lap record. That lap record didn't hold for long, as he was beaten by Paolo Ippolito himself earlier in the non-qualifying practice sessions. As we had this morning, Ippolito winning a 45.165 as the new lap record of the Wackersdorf circuit. Drivers making their way back into the pit lane and into the Parc Fermé. We're going to have some more KZ fights just in a few moments with the next race opposing Group A versus C. But before that, let's have a look at the classification in full. Danilo Albanese, winner of his first qualifying heat of the weekend from Paolo Ippolito. This is a 1-2 for Car Republic Motorsport. From Stan Pex, climbing 4 places, as did Jeremy Iglesias up to P4, followed by Senna van Wallstein, Matteo Vigano P6 from Giuseppe Palomba, Lorenzo Camplese, Luigi Coluccio, Riccardo Longhi P10, Anthony Abbas P11 from Louis Speck, Felix Arnold, Nico Lemberg, René Reed in P15. P16 is Mario Lubic from Greg Tanik, Simon Bayer, Nicola Bartolini, Daniele Federici, Jan Cuovi, Esteban Hangel, Mattias Torrigiani, and we did lose one driver, unfortunately, in Mario Cettino. That was the first outing for the KZ category. In total, we'll have 6 of those races to today, 4 more tomorrow. Here's Danilo Albanese, this year's KZ European champion in great fashion. And what better start to his world event than to establish himself in the lead. Danilo Albanese, who took the win on home soil for the closing round in Sarno back in July after some strong results already in Squera in Spain. And it was enough through the 2 rounds to crown him European champion. Here's a look back at the start. Good getaway, as we said, from Danilo Albanese from the pole sitter Paolo Ippolito. Ippolito on the left side of your picture, but Albanese was quicker at the start. Ippolito a little bit in the way of so to speak, of Senna van Wallstein on the right side. Van Wallstein trying to make his bit on the inside of turn number 4. We came close to contact over there, and there you can see actually there's been contact between Ippolito and Van Wallstein on the exit of turn number 5, and it was enough for Daniel Albanese to pull away and not to be caught again at the end, and further contact as well further back. As you can see, that's a very hectic opening lap. We had the number 3, Luigi Coluccio. That's where actually Coluccio lost a bit of momentum in the opening lap with a contact that dropped him all the way to P9. So certainly things to consider for Luigi Coluccio to maximize his performance in the next race.
It's going to be fascinating to see how the dynamics of these battles continue to evolve through the course of the weekend. You're not going to see any more KZ races today from these particular drivers. There is a second KZ qualifying heat for groups A versus C coming up very shortly, but then the KZ drivers themselves won't actually come out again after that until tomorrow. So this is a nice warm-up to give us a bit of an indication as to who's going to do what. Daniel Albanese just leading by example out in the front. Once he got away, he was never really caught. So it's going to be fascinating to see if the Kart Republic team can actually keep up that kind of momentum, can keep up that sort of pace, because it is going to be incredibly physical, not just today, but also tomorrow as well, looking after these tyres. You're not going to have it particularly easy at all. How about this for a front row of the grid, or at least 2 drivers chatting away? Emilian Denner, pole position sitter with former world champion Marian Kramers, the man who won in 2019. This man has had so many opportunities, both in the European and World Championship, to take glory. He won the Super Cup back in 2019, of course, at Lonato, but this is surely going to be his best chance yet to become world champion for the Sony Kart Factory team. We caught up with him after his run to pole position.
Emilian Denner, an impressive lap to get you started in the World Championship on a track that you know and like quite a bit. Talk us through that performance, and how confident do you feel?
No, I'm really happy. Since yesterday we arrived, we were straight away really fast. And yeah, the car was working perfectly, chassis, engine, everything was perfect. My lap wasn't the best, but yeah, it was enough for pole, so I'm quite happy.
Quite happy. Still, this is going to be a long game, a lot of qualifying heats, a lot of opposition in the KZ class. You guys are the best in the world, let's face it. So what do you think you can achieve? How can you make the difference on a track with that much of experience shared by everybody in the class?
I think, yeah, of course we've got a long way to go, but when you start qualifying like this, it's much easier to start the heats from first and from 5th or 6th. So I think we got really good chances this year, and I think yeah, we still have some work to do with used tires, of course, but yeah, I think the hardest has been done, and now we'll see.
Thank you very much, Emilian Denner. Good luck to you.
So Emilian Denner getting himself ready for a fascinating challenge. It really is going to be an exciting battle for him as he continues to quest his way forward for a brilliant result. Tom Loyer of the Tony Kart Factory team. This is another man worth keeping an eye on over the course of this season, particularly considering it was this time last year when he was claiming his own KZ2 prize, the World Cup. Now, Le Mans is ancient history. Wackersdorf is his current objective, and after a difficult start to the European Championship campaign at Zuera that ended dramatically, that is ancient history too. It's time to go to battle for the World Championship, and boy does he look motivated.
He looks motivated indeed. Last year's European champion Tom Loyer with the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team and chassis. Now he moved up to the Tony Kart Factory. Watch out as well from one of the best Germans in this year's European season, David Trefilov from Maranello RCP Factory team. An Italian chassis and a German team, very much familiar with those parts and those track, of course, of Wackersdorf and all the others in the karting German Championship. David Trefilov, of course, always to keep an eye on, as he will be starting from the 2nd row of the grid, ready to give it a go. David Trefilov, whose season, of course, didn't certainly translate into the results he had hoped for. A couple of points picked here and there to finish in a P17 in this year's European Championship. Former KZ2 driver last season, David Trefilov, who was absolutely impressive in qualifying heats, first season in KZ. And talking about the big names in the category, the last year's and the reigning KZ World Champion, Victor Gustafsson, who took his 2nd title in his career after the 2020 European Championship in the KZ2 category. But last year in Le Mans, he was the strongest of all CRG drivers to take the crown in what had been a fantastic weekend. on French soil. Victor Gustafsson, of course, more than willing to emulate his own performance of last season. He made it to P4 in this European year, winner of Sarno by the end of July. The green light is on, the checker flag is waving. Here we go for the qualifying heat A versus C. Still in the KZ, the last race of the KZ already for today, Friday. We have a lot more coming our way tomorrow, so stay with us, and all that information, schedule, results, decisions, videos, interviews, everything we got you covered as always, available to you on fiakarting.com.
The ultimate French duel on the front row of this grid. Emilien Denner versus Tom Loyer. Then we have David Trevelov and Victor Gustafsson, Johan Sugel and Francesco Salenta, Adrien Renaudin and Moran Kramers from Marek Skriven and Dorrit Pex. Then Pedro Hilbrand and Alessandro Irlando.
Then we have Arthur Carbonell, Lorenzo Trevisanuto, Angelo Lombardo, Matej Proust, Arthur Torum, Michele Fontana, Jean Luyet, Christian Habulin, James Myers, Darius Babayona, Mara Kenzev and Quentin Voria. A name that might sound familiar to some of you guys, maybe not so much in this part of the world, but certainly on the Atlantic side, is James Myers, that is commonly known as AJ Myers, one of the karting legends on the American scene, winner of many accolades and titles in the United States, and this is his third appearance in the World Championship. And there's always an interesting story about, you know, drivers coming from the United States to compete against the best in Europe, and it's a bit like David against Goliath, as he described it to me himself, because he competes with his own very own private team against the big guns in the category. So let's see what AJ Myers, the representative of the American nation in this class, can do in his first qualifying heat. But there's so many names actually who can win this one. Emilien Denner, of course, took victory in the past on this very track of Wackersdorf. It was one of those past winners and pole sitters, at least, not yet a winner because it was beaten by Riccardo Longhi 2 years ago on the run to the victory in the European Championship. So let's see what he can do. Emilien Denner this time around. Can he actually translate pole position into winning results? That remains to be seen, but first mission for him is to get it done in the opening qualifying heat for those two groups.
Time to see if Emilien Denner or Tom Loyer have the goods to run from the front and stay there in KZ this week. It'll be a very exciting and competitive run, but don't forget you've got former world champions in the mix, like Moran Kramers, Pedro Hilbrand and Dorrit Pex. Off we go, and it's a great start for Emilien Denner. No problems at all for him to launch forward. Tom Loyer trying desperately to hold back the man who has got through in a second place. David Trevelov in the Maranello launches his way forward, and round the outside, the Leclerc by Lennox comes forward. That is a fast starting Adrien Renaudin, is it, coming forward? No, I think that's actually even further back in the field from that. Was that Moran Kramers launching forward? That would be an absolutely astonishing start for the Dutchman, but as they work their way through, we're going to double check. It actually looks like the DR.
Could it be actually Pedro Hilbrand, or if it was Renaudin, it was on the DR indeed?
It's a DR, it is Renaudin. So it is Renaudin that's come forward, but he's on the Danilo Rossi chassis, so a perfect start from Renaudin. He was always very circumspect about how his... Oh, contact further back, and it's happened twice. Somehow they've all got going except for one, and that is unfortunately the 57 that comes to a parking point. That is Angelo Lombardo. So Lombardo going no further, desperately trying to get the car started again. And he has now managed to do so, but Lombardo down at the very back of the grid as a result. And there's more wheel-to-wheel stuff continuing on in the second lap, as we've got a very defensive stance there from one of the Birolats up at the sharp end. That looks like Kramers defending from Sogel, Skriven, Hilbrand, Carbonell, Irlando and Matej Proust.
Let's see how it's going to play out from this point on. Lap number 2 out of 13 in the KZ category on the inside, turn number 11. And it's quite feisty actually in those opening stages of a race, as Pedro Hilbrand lost to Skriven for P10. We have a warning flag indeed for the Spaniard, the former OK World Champion back in 2016. And then in the meantime, couldn't dream of a better start to his race. 1.3 second advantage of David Trevelov on the inside. Goes one of the CRGs, beautifully made. This is for the back, and it keeps on battling actually. Victor Gustafsson, Tom Loyer, it was for P4. Watch out for any contact. Tom Loyer, the 31 from Tony Carl, my apologies. Still in P4 from Gustafsson, Francesco Salenta, Dorrit Pex, Kramers, Sogel. And he keeps on battling as Trevelov sees the pressure of Adrien Renaudin, the sole driver from Danilo Rossi's team, engaged in this year's World Championship in this class. Adrien Renaudin putting Trevelov under intense pressure. He's going to go for the move, the Frenchman. He feels it. He might seem to have the pace. The question is, can he find the space needed to launch a maneuver on the way to turn number 3, the right-hander, the breaking point of the hairpin in turn number 4. And David Trafilov doesn't seem to be able to get away from Adrien Renaudin. He's blocking the Frenchman a little bit, and Tom Leyer is just behind his fellow countryman. Watch out for Victor Gustafsson, the reigning world champion in P5. Francesco Saletta with the Parolin Motorsport Factory trying to catch up as well from P6. Yori Pex, whose brother Stan did a beautiful P3 further up. As run inside goes Victor Gustafsson, taking P3 from Tom Leyer. He's trying to switch the position back into the next hairpin, but Victor Gustafsson saw it coming, obviously, and shut that door. For how long, that's the question. As we conclude another lap. Here we go for lap number 5 out of 13. Denner still very much in the lead for 1.7 seconds. Nothing to worry about for the Frenchman. He's still raging further back. As Trafilov is still courageously holding on to second place. Managed to get a couple of meters between himself and Adrien Renaudin with the fastest lap in this qualifying heat. That's why just 3/10. That won't be enough, of course, if he stay like that. And if Adrien Renaudin keeps on pushing. Gustafsson up into P4, Leyer down to P5. Then we have Salenta, Pex, Sogel, Kremers in P9. Brian Kremers, of course, in the Birla factory tent, but representing the Patrizio Corse colors this weekend. As we've seen, Brian Kremers competing on different chassis and colors, of course, over the years. Birla, of course, Ricciardo, now Patrizio Corse. Brian Kremers, like AJ Myers, has been mostly busy doing karting in America for the past 2 seasons now, so it's always good to see the former world champion back on this side of the Atlantic Ocean. Let's see what happens, actually, at the opening stages. Here's the contact that cost his race to Angelo Lombardo, and the 2 contacts actually happening in the same picture, and Angelo Lombardo was able to get going, but dead last, unfortunately.
There wasn't really a lot he could do about that one at that particular point. Here's Pedro Hilbrand having his moment, I think. Whoops! And that is how he got away with it, essentially, there, but he was just given a warning flag for going a little bit too far over the apron on that occasion. But again, just as we saw from Danilo Albanese in the previous heat, Emilian Denner has got into a decent lead in front of David Trefilov and is just driving away with Gustafsson, Renaudin and Leyer still very much in the mix, still in the hunt in the top 5, but I don't really think you're going to see too much more from them in terms of battling away for the front end.
And we've lost another driver, I think, by the look of it, Marek Yazev. That's who this is about, but I've seen just one driver pulling into the pits. We're going to wait for confirmation, but as it stands, David Trafilov still resisting as much as he can to Victor Gustafsson. As further back goes Tom Leyer on Adrien Renaudin. Renaudin at some point seemed to be able to stay within the shadow of David Trafilov to launch an attack, but the other way around, actually, it dropped a bit of momentum, and Tom Leyer's fellow countryman was able to switch the position for P4.
So Denner, Trefilov, Gustafsson, Leyer, Renaudin and Salenta as they continue to charge their way further forward, but a very exciting battle from Renaudin in the DR. It looks as though they've made such a quantum leap forward in terms of their development. They really struggled in the European Championship this year, but they've certainly done their homework for Wackersdorf in the World Championship week. Renaudin could actually be one of the dark horses for the World Championship title. This man, though, Emilian Denner, so much has been written about his chances, so much has been given to him in terms of opportunity, and it's all got away at the last chance. I don't think he's going to be anything less than the ruthless operator to try and get this world title won. So Denner continuing on his way over the sharp end of the field. Now, what have we got further back? This is Joris Pex battling away and losing out to Johan Sogel. So Sogel managing to get through there on the inside line of Joris Pex on the SP Motorsport machine. And Moran Kramers is not that far away either, considering that Moran Kramers has been out of the seat for quite a while now as well. Good to see him jumping back in and immediately being on the good pace.
Yeah, I guess he kept himself too busy winning the titles in America, you know, after winning everything in Europe. And the fights continue. Beautiful move on the inside, but it took actually on the exit with Adrien Renaudin by the look of it. And then number 2 of Francesco Salenta. Good battle between the two for P5. Renaudin was able to keep the position alive, but Salenta might try to go again with Parolin driver. Adrien Renaudin with the DR trying his bit to resist. At some point, Renaudin doesn't seem to have the same pace as Francesco Salenta. Is going to have to go defensive.
Yeah, that was just Renaudin psyching out his opponent, wasn't it? It's like, look, you can try and battle with me wheel to wheel if you want. You can try and bang me wheels if you really fancy giving this a go. But I'm not going to back down. You're not going to back down. So either you're going to get off the throttle or we're going to have an accident. That was pure intimidation from Adrien Renaudin. And he made sure that he held on to the position from Francesco Salenta. It's all about tactics. It's all about strategy.
Can you imagine? This is the first qualifying heat of a 3-day event, the World Championship, and already intimidation happening between two of the contenders.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what we like, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Renaudin is one of the steeliest competitors out there. He's been helping Danilo Rossi work that chassis further forward as time goes on. Can you remember the point just a few short years ago when the DR was basically just hanging on to the World Championship entry by a thread? And now here it is with a driver of the caliber of Adrien Renaudin. They've completely rebuilt, they've restructured from the ground up. It's looking like a pretty fast operation now. When you consider that the Italian karting fold has so many big names in it already, like Tony Kart, CRG, Kart Republic, Parolin, and now this little DR chassis, which was very unfancied for quite some time, is suddenly quick in the hands of Renaudin. Here's Gustafsson getting his move on the inside of Tom Loyer. World champion in 2022, of course. He wasn't the only one he managed to dive up the inside of. Got that lovely move on Renaudin. This is the thing, Gustafsson is just so quiet. He's so humble. He's the kind of person, he'll be his own worst critic. He'll be the first to take to social media after a weekend going, I let you all down. I made mistakes. I am not going to rest on this. I'm going to regroup and prove that I can be better. He's already one of the elite. Last year, he won the World Championship through no fluke at all. He wrestled for that title and he won it fair and square. And now, I've got the feeling he's got that mentality, that energy, and that self-belief, but also, you know, self-assessment, that self-analysis of him, where he can just build and grow. He could win multiple titles, Gustafsson.
Yeah, that's the least we wish Victor Gustafsson. Another one who has been absolutely brilliant last year's World Championship in Le Mans is Arthur Carbonell, who took the win in the International Super Cup of KZ2, the World Cup as it's known today, and he's done in P13. Final lap for Emilian Denner. Almost 9/10 of a second in front of David Trefilov. We have Gustafsson and Tom Loyer on the way to the checkered flag. Adrien Renaudin, Salenta, and the rest. We're going to wait for the conclusion of that last lap because there might be still a little bit of battle happening in the last few corners of that last lap. We're quite unlikely to see any future positions. And we're not into a final stage yet. But of course, those drivers are running with experience. They know that every race, every result count double in this category at this level. And Emilian Denner has proved to be certainly one to count for. Victory for the Frenchman in front of David Trefilov. Gustafsson taking P3. Tom Loyer, Adrien Renaudin, Grant Sogel, Francesco Salenta, Yuri Pex, Marion Kremers, and Pedro Hilbrand, your top 10. Well done to this young man, Emilian Denner, who's been on pole before on this beautiful track of Wackersdorf back in 2021. Couldn't translate this into a winning result in the final, but that's what he did, step by step, winning his qualifying races to hopefully make it happen into the most important of all races. But Denner has always been fast with the Intrepid chassis back in the day. Now with the Sodikart machine prepared by CPB Sport. This is very much a track for Sodikart. So looking at the past results with not only Emilian Denner but Senna van Wallstein as well, and Anthony Abbas, just to name a few. But this is heat number 1 for those two groups, and the first victory of the weekend for Emilian Denner.
A perfect start for Danilo Albanese, a perfect start for Emilian Denner. The two of them have come out of the blocks fighting fit and taken a victory apiece for Kart Republic and Sodikart, respectfully, to start this World Championship week off in fine style. The Italian and the Frenchman, and they'll go to battle again tomorrow. Emilian Denner and David Trefilov from Victor Gustafsson in third, then Tom Loyer, Adrien Renaudin, and the brilliant Johan Sogel. Francesco Salenta, Jorrit Pex, Marion Kremers, and Pedro Hilbrand, ahead of Marek Scriven, Alessandro Irlando, Arthur Carbonell, Lorenzo Travazanuto, and James Myers, who managed to come home in the top half of the field.
P16 was Michele Fontana from Jean Louis, Mateusz Preuss, Arthur Tehum, Christian Abolin, Darius Babayona, Quentin Voria, and the driver that we lost, Mara Kiazev and Angelo Lobardo, still who crossed the line, but all the way down after the incident in the opening lap. A couple of good recovering indeed for AJ Myers, 6 places up, as it was very, very close through the upper part of that field. Now, as we said before, we're going to leave the KZ on the side for now. 4 more races in that category, of course, tomorrow on the way to the superheat and the final. As Emilian Denner is smiling and is right about that. Winner from pole position and is ecstatic actually. The pace has been there, it's been uncatchable. And of course, there's all reasons to be smiling.
He's got a very good reason to be happy because usually at this point, he's got a very good job in practice. He's done a very good job in qualifying. And then for some reason in the first race, it always seems to slip away. Not this time. Emilian Denner looking so much more confident, so much more pleasant. He looks like he's literally just woken up out of bed this morning and gone straight to the circuit. He doesn't even look like he's done a race of 13 laps around the course. But he's absolutely stormed it in this first race. Perfect start, perfect getaway. It couldn't really have gone any better at all for Emilian Denner. Even right from the start, Tom Loyer doing his best to go with him, but right from the start he had problems of his own as a very feisty David Trevelov worked his way forward to pick up the slack and make another big gain. So fabulous performances there on the opening lap and the opening race. Good to see so many great contenders working their way further forward. It's been a very strong opener. That's when we saw Angelo Lombardo basically be climbed over by one of his opponents, and then the job finished off for him because he was obviously a long way down the field when he recovered. Pedro Hilbrand, he is a determined man, just a little bit too determined on this particular occasion as he mounts the back of the Sodi kart, and he was very lucky indeed there not to get away with more than a warning flag on that occasion. Big dives up the inside from Victor Gustafsson, a man who I still feel has got every chance of winning this World Championship this week, as he did last year at Le Mans. He just knows when to go for the overtaking moves. He'll look after the tyres quite sensibly in third position. He knows he's got a very solid result to bank on, but it's a long old race week. Just because you've won the first race doesn't mean you've got any chance at all of winning the World Championship. You've got to do the homework. You've got to really make sure that these tyres go the distance. But so far for Dana Albanese in race 1 and Emilian Denner there in race 2, it's a perfect start.
It's a perfect start indeed, and you might have seen on the previous footage the amount of degradation on those LeConte tires. You know, they have the reputation to be solid, and they have to be, because 1.5 set, it means 6 tires that those drivers have to juggle with, as we said, between qualifying and the superheat all the way to Sunday morning. And we've seen the degradation level being quite impressive after just one qualifying race already, with the conditions being very, very hot indeed. The young driver on your picture is Matteo Spirgel, the young Frenchman driving the Sodi kart machine for CPB Sports. He will be starting from pole position. What can Matteo Spirgel do as we turn our attention back to the KZ2 category for another run of 4 races, starting with the D versus E race. And Matteo Spirgel will be leading from pole position on this race. Is going to have Daniel Stell by his side. We heard from Daniel Stell earlier today. We're going to hear from Matteo Spirgel, the representative from Sodi kart, just after his performance in qualifying. Matteo Spirgel, bravo, congratulations. We are here at the World Championship in the KZ2 category, and you demonstrated that the Sodi kart factory and the chassis will be one to watch this weekend with a beautiful lap.
Yeah, it was just perfect. I tried to find the perfect gap to push the maximum, and I did it, so really happy.
You must be really happy because there's going to be a lot of very strong drivers in an impressive field in KZ2. What do you think you can achieve on this track? Wackersdorf, not the easiest of layout, very tricky, very technical.
Yeah, it's a really difficult track, but in this track there is beautiful races because we can overtake in many corners. So yeah, let's see what we can do.
Let's see what you can do. Good luck, bonne chance, Matteo Spirgel. Thank you very much.
So Matteo Spirgel, definitely one of the drivers to watch this weekend. If anybody's going to come up with a, not necessarily a shock World Cup victory, but certainly a pleasantly unexpected one, it is Matteo Spirgel. This man, though, Daniel Stell, who we saw doing such a fantastic job at early doors for the Door Motorsport team earlier on, he continues with a very strong opportunity to continue on home soil. You've got to remember that we're still waiting for a new German driver to win an FIA Karting World title. There's only ever been one, would you be surprised to believe, considering how many legendary drivers to come out of Germany there have been over the last 43 years of competition in German motorsport. But incredibly, only one has won an FIA Karting title of any note. The Junior World Cup in 1980 at Le Creusot, which was won by the fantastic sports car and touring car driver of the 1990s and early 2000s, Bernd Schneider. Daniel Vasile for the Birolot Racing team, the Romanian driver. One to watch out for. Of course, mentioning Bernd Schneider, I talk about him as a sports car driver and a touring car driver. He was, of course, also a Formula One driver in the late 1980s, as he raced, as he did with both the Zach Speed and Footwork race teams. So a fascinating opportunity for him to watch potentially a countryman emulate him and put on a fantastic result in the international competition of motorsport. Qualifying heat D versus E then, as Matthias Spergel and Daniel Stell go together on the front row of the starting grid. It is the Frenchman versus the German talent, Spergel versus Stell. Then it's Daniel Vasile in the second row alongside Matthias Morgato, Christian Bertucker and Markus Kayak, Moritz Ebner and Tim Troga from Filipowczyk, Samuel Leopardi, then Dominic Reuters, Brandon Nilsson, Yannick Julius Bernhard, Lucas Schecher, Wackersdorf Pujatin and Giorgio Carrara.
Then we have Edgar Svelkans and Loic Vindice, followed by Jakub Jocic, Luca Reibach, as well as Sam Loyer, Alessandro Zucco, Gianni Antrizani, Ruben Welk, Ricard Mann, Koen Doorn, Jokubas Bagnovicius, Alessi Javala, Patricio Zermenno, and Eliska Simonova. 13 rows of this grid and 30 drivers in. Entering the formation lap. Always nice to see people gathering along and joining us for the most important of all karting events in the world. And if you find yourself in the beautiful region of Bavaria, why not pay us a visit? We're here until Sunday night, pretty much, to crown this year's World Championship winners in the KZ2 and KZ2 Masters for the second time running after Le Mans in 2022. Such beautiful facilities of this Pro Kart Raceland of Wackersdorf, built and opened in 1997. And in this white building that you can see, there's an indoor track as well. So there's outdoor CIK homologated track for the World Championship, indoor karting as well, huge paddocks surrounding this area, and so many people actually have been gathering in this part of the world since the start of the week. Not only the participants, the factories, but also just fans, families, friends gathering along. The weather is perfect and it's gonna be like that until Sunday. Everything, of course, has been prepared to welcome you guys. So if you're not too far from Wackersdorf, that could be a good idea to come and watch the world's best in karting final on track. If you don't have that chance, well, stay with us on FIAKarting.com and Motorsport TV, because we got you covered for 3 days of intense racing.
I totally second that. There's nothing quite like the atmosphere of the Pro Kart Raceland circuit in Wackersdorf. You get everything with this place. Fast speeds, incredible tactics, heavy tyre wear and degradation, and great duels. In gearbox racing as well. Here they come, off the turn, and the lights will come on. We will wait for them to go out, and we'll go racing at Wackersdorf now! Off we go, perfect start from Matthias Spergel. No worries at all for the Sony car to move forward. Daniel Stell hunting into second position. Nicely done as they work their way through the first couple of corners. Everybody just trying to knit themselves through that first hairpin without too many difficulties. Is there going to be enough room for everybody to get through? There certainly is. Is there enough room made for everybody to do it without hesitation? Oh, just a little bit of argy-bargy, but nothing too messy. Everybody's still pointing in the right direction. Matthias Spergel, though, on the CBB Sports Sony car, having a big run in front of Daniel Stell. And as they work to the hairpin for the first time, Daniel Stell is doing his best to try and steal the lead away from Matthias Spergel. Nothing doing at the moment, though. The Frenchman has this one completely taken care of for the time being.
Yeah, I think we might have spoken too soon, because on the way to the last corner, I thought for a moment that Daniel Spergel would have a run on the inside. He's very much glued to the Frenchman on the way to the right-hander, and he goes through, taking the lead just before getting point. Spergel was trying to resist. Run the outside goes Daniel Vasile, and taking the win, two at once, and the lead. Beautiful move from Daniel Vasile. Not quite yet taking a win, but the lead, that's for sure. The wild move from Daniel Vasile.
I have never seen a move like that from Daniel Vasile before on that particular corner, to go from third to first round the outside of the hairpin. That is magic from Daniel Vasile. One of the moves of the 2023 FIA Karting season, as he says, right, the two of you are going to spend way too much time squabbling amongst yourselves. I'll just do you round the outside, tidy it up, and I'm going to make you both look like fools. Absolutely incredible from Vasile. The Romanian steps up to the challenge. Let's have a look at the replay of the start. We'll try and keep an eye on Stell, having another go at Vasile for the race. All perfect off the start for Spergel and Stell. But Vasile still trying to hang it out in front of Stellan Spergel. Now, the move I want to see is at the end of the first lap, going into lap 2. And we'll see that hopefully shortly, because what we want to see is the man in 3rd position, how he just read the situation perfectly and run through to the outside line. So, as you look at the live feed on the right, here's the move on the left. Now, Stell gets his move on the inside of Spergel. Watch Vasile. He sees that these two are going to hold each other up and goes, right, I'm just going to commit to the left. Spins the kart in on the throttle, turns it round the outside. They trip over each other. Thank you very much. I'll take the lead. That is the most amazing overtake you'll ever see in Wackersdorf.
That's perfect. That's something that you need to show to the school of karting and those youngsters dreaming of performance of that magnitude. But what a move that was from Daniel Vasile. As you might have seen as well, we've lost a driver by the look of it in the live feed. Remains to be seen who actually was pulled off into the pit lane. We'll get back to that. I think we might have lost Daniel Renters, the 164. Who's doubling down the order as we speak. Yeah, Dominic Renters, actually a German driver, is the one going DNF in this race, quite unfortunately, as Daniel Vasile is trying to keep everything at bay behind for just 0.3 of a second. Matheus Morgato, we almost forgot about him, but the Brazilian just made his way up to a P3, fighting off Christian Bertucca. And Spiegel dropping momentum down to P5. And Marcus Kayak, Roger, Ebde, Leopardi, and Lackner, your top 10 at the moment.
So Vasile, Stell, Morgato, Bertucca and Matthias Spergel dropping to 5th position. It's not so easy in the world of gearbox to run from the pole position and head the field. You've really got to make sure that it all comes together. It's one thing to be fast over 1 lap, but you've got to be fast over 12 from a standing start whilst looking after tyres, whilst also keeping it on top of your race graph. As into the pits to retire, we have a very slow-moving Gianni Andrezzani, the local driver. As side by side, we've got a nice battle in the midfield there. I think that's Yannick Julius Bernhardt having a battle with Carrara as into the pits to retire. You can see for yourself now Gianni Andrezzani just finishing it off as Lucas Schaka has actually been the fastest driver in sectors 1, 2 and 3 now. So Lucas Schaka in 10th position, trying to close up on Samuele Leopardi. He's now the fastest driver on the circuit here at Wackersdorf. You don't just have to run at the front to be fast. You've got to make sure everything works together in fine formation. There is Matheus Morgato, reigning world champion in the OK category, hoping to make it 2 world titles by racing in KZ2 to go for the World Cup.
And let's see what he's going to be able to do from P3. 3 times down. We haven't seen anything yet in this race. Halfway through that qualifying heat, on the outside goes one of the Republic machine by the look of it, the 132, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it was Otik fighting with Schascher for P10. It was actually Leopardi making his move for P8. Somebody Leopardi, the Italian, on Lucas Schascher. As we're here outside of turn number 4. To the opening sector of that Wackersdorf layout. Vasile, Stell, split by 0.5 of a second, 0.5 of a second, shall I say. Matheus Morgato done in P3. Let's see what happened to indeed the driver that was in trouble, Gianni Andrezzani from Mach 1 Motorsport, the German manufacturer. And yeah, he's the one actually who pulled out into the pits on the corner of my eye earlier.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Gianni Andrezzani. As now we've got Matheus Morgato not just running well in 3rd position, but also eating up the road to Daniel Stell in front. So Morgato may well be hunting down a bit. That's a big slide from Schaka to get through on the inside of Samuele Leopardi. You really need to know that that's going to pay off if you're going to commit to that move on the inside at turn 3. And my goodness, Schaka knew that the kart was going to turn in, knew that he was going to get enough grip and traction through. That's at full chat at 140 kilometers an hour while pulling 2G. So to keep that kart in the straight and narrow, you've really got to have excellent knowledge of what the kart and the tyre is going to do on the turn in. And so Schaka absolutely leans on it through turn 1. It looks like we've got another retirement, unfortunately. That looks to me like Koen Doorn. So Koen Doorn in the SP Motorsport machine, the Dutchman, also joining Gianni Andrezzani then on the sidelines. Very unfortunate. And still this battle goes on. This is Leopardi now trying to shake off the attentions of Moritz Ebner in the Praga. But still so much of a battle just outside the top 5 here. It's not just about the guys, not just about the guys to run around in position. We're hearing that there might have been an incident between Yannick Julius Bernhardt and Philip Wojcik is potentially being investigated, so I'm not sure whether that was just a little bit of argy-bargy or whether that was a mistake somewhere, but certainly Yannick Julius Bernhardt now having a moment looked at. But Vasile, half a second from Stell, then Morgato, Bertucca, Spergel, Torga, Kayak, Schacher, Leopardi and Moritz Ebner in the top 10, just in front of Brandon Nilsson. And then it is Yannick Julius Bernhardt in P12.
Lap number 10 out of 12 indeed, as the checkered flag is getting near. And the question is, can Daniel Vasile hold on to what will be his first win of the weekend so far? We've had in the KZ2 class wins going to Nils Troge, Alessio Piccini, Alex Powell and Kim Nakamura. David Vasile, sorry, can join him in a space of a few minutes. And for that, he needs to resist from Daniel Stell himself, having to resist from Matheus Morgato. Those three split by 4 and 0.3 of a second respectively. And we have Christian Bertucca, Matthias Spiegel, Roger, Schrader, Kahak, Leopardi and Hebner. Your top 10 seems unlikely to keep moving in the later stages of this race. After the tussle, after the moves, after the pressure, it's about time to cool everything down to secure the results. Lukas Schascher, fastest lap in this race from P7 currently. Good result for one of the German drivers. There's quite a couple of them competing on home soil.
So now let's see what is going to happen in the battles a little further back. Stell having hung on now from Matheus Morgato. I thought for a moment that the world champion in OK last year was going to have a better chance at Daniel Stell, but Stell has really just dug deep and found some more. As into the final lap we go, and Vasile is still leading by 0.45, but it's not very safe, is it? Stell is still convinced that if Daniel Stell just rests on his laurels for a little bit too long, then he's going to end up dropping back. But Vasile still doing a grand job here in front of Daniel Stell, with Matheus Morgato in third from Bertucca, Spergel, Troga and Lukas Schecher. But certainly Vasile looking very comfortable and very peaceable here in position as he works his way through ahead of Stell and Morgato. Bertucca fourth from Spergel, Troga, Schecher, Ebner, Kayak and Leopardi. And he looks like it's going to finish off in a very decent position for the Romanian, who's been keeping it nice and tidy throughout. So after 12 laps of racing, Daniel Vasile will come through for the checkered flag, flies past the commentary box position. Vasile, Stell, Morgato, Bertucca and Spergel. 1.5 seconds covering the top 5. Still very early doors in the FIA Karting World Championship, but Vasile certainly opening his account in fine style. That's a win and a second, I do believe, now for the Romanian. So exactly where he wants to be, and certainly giving himself the best possible chance of moving forward. He can be quite happy and quite satisfied with the way things are currently progressing. So a very exciting run for all of the contenders as we continue to see some amazing battles for the drivers. But a solid run and a solid performance. Great driving from our contenders. Vasile doing a terrific job. So Daniel Stell in second position from Matheus Morgato. We're going to hear from our race winner very shortly, the Romanian Daniel Vasile, hoping to continue this incredible run of form and certainly going about it in the right direction. So an excellent performance from the Romanian. So let's go through Daniel Vasile in front of Daniel Stell and Matheus Morgato, then Christian Bertucca and Matteo Spergel, Tim Troga in P6 from Lukas Schecher and Moritz Ebner, then Marcus Kayak and Samuele Leopardi from Brandon Nilsson, Yannick Julius Bernhardt, Dominic Reuters and Wackersdorf, then Lukas Rehbock, 16th position for the driver just in behind the Birolart Racing KSW satellite driver from Austria, Lukas Rehbock. 16th position, once again going the way of Philip Wacek, Georgi Carrara, then Loic Vindice, Edgar Vilcan, Sam Loyer, Rick Hartmann and Ruben Wilk. And then it is Jakub Wacek who drops back to 23rd in front of Alessandro Zucco, Jokubas Bogdanovicius, Alexei Yalava, Eliska Simonova and Patricio Zimeno, with retirements from Kuhn Dorn and Gianni Andrezzani. But what a fabulous performance it has been so far from the Romanian talent. Daniel Vasile, there he is, looking so confident behind the wheel and looking really like the kind of driver who can continue this incredible, impeccable form and just continue to find more speed. He's looking very hungry as well, is Daniel Vasile, which is always a really good sign of just how motivated somebody is to try and find more speed. but it will be really exciting to see what the Romanian does. I know that Guillaume Alvarez is down there, and he will be having a word with Daniel Vasile very soon indeed, just to check in with the Romanian after a fabulous second race. He has one more to go today, of course, because they have 3 races for KZ2 over the course of this afternoon. A replay of the highlights and back to the start. At this point, we're not even talking about Vasile as a race winner. He's still safe there in 3rd position, just waiting for his moment. But I'm very excited to hear what Daniel Vasile gets to tell Guillaume Alvarez about that incredible move, which we're going to see again now, to work his way through from what was 3rd position up into the lead. Clean on the first lap, nice and tidy, but here's the move that won Daniel Vasile the race in fine style. He's watching Stell and Spergel into turn 1. Stell dives in, Spergel hesitates, comes back at him. They both drop back in speed, and Vasile just drives right round the outside of both of them and claims the lead, which he would not lose. Absolutely astonishing. One of the moves of the season in FIA karting, and certainly one that puts the cat amongst the pigeons. Problems for Gianni Andrezzani, and he would be joined on the sidelines by the Dutchman Kern Dawn. But for Daniel Vasile, it was pretty shipshape and Bristol fashion, to coin an English phrase. While Andrezzani retired, it would be Daniel Vasile that would just completely dominate, running out in front of everybody else. Some good wheel-to-wheel stuff and some good duels for position, that is for sure. But fabulous to see how all of the contenders were able to give us a strong run. And I tell you what, we've got some fantastic competitors to come for the rest of the afternoon, but certainly a good start to proceedings here at Wackersdorf for Daniel Vasile. He now takes the provisional lead of the standings on 94 points to Morgata on 85 and Christian Bratuka on 79. All 3 of those drivers, of course, on Birolart Group chassis. So we're actually down on the main straight. We're actually down in the paddock with Matthias Morgato, 3rd position in that race, and he is speaking with Guillaume Alvarez.
Thank you, Jake. Yes, indeed. With last year's OK World Champion from Brazil, Matheus. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Your first season in the gearbox class, Wackersdorf, and a solid P3 for this race. So the pace is certainly there.
Yeah, well, feeling good. Feeling good to be here driving KZ. Just my 4th race on KZ2, so it's something really new for me. I haven't done too many testing, so I've been jumping from OK to KZ is not so easy. But yeah, really happy with my pace. P3 now, P3 in the other heats. I think strong lap times, and I can improve for sure myself a bit. Still making some mistakes, but I'm sure until tomorrow we'll be all fine. So yeah, can only thank so far all the team, VT, for the amazing job and proving everyone that our material is competitive.
It's not always easy, of course, to jump from one class to the other. This has been your case this year. Can you talk us through your impressions of discovering gearbox driving in KZ2?
Well, it's amazing. I think it's all about driving more. The more you drive, the better you get. I feel this every time I go to the track. I feel more comfortable with myself in the braking, mostly everywhere, and especially the braking. That is something that changed a lot from the OK Senior to the KZ. So yeah, getting adapted to this, and I'm really happy for all the work so far.
Fantastic words. Thank you very much, Matthias Morgato, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you. So.
Fantastic stuff. Great to hear from the world champion, Matthias Morgato, who was world champion in last year's OK category. Very different sport, of course, this. Even though the karts look pretty similar, they are essentially the difference between a Formula 1 and Formula 2 car. They look fairly similar, but they handle completely differently and drive completely differently too. So it is a very different skill. Speaking of skill, the front row of the starting grid for this next race is definitely going to have plenty of that, because we have the 105 back on the front row of the starting grid. Alex Powell ready to go to battle with the South African talent, Nicolas Roos of the CRG Holland team. This is a really exciting young pair of talents who I can see both of them going all the way to the top of the sport in cars as well as in karting. Alex Powell, certainly with the Mercedes F1 Junior Young Gun program, looking very comfortable and looking very fast indeed. And the man alongside him, Nicolas Roos, in an era of motor racing when South Africa is being talked about as a potential host nation for a Grand Prix again, then Nicolas Roos would certainly be a good potential candidate for a future seat in Formula 1 to represent the country at a potential South African Grand Prix at Kyalami. So always nice to see that talent being developed and nurtured at this stage of their career in the world of karting. Looking at the fans here, such an incredible following for karting, particularly in this part of the world. The Germans are absolutely obsessed with their kart racing, and great to see so many people here at the circuit on, let's not forget, a Friday afternoon. You know, there's going to be plenty of people there who have got their jobs and have still managed to find their way to get themselves onto the starting grid and into the paddock to chat and have a conversation with the drivers at this level. And it's a fabulous opportunity to see how they're all getting on and how they're all developing as competitive racing drivers at this level. But this circuit really does give you so much entertainment, so much excitement. So off we go, and it's Powell and Nicolas Roos together on the front row of the starting grid. A lot of talent there. Jovan David, the Sri Lankan, going off third position on the grid. Watch for him. He'll be wanting a little bit of recompense after his first race exit. Alex Powell and Nicolas Roos from Jovan David and Alessio Piccini, then Jean Noblo and Gavin Loyer, Thomas Stodjamanis and Adrian Malgero from Andrea Dale and Norton Andreasen, then Daniel Mathia and Vladimir Vekalantsev, Vincent Ranagu and Max Schreier, then Jesper Sjoberg and Jeremy Potain, Ken Oscar Algra and Gabriel Kawa from Jay Kuhl and Mark Negrutza, Morris Schenk and Max Stanger, Alex Rothschop and Slim Liedmar, Lucas Shabinskas, Finn Erik Rismar, Anis Kindavicius, Albin Storesen, Tim Verelst and Alex Gladstein after his problems in qualifying. It'll be fascinating to see how the competitors get underway in fine style, as it's going to be a really exciting run for all of the drivers as they battle for position, trying to work their way around the course. And obviously warming themselves up into a bit of a crescendo. The drivers want to get a good run off the turns and move their way forward. Another great launching start here, but Alex Powell, Nicolas Roos and Jovan David, three drivers who are essentially the young generation of this KZ2 karting fraternity. Some don't want to be here for too long, others are prepared to become kings of it and move up to the KZ World. But these three definitely represent three real galvanized opportunities from three nations that do not have a massive amount of history in recent years of motorsport fame: Jamaica, South Africa and Sri Lanka. And those are three very exciting stories potentially on the way. So a really exciting situation. An amazing performance from all of the drivers as they run in formation to the first start-finish straight again. But we are ready for another launch forward. 12 laps of the course again, qualifying heat for drivers in groups C versus F. Alex Powell versus Nicolas Roos. At the interim, Daniel Vasile currently leading the point standings ahead of Matthias Mogato and Christian Bratuka. Three Birilards, top three positions as it currently stands. So the drivers are in position, getting themselves ready for a launch forward. There is Gonzalo Planta, judge of fact, watching to see how everybody gets things started. The lights are coming on, they go out now! And it's a great start from the front for Alex Powell. Gets away from Nicolas Roos. They charge their way forward. It's a perfect start at the front for the Jamaican, but also a good one from both Jovan David and the man in second on the grid as they all shuffle their way through. A little bit of nudging, but it's okay. And up to third position ahead of Jovan David has come the hard-charging Jean Noblo. So Noblo has got ahead of his teammate already. Noblo into third, Jovan David down to fourth as everybody works their way through the first and second sectors. It's a perfect start for Powell ahead of Roos, Noblo and David.
Yeah, perfect start for everybody. Pretty much into the chicane, into that opening lap, no tussle whatsoever. No contact of a wheel. And Alex Powell getting away already from Jovan David. Jovan David, who's in need of a revenge, is in need of a strong result after his DNF in his opening race. Quite unlike what happened to Alex Powell on dominance mode. Lap 1 completed, 11 to go. 2 between Powell and Nicolas Roos. And Jovan David actually lost a bit of momentum in the process. Nicolas Roos in the middle in P2, Noblo, Piccini. Then Malero, Stolzemanis, Loye, Andrea Dalle and Norton Andreasen running up top 10. Look at that amount of drivers in the space where there's actually room for just two on the inside of one of those happens. As Powell under the pressure of Nicolas Roos. Jean Noblo actually, who just made his way through for second by the look of it. And look at the pace. Now Noblo is just behind. This is Nicolas Roos going around the outside, at least trying to attack and the door is open for Noblo to dive in, but the Frenchman has to stay behind. It's all getting together between those three drivers. We are only getting started into that qualifying heat, but here's a second attempt maybe from Nicolas Roos around the inside on Powell. Powell tried and Powell succeeded into that move earlier in this previous race. Didn't happen this time around for Nicolas Roos.
And that's quite an important move for Roos to have had to back out of, because that gives Alex Powell the tiniest bit of breathing space, and what it does is it intensifies the chance for Jean Nomblo. With Pacini now in front of Ivan David and Thomas Stalgimanis. We've got an investigation going on, by the way, for Jeremy Potain. Not entirely sure what's happened to the Frenchman, but certainly having a bit of a moment there as Nicolas Roos continues on his way in front of Jean Nomblo. Then Pacini, David, Stalgimanis, Gavin Loyer, Dale, Maliero and Norton Andreasen ahead of Vincent Wainagu and Ken Oscar Algra, the Estonian. From Vagalantsev, Mathia, Sjorberg, Schreier, Kuhl and Gabriel Calva as they continue to work their way. Now, Alex Powell, that important defence he made on Nicolas Roos in the last lap, it backed Roos into the path of Jean Nomblo to make life a lot easier for the Jamaican up front. But Thomas Stalgimanis now bags in the fastest lap of the race. 1.7 back from our race leader, but still with a lot of time to close up on and pass. First Ivan David, then Pacini, then Nomblo, then Roos, and maybe have a go at Powell.
And Thomas Stalgimanis has certainly the skills required to do that.
We've got an off at the first sector, I'm afraid to say. In fact, I think that's just off at the hairpin. So we've got one kart missing. That looks like Finn-Erik Rismeier. So Finn-Erik Rismeier, the Norwegian driver, out of the race, I'm afraid to say. So goodbye to Finn-Erik Rismeier from race 2 of the afternoon. That's very unfortunate indeed for the Sony Sport driver.
In the meantime, 4/10 of a second now. Alex Powell, Nicolas Roos, not so much yet for the Jamaican driver in the lead to really cool himself down. Jean Nomblo still in third. Alessio Piscini down in P4 with the fastest lap in this race. We're here with Jean Nomblo, the 1:14 from Sodikart CPB Sport. As I was saying, Stalgimanis has the skills, what it takes, of course, to try to make his way up. He just went ahead of Gavin Loyer for P6 and is actually about to make the connection with Ivan David, split by 0.3 of a second in P5 and 6 respectively. Stalgimanis has been certainly one of the most impressive young names to rise into the gearbox world with a P3 finish overall in the European Championship. Impressive performances. As we're here on board with Alessio Piscini, the Birelard machine, trying to harass Jean Nomblo and the Sodikart, two of the biggest factories in the world of karting. One from Lissone, the other one from France. And it's fair to say that the squad of CPB Sport with Mr. Paul Bizalion has been stronger and stronger over the years with the support of the French factory. Birelard, Sodikart, two of the chassis that have been winning the most for the past few years in Wackersdorf, with the likes of Antonio Massa and Riccardo Longhi. And KZ2 might come down to Jean Nomblo to make shine those French colors in Germany. We're halfway through already. Here we go for that number 7. And Alex Powell is slightly increasing his gap, despite the fastest lap in 46.2 by Nicolas Roos. There's still half of a second between the two. The South African is trying his bit as much as he can. And he's lucky actually that Jean Nomblo is quite busy defending against Alessio Piscini, because otherwise he would not be in such a comfortable position to attack on Alex Powell.
This is absolutely what Powell wants at the lead of the race, of course. He wants to be in a position where he doesn't have to worry too much about the kart that's there in second position. He doesn't have to stress himself out too much. Nicolas Roos is just trying to get himself back into a competitive position once again as they fly through. Nomblo still trying to shake off Pacini. And then Stalgimanis, David, Loyer, Dale, Maniero, Andreasen, Algra and Wainagu. There's still a heck of a lot going on and still a lot of pressure on these drivers as they continue to battle away on the far side of the course. But Alex Powell looking really strong from Roos, half a second now. But look, Powell just bangs in another quick lap, a 46.0 for Alex Powell in front of Roos, Nomblo and Pacini. No major concerns here to see how it's all going to continue to progress. But certainly some good performances and some good work out there from Alex Powell, who's looking to get 2 out of 2.
And when you imagine that Powell, as he said to us on the microphone, didn't have that much of practice time heading to the World Championship, it's quite always impressive to see the level of that young driver, who's not only able to hold on to the position, but increase his gap and keep the gap steady lap after lap and increasing on his performances and gaining more and more momentum. So a really impressive showing from Alex Powell for his first season in the class. Don't forget, another strong and impressive name that we wish we had this weekend is Freddie Slater, of course, crowned KZ2 European champion this year for his first season as well at this level with a win in the bag. And unfortunately, and there goes running inside of the number 11, beautifully made by the energy courser of Thomas Torchemanis and Alicia Piscini. Torchemanis, the Latvian, was able to open that door and throw the key with the water in the baby. And that's done and dusted for him in P4. He still has half of a second trying to climb on John Romolo. And the checker flag is getting near, but that's one done. Let's see if he can go for the next.
Storchemanis has definitely been building up to this. It's not been so easy to hold on to at the sharp end of the dais, but he's definitely making it a much more competitive run. Alex Powell now goes sub 46. Look at that, a 45.91 for Alex Powell. As Pacini is all over the back of Thomas Storchemanis now to try and get that fourth position back again from the Latvian. So it's all looking pretty neat and tidy. The drivers are still all having a really solid race of it. Still they battle on. But Powell, Bruce, Noblo, Storchemanis, Pacini, and then David Loyer, Dale, Maliero and Andreasen in front of Ken Oscar Algra and Vincent Wanegu from Mattia Schreier, Sjoberg, Vogelantsev, Kuhl, Negritza, Putain and Siim Liedmar just rounding out the top 20. But ultimate lap, and Alex Powell is looking tidy.
Almost 9/10 of a second for this young man from Prema, Czech Republic. Nicolas Rose on his way to his best result so far. In the classification as it stands in the KZ2 class, it's way too early to draw any conclusion of that, but Alex Powell will be your current leader. From Daniele Vasili and Alicia Piscini up into P3. Let's not forget that due to changes in the regulation of the FIA Karting competition, we have a classification at the end of the qualifying heats and by the end of Saturday, and another classification, of course, with the point added of the super heat. And all of those points, of course, give you or not access to the final on Sunday afternoon. We're not there yet, of course. Final lap for Alex Powell, from John Oblo, Tommaso Solanis and Alicia Piscini.
And that'll do nicely as far as Alex Powell is concerned. The Jamaican looking pretty neat and tidy up front from Nicolas Roos of South Africa and Jean Nomblo of France. But certainly Powell has kept himself in a very comfortable position of leading this race from the front and just continuing to hold station. Not really giving himself too much to do, not really overexerting himself, not overdriving the kart, just getting it nice and tidy all the way through. He's held his position very comfortably throughout, and now he comes out of the final turn with enough gap over Nicolas Roos to not even break a sweat. Alex Powell gets the job done a second time. Brilliant work from the Jamaican. That's 2 from 2 for him. And the young lad from Miami in Florida in the United States of America continuing his magnificent form. He's had so much glory finally taking race victories, but he's had a lot of championship titles slip through his fingers, including this year's European KZ2. But now he wants to be in a position where he can leave no doubt. If he wins the World Cup on Sunday, he really can leave no doubt whatsoever in his mind as to what he can and cannot achieve. So it's been a fascinating run so far for the contenders out there, but I tell you what, Alex Powell has definitely driven himself into a comfortable position up front. The Jamaican ahead of the South African Nicolas Roos. And then in third place, the Frenchman Jean Nomblo. So those three drivers there who definitely have what it takes to continue to make progress and move their way forward. Prema Racing continuing to exert themselves with some fantastic drivers in multiple categories of the sport. Still having a very good run of it as they continue on. Of course, they're still taking on new drivers. The recent European Junior Champion Alexander Bondarev has just joined the Prema team for the second half of his season, and Alex Powell has given them a win yet again here at Wackersdorf. Nicolas Roos ahead of Jean Nomblo, Thomas Storchemanis, Alessio Pacini and Ivan David ahead of Gavin Loyer, Andrea Dale, Adrian Maliero and Norton Andreasen. Ken Oscar Alger in 11th place from Vincent Wanegu and Daniel Mathia, from Maximilian Schreier and Jesper Sjoberg in 15th position. 16th place at the flag, Vladimir Vogelantsev in front of Jay Kuhl and Mark Negritza, Jeremy Potain, and then Siim Liedmar, Max Stange, Albin Sturaisen, Lucas Shibinskas, Gabriel Carver, Morris Schenk, and then Ines Kinovicius in front of Alexander Gladstein, Alexander Rothschild, and Tim Verels. Just the one retirement, that was Finn Erik Rismeyer. He is such the consummate professional, Alex Powell. He just looks like a Formula One driver already at the age of 16, but you can see how hard he's working out there. I've never seen him look so exhausted in all my life. Alex Powell, you can see he's really driving himself into a winning position. He's come so close so many times. It's almost as if he's saying, right, no second chances, no opportunities to let this slip. I'm going to pull the very best out of myself this time, and I am not going to lose this weekend. I've had so many opportunities taken from me, not this one. It's fascinating to watch such a motivated and talented young driver at the master of his craft. Got a good start, stretched away up front, never really lost any ground, certainly never lost any momentum, and looking to continue this incredible fast form. Still, they run in close proximity. Even in this first lap, Alex Powell looks as though he's got confidence in the karts to continue to move forward. There's the retirement for Finn-Erik Rismir, the Norwegian driver, just not quite getting what he needed out of this second of 7 heats. Every driver, of course, having to race 7 times. But Alex Powell just dominating up front, never really breaking a sweat, never having to worry about the challenges behind him. 2 wins from 2, 100 points, 6 ahead of Daniel Vasile, the Romanian. A fabulous performance so far, and you can see just how busy it is starting to get. And this is on the start-finish straight, the balcony overlooking the grid hatchings. On only Friday, a very busy time for all of the contenders here. There's a lot more to come from them, of course, and there's a lot more racing still to do over the course of tomorrow and Sunday, but we're still going to finish off in fine style here at Pro Kart Raceland. Certainly for the moment for Alex Powell, it's business as perfect as it can be. 2 wins from 2 starts means he's got 100 points. Don't forget that there are no championship points on offer here this weekend. It is literally just a straight race weekend. Whoever wins becomes world champion. It is the Indy 500 of the sport. It's not part of any other major accolade of a world opportunity. It's just a straight race weekend. Whoever wins becomes the winner of the title. In KZ2 Masters, you win the International Super Cup. In KZ2, you win the World Cup. In KZ, you win the World Championship. So down to the paddock area, we will find Guillaume Alvarez.
Thank you, Jake. Welcome back to the Parc Fermé. We're here with Nicolas Roos. Nicolas, a strong result for you, 2nd on track. Seems Alex Powell looked uncatchable on that one.
Yeah, I was extremely quick the whole race. I tried my best, but then I realized he was just too fast, so I wasn't going to work. So I just backed off a little bit, saved the tires. But yeah, I made almost no mistakes. That made it a little bit difficult for me, but I'm really happy with the result.
Yeah, you can be happy with the result. How happy are you with the progress so far made with the chassis and yourself in terms of proper feeling with the circuit?
We've done a lot of testing at this track. Of course, it's the biggest race of the year. But I'm extremely happy with the team at the moment. We had an unfortunate DNF in the first race, which I guess didn't really help our progress, but we bounced back now, and I'm sure we'll keep it up for the rest of the weekend.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Nicolas Roos. So we're going to leave your place to thank you very much, Nicolas. Very nice shake of hands. And this is live, ladies and gents, as we have Thomas Tolseman is joining us in an interview quarter. Let's call it that way. Thomas, good to have you. P4 at the end of your qualifying heat here. So strong pace definitely for you so far?
Well, we started weekend quite not in a very good pace, but now with every session, with every heat, we are leveling up. So the speed is coming, and now fastest lap, 3 positions up, and I think we are just being faster and faster, and we'll get faster and faster.
We saw you, of course, coming to the 4 in direct drive class for your first season. You've been magnificent in the European season. What can you tell us about transition between direct drive and gearbox and your adaptation coming to this event?
Yes, well, for sure, first 3 practices, you need to understand where you are and how to change between OK and KZ category. And I think for me it has been quite fast and it's quite good, so we can work on that.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for coming to talk to us. Tomas Tolsimanis, representing Latvia with the Energy Corsi team, one of the strong names that we've seen competing in the class in the European season, with a third position overall, and a name to keep an eye on in this weekend's World Championship. As much as for Nicolas Roos, you heard him at DNF in his opening qualifying heat, unfortunately. A P2 in the race that we just witnessed on track. DNF is never easy to go through in one single World Championship event, but as long as you make up for that in the next qualifying races all throughout the weekend, then it could end up in a positive result for you.
Nicolas Roos and Tomas Stolchamanis, two of the young talents in KZ2 that have started to make big progress and work their way forward in fantastic fashion. And boy, are they starting to turn some heads and make people pay attention to them. It's been amazing to see what they can achieve in such a short space of time. But there's more where that came from, more great race battles to come, and the drivers are going to give us a lot more excitement as we gear up for the rest of the races. Here's the schedule for the remainder of today. KZ2 qualifying heats, 2 more coming, then KZ2 Masters will come after a slight pause in proceedings to give the marshals and officials a little bit of a breather. They'll certainly need it. KZ2 qualifying will then continue for one final rotation, a third rotation, which will see the qualifying heat for groups D versus F, then be joined by the drivers racing in groups C versus G, B versus E, and A versus H. Still a bit of racing to come then, and Maxim Orlov will line up on the front row of the grid from Niels Troga. Troga has taken a win already today, but from second on the grid, it's going to be significantly harder to get to the first corner first, even on a standing start. With Max Orlov wanting to get some revenge for losing the first race of the day, he's going to want to really push. Orlov and Troga, then Thomas Imburg and Robert Kinderwarter, Egor Nozov and Emma Felbermeier, Christian de Klein and Juliana Hodsem from Thomas Rakel and David Lewinsky, Alexander Gubenko and Valentino Fritsch, Tigran Bonatian and Robin Gladome, Bruno Mulders and Tim Gerhards from Florian Breitenbach and Vigge Hjorvard, then Fotis Soteropoulos and Enzo de Cruz, Oscar Steinbach and Nacho Tunion, Jose Gomez Gutierrez and Nathan Krang from Sebastian Bellatine, Patrick Janssen, Damian Drew, Hannah Lang, Simon Billman and Archie Tillett, who is going to have to start all of his races from the back of the grid. So as the drivers start to make a little bit more progress and are obviously ticking themselves over into a good position, you've got to work the tyres and brakes, you've got to get them to a decent temperature whilst also protecting the tyres. As well as warming them up, you've also got to make sure that the tyre life is sustainable, because obviously you're warming them up quite a lot, but they still have to last the distance of an entire race weekend. You've got to have just 6 tyres. That's a full set of 2 fronts, 2 rears, plus a spare of each. So 6 tyres to take you from the start of time qualifying all the way to the end of the superheat on Sunday morning. It is a relentless strategy, a relentless position for the drivers to face themselves in. It's not easy to keep the tyres alive for that length of time. So it's obviously a big challenge for all of the drivers in KZ2, and they know how difficult it's actually going to be. But the drivers are coming forward then as they run to the grid. Maxim Orlov, Niels Troga, Thomas Imburg and Robert Kinderwarter, Igor Nozov and Emma Felbermeier. We're hoping for a much stronger race from her, starting on the 3rd row of the grid. Over 1 lap, she is lightning. But can lightning run from the starting point on the grid and then sustain it for an entire 12 laps of racing? We will have to find out as the drivers are now parking themselves into position, ready for the next of our KZ2 races. It'll be a fascinating charge forward from the front end of the grid. What can Orlov and Troga do on the run to the start? Lights come on. Are we going to go racing straight away? We are, and it's a good start from Orlov and Troga. Troga gets the best start. So Niels Troga has got in front of Maxim Orlov, and I think Orlov is really going to struggle to hold on to 2nd position on the way up to the hairpin. Little bit of a push there, potentially from the barrel art of Robert Kinderwarter, desperately trying to get through into 2nd position on Orlov initially. Has to bail out of it off the throttle to avoid proper contact. So now the drivers work their way through, and it's absolutely perfect for Niels Troga in the Maranello. He has the advantage over Orlov and Kinderwarter.
And here we go with the field into the chicane. Everybody trying to find their way through. Always a really stack up at this stage, of course. It's going around inside one of the CPB. Might be Christian de Klein from Sergio Thomas Imburg. I have to look that back, but in the meantime, Niels Troga had the best getaway, and I think that Maxim Orlov is about to lose another place. No, he just actually gained place back on Robert Kinderwarter. Watch out for the counter-attack of Kinderwater, who stays where he is. Oh, a little bit of a touch. I think that Maximolov didn't have the best exit outside of turn number 4, and Kinderwater was slightly surprised, and the two came slightly together. Felbermayr is just behind Emma Felbermayr, who had an investigation for a jump start, but might have resulted as into a penalty. We need to confirm that. But she's back into contention in P4, having climbed 2 places in the opening lap in front of Thomas Imbur, Nozov, Valentino Fritsch, Holzen, David Lewinsky, and Christian De Klein running up the top 10, dropping 3 places. De Klein since the start of the race. And that's for now. Nils Stroger had the best getaway, 0.6 of a second. And now it just decreased. Watch out when they move on the inside. Robert Kinderwater with the Bavarian machine just put himself on the racing line. And Maximolov didn't take any risk, of course. You know that the race is still long as you can keep it together. And Felbermayr and both Imbur as well behind. Everything is still possible for the overall pole sitter of the KZ2 class. Didn't have the best of outcome in his opening qualifying race. He seeks revenge, obviously. And now he seems to have the pace to try to not only stay stuck to Robert Kinderwater, but maybe switch position at some point.
We have a retirement already from the race. It's Damien Dreux. So Damien Dreux retires from the race. Oh, and there's been contact out of the hairpin. It looks like Hannah Lang has tried to make the move there on the inside of Sunnen Billman. And unfortunately, Hannah Lang comes off on the grass and manages to get going again, albeit at the tail of the field. Very unfortunate for her. Kroger, Kinderwater, Orlov diving up the inside. That's a lovely move from the Sodi, and he's going to leave a real hesitation in his wake as they trip over each other, desperately trying not to lose too much ground. So still a very intriguing battle as the drivers continue to put a good show on, as Emma Felbermayr there still runs in the top 5. Excellent run from her so far. Been really impressed with her this weekend. 162 getting a warning flag. That is Vigga Hjorvard. So Hjorvard having a moment or two, and up the inside, a big lunge for 6th place from Valentino Fritsch. Dives in on Igor Nozov, and David Lewinsky looks like he's going to try and make the same move as they go into the final corner together. And it's an absolute squabble of the decks as we've got 2 or 3 carts now battling away. That's Nozov trying to fend off from Tim Gerhardt and Christian De Klein, who are trying to work their way forward. In fact, I think both of them have managed to get their way through past Igor Nozov. So Nozov will drop from 9th to 11th at the hands of the 2 CVB Sports Sodi karts.
Yeah, CPB once again very, very strong, and not to the liking of Igor Nozov by the look of it, as Thomas Rackel is putting up the fastest lap with his Maranello machine. Emma Felbermayr, in the meantime, dropped the place to Thomas Imbur, the Frenchman from CPB. As round the inside goes the 124. This is Gornozov getting ahead of Nolzev with Tim Gerhardt, another of the strong drivers from the Sodi Kart CPB Arning. One in front of Patrick Jensen, the 170. In the meantime, who's currently in the 22nd position. As round the inside, it goes into turn number 3, beautifully made by the 107. Is this Robert Kinderwater with the CRG machine? It's happening further back indeed, as we have Nils Stroger, one of the teammates of Nils Stroger, the leader, in the middle of the pack. Gonna get back to that in a minute. Alexander Kubenko trying to make his beat as well from P13. Is happening all over the place in the moment with Maxim Orlov. He's putting up the fastest lap in this race. That's gonna be interesting between the 2 leaders, because we thought for a moment that Stroger could have enough momentum to get away from Maxim Orlov. It's quite the other way around. Watch out for the possible attack coming from the Parolin driver, who still has a couple of meters to try to decrease from Nils Stroger. Just 0.2 of a second, halfway through this race. He still has time on his hands. Maxim Orlov to try to switch positions. But which corner to choose? And at the moment, of course, there's always a dilemma, isn't it? Try not to go too soon, but not too late either.
I think it's going to be the 2nd hairpin. That's where he's going to really want to make his bid. They're coming up to the 1st hairpin. Orlov is still a little way back from Stroger. Now he needs to get close to him. He's close enough. He's got a good exit. Can he launch through? He's going to have the opportunity. There it is. It is the 2nd hairpin that Maxim Orlov makes his bid. Gets through on the inside and takes on Nils Stroger. And that is going to be not just good news for Orlov and the Modena squad, but it's also good news for Alex Powell, because that will knock Nils Stroger off the perfect score of 100 points. He's going to now drop back to a score of 96, I think it is. So excellent stuff. 94, my apologies. So an excellent run so far. Orlov, Stroger, Kinderwater, Imburg and Felbermayr is your top 5 still, from Valentino Fritsch, the driver who knows this place like the back of his hand. And then Lewinsky, Gerhardt, Nozov and Juliana Hotzem. Still some great performances then as the drivers continue to give us a little bit of an indication as to what's to come in the KZ2 final on Sunday.
Well, you lost your bet, Jake. You bet actually for the second hairpin for Maxim Orlov to make his move on Stroger. He went for the last, so you owe me $10. Thank you for that.
Okay, fair enough. You did go in the last one, so yeah, I'll give you that.
And we don't play that sort of games because we're professionals.
We have to keep these things alive. But I think Truger genuinely feels he's going to have another opportunity here on Maxim Orlov. Kinderwarter trying to get away from Thomas Inborg. But I don't think Truger's done with Orlov just yet. I think he still feels that the Parolin is beatable. Let's not forget that Orlov really struggled in the first heat to keep the tyres warm enough or keep them active enough to have enough traction and grip. So he's going to really struggle in the latter stages of this race. And if Niels Stroger feels like he's got a kart that could take on Max Orlov, he's going to want to try and stay as close to him as humanly possible. Meanwhile, though, on that middle stint of the lap, Orlov actually really started to pull clear. He's just gone fastest of all in the second sector to get away from Niels Stroger, crucially enough that Stroger is actually more likely to come under pressure from Robert Kinderwarter than he is from Max Orlov.
Fantastic piece of driving from those two drivers with Robert Kinderwarter. In the meantime, that could be the third driver in the mix. And he has 0.3 of a second less than that to decrease on Niels Stroger. That's going to be an interesting one. And Robert Kinderwarter is taking or trying to take Thomas Inborg with him. But the Frenchman has a little bit of work to do to make the connection with the leading trio as it stands. Emma Felbermeyer, in the meantime, holding on to her strong 5th place, one in front of Valentino Frisch, David Lewinsky, Tim Gerhardt, Egor Nozov, and Christian De Klein. Talking about recoveries, Enzo Lacroix, the Frenchman, is climbing 4 places up to P16, 7 places gained by Nathan Klein, up to P17, further back in the field. We'll get back to that at the end, of course, once the checker flag is waved. But for now, we have 3 contenders for the win in the qualifying heat. But Maxim Orlov hold on to that lead. And Niels Stroger snatch it back after leading for most of the race. Can Robert Kinderwarter be the one no one expected? Let's have a look back at the move from Maxim Orlov on the inside of turn number 12. That could be the move decisive for the win, unless Niels Stroger is able to pull off a similar maneuver. But he won't have much time remaining. That last corner, the never-handing right-hander of the turn number 13 could be an option. This is where, remember that in 2017, Alex Orlando made his move to win the International Super Cup of KZ2 back in the day. We might see this happening again, but this is still qualifying heat only, and final lap is on.
But Stroger has now cut the lead that Orlov did have in half. So it's suddenly gone from being 4/10 of a second to just a whisker over 2. So I don't think Stroger's given up on any idea of the win at all. In fact, he's just on a 46-1 to emphasise the point. He still feels he's got a kart underneath him that could win this one if given even a whiff of a chance. And Max Orlov is going to be slightly weaker in one of these 3 final breaking points. He misses the first one, looks for the second one. But Niels Stroger, I think, is just going to lose out here to Max Orlov, who has worked very hard indeed to keep the kart pointing in the right direction. The Parolin driver of all the Modena squad will come through, and it's a great run for Max Orlov. He gets the win in front of Niels Stroger, Robert Kinderwarter and Thomas Inborg, with Emma Felbermeyer bouncing back in style to come home, this time in 5th position with no investigation necessary and looking very neat and tidy in the top 5. That's where she deserved to be in the first race. She gets it in the second, but Max Orlov manages to shake off Niels Stroger. That knocks Stroger from the perfect spot, and Alex Powell is one of only potentially 2 drivers that could go unbeaten after the second rotation.
And Maxim Orlov, who took the overall pole position in qualifying practice, joins the circle of winners alongside Niels Stroger. P1 and P2 for the Maranello driver. But we had also the wins from Alessio Piccini, Alex Powell, Kina Kamura, Daniel Vasile, and now the young driver Maxim Orlov. We're going to have one more race for the KZ2 category, ladies and gents, before we're going to take a short break. This will oppose the Group B versus H. Kina Kamura and Jenny Sirico Espona alongside each other. In just a few moments, it's time for us to debrief on this qualifying race. As you can see, the temperatures, the weather is still very much flamboyant in this part of the world. Very hot temperatures, maybe not as hot as 28 degrees Celsius in the air, not as hot as we had 2 years ago when we last came here in the full July summer of that year. Very, very hot indeed. Here's the classification in full with Maxim Orlov winning from Niels Stroger. for just 0.4 of a second. Robert Kinderwater taking P3 from Thomas Imbourg, Emma Felbermeyer. Valentina Frisch climbing 6 places up to 6th from David Lewinsky. Egor Nozov, Tim Gerhardt, Christian de Klein, P10. P11 for Julian Olzem, Thomas Rakel, Tigran Bunatian, Alexander Kubenko. P15 for Robin Glerum, followed by Enzo Lacruz, Nathan Krang, Fotios Sotiropoulos, Laurent Breitenbach, Jose Gomez Gutierrez in P20. P21st is Patrick Janssen from Sebastian Bellocini, Simon Bellman, Bruno Mulders, Nacho Tunion, Anna Leng, Vigor Jovard, Oscar Steibach, Archie Tillett, and the one driver that we lost at the end of this race, Daniel Drew. At quite a early point in the race, shall I say, but there's the only one missing at the end of this qualifying heat, A versus G. There's your winner and overall pole sitter Maxim Horlov from the Modena, I would say, yeah, driving a power limit machine from the Modena Kart ASD since the two team up to run the gearbox program. Multiple podium finisher in the OK Junior class for what is his first season in gearbox classes. And there's a lot of them actually tackling the gearbox category. We just talked to Thomas Torsimanis earlier in the interview quarter. One of those actually tackling for the first time along with Alex Powell and some others like Kinika Marberta, the gearbox category for the first time.
A fascinating situation as the drivers are getting themselves battle continuing once again. So there is the fairly clean start actually in KZ2. Maxim Orlov managing to get one over on Nils Troga. Quite an important part of the weekend to do so as well actually, because it puts him right into a competitive position at a very critical point. Robert Kinderwater giving himself nice and fluid through the first corner. I tell you who was also really impressive to watch on the opening lap was Emma Felbermeyer. She didn't get overworked there. She just kept the kart out to the outside, waited until the overtaking maneuver managed to appear on Igor Nozov, and actually just naturally got herself into 5th position where she would never lose it. So it was very nice and mature, very measured from Felbermeyer, even watching Valentino Fritsch diving in on Igor Nozov and David Lewinsky getting through as well. She didn't get overzealous there, just managed to keep the kart firmly in the top 5. If she can do that for the rest of the weekend, she's got a really decent chance of a strong qualifying performance on the grid for the superheat on Sunday morning. That's where the consistency really kicks in. There's the moves down into the first corner. Good sliding drive there from the 107, I think that was, moving further forward. That was, it might actually have been the 137, my apologies, of Christian Decline. But Maxim Orlov having some difficulties initially with Nils Troga, but managing to just about sustain it. Don't forget, this is his first season in KZ2 at this level. And he's not the only one to be in that particular boat here at Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf in Germany. There is another man who is in his first season of KZ2 competition at international level, a man who has won the title both as a junior in the World Championship and as an OK Senior in the European Championship. The only thing he hasn't won yet is a title in gearbox. Hashtag challenge accepted, with Freddie Slater now no longer anywhere to be seen, having won the KZ2 European title earlier this season. This man, his long-term rival, Kian Nakamura-Berta, might just have a chance to take a title off him in the KZ2 season, and to win the World Cup, that would be quite a dream for this young Prema driver, who also represents Japan. Did a fantastic job in qualifying this morning.
Kian Nakamura-Berta, congratulations. Your first attempt at the FIA Karting World Cup in KZ2, and that lap out there in qualifying was already very impressive.
Yeah, thank you. Gave it my all. I think I left everything out there. We'll see if that time will be able to hold the top spot for much longer. We don't know how the track might evolve. As the more sessions, there are 5 groups and only 2 have went for now, so another 3 more to go. Fingers crossed. I would love to get an overall pole, but pole in the group is good enough to be on the front row for every heat. So that's what I was aiming for, and I accomplished it, so I'm proud of myself.
You can be proud. A word about the track. You've had past experience in direct drive classes, this time around with a gearbox. How does it feel like?
I think never drove here in the senior kart in OK Senior, but KZ, this track is a proper gearbox track, tight, twisty, a lot of gear changes. different compared to the other 2 tracks we've done this year. Zuera, Sano were very much more of a direct drive sort of track, so it's interesting. Physically quite hard, constantly doing a lot of thinking, changing gears. In the racing will be very fun, as we saw in the other race meetings here before, so I'm just gonna have fun. I think last race in KZ, so just leave everything out there the whole weekend, and fingers crossed we can get a good result to end my KZ campaign.
Fantastic words. Thank you very much for your time. Good luck. All right, thank you.
I've never heard a more definitive answer from Kiya Nakamura that sounds like this is the last time you're ever going to see him, certainly in this rotation of his karting career, in a gearbox racing kart before he steps into a single-seater next year. He seems pretty confident about it and would love to bow out with a 3rd FIA karting title. This man, though, Denis Savico, would like to bow out of 2023 with his 1st. Fabulous run so far from the Spanish talent, Denis Savico, for the Modena team. He is, of course, the teammate of Maxim Orlov, and the Paralympic driver with plenty of opportunities to showcase his flair in this one. But Kiya Nakamura, yeah, he seems very determined to finish his karting career on a positive note. That we always say finish his karting career in inverted commas, because you always seem to get drivers who absolutely love the sport with their whole heart. They come back occasionally. I mean, Freddie Slater may not be here, but I have a feeling that in the years to come, you'll still see him pop back and come and race again and still try and claim a title or 2. Almost certainly the same can be said of Kiya Nakamura. And the man directly behind Nakamura is one I would absolutely recommend for that as well. Maxim Rem, the German driver, who always seems to have found a really nice home within the FIA karting ranks. Here we go then, 12 more laps of the KZ2s before we take a short pause. And it's a short pause just to give the marshals a chance to get a drink and a bit of a breather in the very intense heat that we've got here. 28 degrees Celsius air temperature with very little winds and very high humidity. Kiya Nakamura and Denis Savico from Maxim Rem and Matteo Zanchi from Bavarian and Jorge Pescador. Artem Sevrukin and Adrian Janicki from Lucas Samalisto, Alexander Schmitz, Andrei Matisic, Menhard Kruja, Telian Galasin, Maciej Kierkowski, Tim Locati and Kevin Stahauer.
Then we have Theodor Oldmark and Linus Lagerström, followed by Alex Magagliano, Tom Adams, Jake Claric, Ronnie Tabakovic, GC Kirkby, Luca Walter, Emmanuel May, Mario Lauer, Karol Pasiewicz, Laura Bourget, as well as Kai Perner. Total of 29 drivers on this grid to go for 12 more laps into this qualifying heat opposing Group B versus H. And after that, as you said, we're going to have a 20 minutes break. And then we'll be back for some more racing with the KZ2 Masters entering the scene for the first time in qualifying heat mode. We had the qualifying practice for this new category brought to the fore by the FIA Karting Federation last year at Le Mans for drivers of 35 years old and more. And we're going to have 2 qualifying races for this new category, KZ2 Masters, and a couple of big names, legends in the history of karting. The likes of Alessandro Manetti and Davide Fori, Thierry Delray, and some others as well, including Jordan Mercer, coming all the way from the United States of America, and plenty more. And after that, we'll have the 4 last KZ2 race of the day, 16 in total, a pretty busy and hectic program to get us going with. But tomorrow will be even busier with 24 races on the schedule. Be with us for the qualifying heats of the World Championship in Wackersdorf before heading to Sunday. Now, drivers lining themselves up on the grid, everybody on their pace, and once the light go out, everybody unleash the beast.
So can Kiya Nakamura match his teammate Alex Powell and get 100 points at the top of the dais? Lights come on. When they go out, we'll race again. Let's find out. Good start from Kiya Nakamura, better start from Denis Savico, and he actually chops across on Nakamura and gets through into the lead. So a good start from the Spaniard. Denis Savico manages to get into the lead. Nakamura tries his best to come back, but he's going to lose 2 places down to 4th position then. Goes Kiya Nakamura as Pescador gets through, and he's not the only one, in fact. Oh, look, it goes, and up in the air goes Nakamura. So nearly a big crash for Kiya Nakamura, but there are slow boards, as it's not the only incident that's out on the course. We've got Adrian Janicki and Mario Lauer out on the course elsewhere.
And we have a full course yellow, as you can see, a big crash with some drivers involved over there. Something we don't like to see, but full course yellow decided by the race director, Nigel Edwards. as I think we have Mario Lauer involved in there, but he's walking. That's what we like to see. And hopefully no one else was involved in that big incident, but the yellow flag waving around the track just at the moment when we saw that contact between the Kid Roberta and another driver up there. Didn't quite catch up who that was at the same time. Maybe Tom Terry, one of the at the wheel of the CRG machines. But as a result, Kid Roberta dropped all the way down to a P6. And look at the look at the state of the Mario machine.
Look at the left front. That looks like it's a tyre that's been completely ripped off the carcass. I've never seen that kind of damage from a left front tyre before. So we're under stationary yellows because of the position of the incident. But my goodness me, that's a really bizarre amount of damage on the left front. I just wonder if they managed to catch and go in and basically fly in full pelt into the barriers. We'll have to look at the start of that again. Fortunately, it looks as though Mario Lauer is okay, and I think we are going to go racing again this time. As far as Nigel, oh no, we're going to go around one more time. So Civico, Zanchi, Rem, Tonteri, and Artem Sevrukin with Kier Nakamura Roberta all the way down in P6. It's a nightmare start for the British driver. Just looking at the incidents around, and yeah, it looks as though the circuit is now clear in position, and the marshals have got themselves into the correct positions. You can see that the green light is being prepared now at the edge. You just have to be safe. You have to be very, very careful about not just making sure that the circuit is clear, but also the marshals have to be back in their original positions on the posts. And if there's a medical emergency, then obviously the medical staff have to go back to their original positions and reset. It's not just about getting the kart off the circuit. You have to make sure that everything is correct and ready for racing again. So that process taking an additional lap on a shorter circuit, 1.19 kilometers in length. Now we are told that Mario Lauer is conscious, he is speaking, and we can go racing as a result. So off we go, and straight away for the lead, Matteo Zanchi, not waiting around on Jenny Civico, dives in and takes the lead instantly, as Matteo Zanchi sees the green flag and thinks, right, I can take the lead, and he does. Brilliant racing.
Yeah, brilliant racing and move from Matteo Zanchi, your new leader into the qualifying heat. The green flag is waving, and Kid Nakamura Roberta under the pressure from Artem Severyukin as well. Kakovic just behind from P6. As the Civico Espona is more than willing to switch his position again. He was suddenly caught of napping a little bit at the restart of that race, and that went the way of Zanchi, as Maxim Rem is trying to hold on to third from Paolo Tonteri. Kid Nakamura Roberta for the back as well. Civico Espona might want to look over his shoulder to see what the rest of the field is. Here we go again, lap number 5 that is. 0.3 of a second already pulled by Matteo Zanchi and Civico Espona. Zanchi certainly hoping for Civico Espona to be put under pressure by Maxim Rem, and it's going to be the case. And Maxim Rem goes for P2. Oh, that was a close call, but he made that stick, and it opened the door for Paolo Tonteri around the outside, crossing the line. Can Tonteri hold on? And not quite the opposite, with Kid Nakamura Roberta crossing the positions and taking with him Artem Severyukin.
So Matteo Zanchi under investigation now, potentially for that move that got him into the lead of the race, but there's still more shuffling of the decks. Nakamura Roberta and Artem Severyukin both managing to move their way forward into 4th and 5th places respectfully. So Zanchi leads, Rem second, and Civico, Nakamura Roberta, Severyukin under investigation, then the race leader. Maybe they thought he jumped the start a little bit on the restart. We'll have to double check and figure out what it might be that they are looking into, but certainly Matteo Zanchi looking pretty, oh, big dive at the inside. That was Pescador diving in on Kukovski, and Kukovski dropping back several places as a result. Pescador just getting impatient, and around the outside that Schmidt's trying to move forward. So Paolo Tonteri appears to have got problems transponding. So Paolo Tonteri is still there or thereabouts. I think he's in P6 at the moment. So Tonteri certainly dropping from the fray. If he's not P6, then he's certainly there. Yeah, he is P6 in front of Jorge Pescador in the Cali kart. Always a bit confusing when the driver drops back with a faulty transponder, but certainly the race is still going strong for him. Zanchi, Rem, Civico, Nakamura Roberta, Severyukin, Tonteri and Pescador, then Samalisto in front of Adrian Janicki and Alexander Schmitz rounding out the top 10, but Matteo Zanchi may be leading the race, but he's under the scrutiny of the officials.
Competing as a privateer with Zanchi Motorsport, Matteo Zanchi from Italy. Almost a second advantage now on Maxim Rem. under the pressure of Silvio Espona for 4/10 of a second. Kinda Roberta trying to recover the ground that they had lost. Make up for those positions from P4, putting out the fastest lap in the race. You have a look at the intermediate classification with Alex Powell leading the way with 100 points from Maxim Orlov, Nils Torger, with Vasily Zanki climbing to P5 from Kinda Kamura. Tim Locati being picked up a warning flag, the 183. He's currently P13. As Kinda Roberta with that easily recognizable crash helmet with the colors of Japan, even though he's representing Great Britain, second nationality here in Wackersdorf, very close to Civico Espona. Republic against Parolin indeed. The battle for P4 and P3, shall I say, with Maxim Rem trying to hold on to second place and get close to Matteo Zanchi. Nowhere to be seen in that race. Not only was he able to put himself in the front, but really built a strong gap as a result. So the pace is definitely there for Matteo Zanchi, who's competing this weekend with a CRG chassis. With his own team, Zanchi Motorsport. Here we go. Watch out for the move from Kinda Roberta as we start lap number 9. Good exit from the Prema Racing driver. He's not quite able to switch the position back into turn number 5 and 6 as well.
So Zanchi, Rem, Civico, Roberta, Severukin and Tonteri is the order at the moment, but you've got a lot of pressure on Civico now from Kia Roberta. He really doesn't want to let a heat win slip. He's had a poor start. He's had a difficult opening couple of laps where he actually went airborne trying to fight his way back into position again. So now he's really got to try and dig deep with these remaining 3 laps as he comes off the final turn and at least try and get into third, maybe even second. Could still be possible with Matteo Zanchi up front. Maxim Rem in second. Roberta hunting down Jonas Civico. Watch for the move into the right-hander. Will he dive in? Yes, of course he does. That's Roberta roll over and he squeezes the move. Gets it done on Jonas Civico. A man absolutely fired up, and now he gets a little bit of a nudge, a bit of a love tap from Jonas Civico. Come on then, let's see what you got.
Yeah, beautiful move put together by Kinda Kamura, clipping the curb on the inside. There was pretty much no space for him to go, but still, he made that stick. Happy to P3. Fastest lap, Lucas Amalisto. Jorge Pescador picking an investigation flag. From P7, the Spanish driver was so impressive at the opening round of the European Championship, taking a P3 on home sword in Spain. Let's see what he can do this weekend with the credit card machine. But warning flag is not what you need at this stage of the race, as we're going to need a checker flag. And Matteo Zanchi, that will be the first at this level. Maxim Rem still in second, trying to decrease the gap, only a bit more up now to 9/10 of a second as I'm saying this. But Kin Nakamura actually is gaining on Maxim Rem by the look of it. So that means, as you can see, that Nakamura would be climbing up to P5 in the overall classification of things. We're still a couple of qualifying heats to go, only 2 disputed by each of those drivers today, 5 to go tomorrow. It's a long way certainly for those KZ2 drivers. As we enter the final lap under the leadership of Matteo Zanchi for just a full second on Maxim Rem.
So with Zanchi holding this out by a second to Rem and Roberta, it's exactly where the Italian wants to be. If there is an investigation and there is a potential penalty coming Zanchi's way, he's got to hope that it's not going to cost him too much. And if Roberta is wise and sensible, he's going to stay as close to Maxim Rem as humanly possible to ensure that third position may end up becoming second, although he may not know what is going to happen to Zanchi. Certainly for the moment, though, Matteo Zanchi can't think about that kind of thing. He just has to maintain his position up front, keep the lead afloat, and do a fantastic job all the way through. A fantastic run and a brilliant performance from Matteo Zanchi. He comes through to take the checkered flag, and that'll do nicely for Matteo Zanchi in front of Rem, Roberta, Civico and Severukin. And that means that after 2 qualifying heats for every single driver, only one has remained unbeaten at this stage, and that man is Alex Powell of Jamaica.
A beautiful performance indeed from Matteo Zanchi. Alex Powell with 2 wins so far for him, and strong demonstration at this point with the maximum point 100 for Alex Powell at this stage. But Matteo Zanchi, his best result at this stage, a strong result as well, is fair to be said, by Artem Severyukin. It's been a while since we saw the young driver, the 120, in such a good mood, with such a good pace. hitting P5 after climbing 2 positions from the start of the race. Now, before we get back to the replays and the classification, stay with us. We're going to take a short break of about 20 minutes after that, and we will be back for some more racing just after we debriefed that last KZ2 qualifying Heat B versus H. Matteo Zanchi, brilliant winner, as you can see from Maxim Rem, Kinda Roberta in P3 from Denis Civico, Artem Severukin, Pavel Tonteri, George Pescador, Adrian Giannici, Alexander Schmitz, Colonel Galazin, Lucas Amaristo, Andre Maticic, Tim Locati, Matej Kakovitsky, Linus Lagerstrom in P15. P16 we have Alex Maragliano, Kevin Stehauer, Tom Adams, Meniet Kroze, Jake Klaric in P20. P21st is Theodor Odmark from Jesse Kirkby, Luca Walter, Karol Paziewicz, Emmanuel May, Ronnie Tabakovic, Kai Berner, Laura Bourget, and Mario Lauer that we lost in dramatic fashion, but hopefully and thankfully is okay after the big crash that turned into a full course yellow in the opening stages of this race. Still sunny and hot here in Wackersdorf at the Pro Kart Raceland of this beautiful part of the world, and here's a man who certainly must be delighted, Matteo Zanchi, taking his CRG machine from his own team, Zanchi Motorsport, to the win for the first time this weekend in Germany. So a strong performance for Matteo Zanchi that puts him in 6th place overall after 2 races disputed. As it stands, Alex Powell, your current leader, for 6 points in front of Maxim Orlov. Nils Torger, Daniel Vasile follows as well on equal points, 94 from Kinda Roberta. Zanchi, as we said, Piccini, Rem Morgato, and Civico Espona.
Well, a fascinating battle right from the start, wasn't it? Look at Nakamura Berta getting airborne. Bang! Up he goes. And that very much had the writing firmly on the wall. We'd already had a kart going sideways and into the wall and barrier by that point. That's why we had the slow boards. I'll be fascinated to see what happened at the start, actually, of that race. We didn't really get a proper view of it, did we? So Zanchi retaking the lead nice and early doors there on the restart. I think we surprised everybody. And a big launch from Maxim Rem to dive through. That was enough for an invitation for Pavel Tonteri to try and get alongside and make his own bid on Denis Civico. Tonteri trying his best. Dives through, backs out. Nakamura Berta sensing an opportunity. He dives his way through on the inside, and he gets a little bit of support in order to make that move through. Coming along for the ride, Artem Severukin. Some good battles all the way through in KZ2, but after 2 rotations, we now have a little bit of an understanding as to the form book in the top 10 as it stands provisionally. It's Alex Powell, 2 wins out of 2 from Max Orlov and Nils Truger, who have a win and a second apiece. Then Daniel Vasile and Kia Nakamura Berta, along with Matteo Zanchi. And then we have Alessio Piccini, Maxim Rem, Matthias Morgato in the top 10. Very impressive from him so far. And Denis Civico. So that's your top 10 as things currently stack up. But Matteo Zanchi looking very solid at the end of that race. Whether or not he'll keep it, we'll have to find out later after the preliminary investigations are done. But certainly, as it stands, after 2 races of the 7 that every KZ2 driver will get in the lead up to the Superheat on Sunday morning, it's Alex Powell that currently leads the way. This afternoon, we'll have the 2 first races of the KZ2 Masters procedure in B versus C and then A versus D, and then we'll have the qualifying heats for KZ2 drivers. D versus F, C versus G, B versus E, and we'll finish up with A versus H, and that will take us through to about 7:35 local time here in Wackersdorf. Long week, a long weekend, but then if you want to win the World Championship in KZ, the GoPro FIA Karting World Cup in KZ2, and the KZ2 Masters International Super Cup, it's going to be a very tough week to get there. We, of course, have a get-together this evening from 5:30 onwards. Everybody is welcome, and it will be great to see you all here at the circuit. Team drivers, personnel, we would love to have your company for a social this evening, starting from 5:30 and going all the way through till 8 p.m. this evening. It'll be great to see as many of you there as humanly possible. However, we've still got some great racing to come. After a 20-minute pause, we'll be back just before 5:40 when the KZ2 Masters will get underway. 6 races to go this evening on Friday afternoon of the FIA Karting World Championship weekend, brought to you by mondokart.com, also supported by the GoPro FIA Karting World Cup 2023 and the FIA Karting KZ2 Masters International Super Cup. It's a fabulous week of racing in some of the fastest racing machines on the planet. Formula One drivers regularly use these things for training in between Grand Prix, as they're not allowed to do mid-season testing in a Formula One car. Why do they choose these karts? Because it's as close to Formula One as you can get without strapping yourself in to a monocoque chassis. It is such a physical discipline. It is demanding, it is tough, it is physical, it is brutal, it is ruthless. And that's just in the commentary box. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez with you as we battle away around the course here. And it is a fascinating race weekend. Isn't that an amazing statistic? 10 years ago, Max Verstappen won at the FIA Karting World Championship. But ever since the karting fraternity has had a world championship back in the 1960s, men such as Ayrton Senna da Silva, Michael Schumacher, even Sir Lewis Hamilton have all tried to win a karting world championship, and they have all struggled to do so. That is quite an incredible statistic. This man, however, is on course to trying to challenge for the Karting World Cup in the Super Cup in KZ2 Masters. The Kiwi, Daniel Bray, fastest in his qualifying group. He has a real chance to shine from the front.
Daniel Bray, congratulations for your return to the FIA Karting World Championship. What a lap it was in the qualifying practice. You must be very happy.
Yeah, absolutely over the moon to just pump out the perfect lap. I saw on the dash when I was halfway through, I was half a tenth up, so I just keep push. And I got to thank the Paralin guys and Modena Kart for the amazing chassis. We worked hard on it. We've been at the top in all the sessions in the top 3 or 4. So yeah, absolutely stoked, and thank you to Franco Galiffa for the Motori.
Last time we saw you in such an event, it was a couple of years back in a different category. How are you enjoying the competition here in the KZ2 Masters?
They're probably more on the same fitness level as me. I was 32 years old when I finished second in Genk, and I felt like I was a very old man in the KZ2 class. But yeah, no, it's good to be back and seeing all my friends and in the paddock. It's awesome.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
So nice to hear from Daniel Bray all the way down from down under a couple of years after his last appearance, as you heard him in 2018 in Genk for the World Championship event in the KZ2 International Super Cup. And believe it or not, this race was actually the first one that Jake Sanson and myself, Guillaume Alvarez, got to commentate together 5 years ago. Time flies.
Yes, it is. 2018 at Genk it was on that particular occasion, wasn't it? So fascinating stuff at the end of a 6th year of international RGMMC promoted karting commentary. There is Alessandro Manetti, twice a world champion and 3 times a European champion across multiple categories over the years. And that's one of the great things about this KZ2 Masters category. It brings some of the legends of the sport back out of the woodwork. When this was announced as a category for over 35s, a lot of drivers suddenly thought, you know what, I wish I could have achieved more in my career. I wish I could have done more. And that was the moment for some of those drivers to go, do you know what? This is my chance. This is my moment. We are going to achieve more. So the KZ2 Masters will come out once again for the International Super Cup, the first of the heats that they will race over the course of this weekend. And this is a great balance for the competitors. Out for the first qualifying heat we go, and the grid looks like this. Daniel Bray and Alessandro Manetti from Riccardo Nallon and Emanuele Simonetti. Sven Salzman and Thomas Denel from Alessio Lamartina and Sergio Costatini. Thomas Mich and Marco Pagani. Christian Naumann and Michael Bunker from Maurizio Giacchetti and Gendro Vascia. Mark Vollhauser and Andreas Driesen.
Then we have Brice De Gay, Sebastiano De Matteo, Jürgen Schmal, Terry Del Rey, Lorenzo Nespoli, Patrick Lloyd, Jordan Mercer, Thierry De Jong, Patrick Hun, Natalie Kreitz, Thorsten Simon, Chris Wallenbroek, Ian Walsh, Thomas Schumacher, Carlos de Souza, Jan Kuras, Martin Knapp, Daniel Claudino, Bas Steen. A very, very impressive field of drivers. 70 KZ2 Masters, believe it or not. They have responded to the invitation of the FIA Karting Federation for the 2nd edition of this very specific event. Last year at Le Mans, we had a beautiful as well start to this new series, and the victory at the time went to the Frenchman Thomas Letailleur in front of his fellow countrymen from France, Eric Ramon. Thierry Del Rey, who's with us this weekend, picking up 3rd place from Riccardo Nallon and Johan Renault. Davide Fore, of course, one of the legends in the history of karting. Was one of the fastest. He took the fastest lap at the end of the final in Le Mans. Couldn't translate that into the result he had hoped for. He will be on track just after this. Now we leave it to Alessandro Manetti and Daniel Bray to lead the field under the eyes and surveillance of Gonzalo Planta and Judge of Fact, alongside Nigel Edwards, our race director, Pasquale Lupoli, and the entire team of the FIA Karting Federation, along with the RGNMC officials.
So let's go racing. Bray versus Manetti on the front of the grid. Nallon and Simonetti on the second. And we race into new territory. KZ2 Masters for the second year in a row. Let's go racing! And it's a fabulous start from Bray. But he doesn't get as good a start as Manetti. Manetti gets an absolute scorcher and leads as they work their way through on the first part of the course. So as the drivers nip and toe their way through the hairpin, we've got one kart that has stopped on the start line. It is the 357 that is not moving. That is Chris Vanderbroek. So the German, unfortunately, out of the race. So no further participation for Chris Vanderbroek today. Barely even got the race going at all. In fact, I don't think he did. So as the drivers work their way through, you can see there's already a couple of gaps producing in the KZ2 Masters. It's getting a little bit misty. Oh dear, drivers. There's damage to one kart that is slowing. It's the 322 with the right rear axle with a massive amount of damage. That is Jürgen Schmal. So Jürgen Schmal has got a bit of an issue and some damage to the right of the car and possibly some rib discomfort as well.
Yeah, it looks to me that the rear axle got bended as a result of his contact. Jürgen Schmal, unfortunately, that will be DNF for the Austrian driver. As we're about to conclude lap number 1 into lap number 2 already out of 13. Oof. And yeah, but look at it, he was suffering a little bit on his right arm as a result of the contact, but he's walking. So as we can see it from the outside of speaking commentator room, he seems to be okay walking. Certainly anger about the defeat and the DNF, but is fine.
Right, still Manetti, Bray and Nallon up front then. Simonetti trying to shake off Sven Salzman with Mich Denel, Bunker, Costantini and Alessio Lamartina up in the top 10. But Alessandro Manetti looking very strong up at the front end. Daniel Bray in second place, then Nallon, Simonetti and Salzman. Let's have a look at the start again, because we can see how frenetic it got in the middle of the field. Ah, there's a spin. It looked like a bit of a jump start almost from the man who spun it away. Christopher Vanderbroek, almost as if he jumped the start and then ended up losing it, trying to avoid everybody else. So that's the price you pay, unfortunately, for a jump start in KZ2 Masters. A bit of a sporadic start, actually. A few drivers getting it right, a few of them getting it wrong. There could be quite a few drivers investigated, as we have another retirement by the look of it. We've got 2 retirements. Christian Naumann and Jindra Vasha seem to have come together. So problems there as we lose several more drivers now from the fray. But it all got a little bit messy on the opening lap in a couple of places. So there's going to be quite a few karts that will potentially have some damage as a result of that. There's the contact that took out the 322, I do believe. And we're going to see a big moment. This is the replay. Oh, big airborne moment there for the 322. And that's how the right rear of his kart came completely crabbed. So there's absolutely nothing he can do. And then he puts his hand in the air to signal that he's got an issue, but he's already into some discomfort as a result of that. You can see that the kart is never going to go another mile.
And that was the end of the race for Jürgen Schmal, as well as for Christian Neumann, Jordan Mercer and Chris Vandenbroek. So already 4 drivers, even 5 with Patrick Lodo that we seem to have lost in the process of this race. Too bad for Jordan Mercer as well, the American driver. Another of the karting big names from the US of A. Having his go once again at the World Championship like he did last year in the KZ2 Masters. But Alessandro Manetti pulling on the fastest lap in this race, increasing his gap up to 9/10 of a second from Daniel Bray. Incredible performance and level of pace, as we have 2 investigation flag for the 304 and the 333 being Alessandro Manetti. So warning flag, as you can see, Sebastiano Di Mano, the 304, Sebastiano Di Matteo, sorry, is currently in P13, and your leader Alessandro Manetti being investigated by the stewards for potential jump start. They didn't tell you anything, but by the look of the replays that we'll see once again post-race, may seem that Alessandro Manetti was a little bit too soon on the gas. Remains to be seen and confirmed, of course, and those results will be published on FIAKarting.com, and we'll let you know in due course. But as any outcome aside, the level of pace shown by Alessandro Manetti has been absolutely impressive for his return with the CRG machine. Let's not forget that Manetti, like some of his opponents in this class, hasn't been racing in a World Championship for many years now. In the meantime, between the end of his career as a professional kart driver, he set up his own team, managing motorsport for the past few seasons. And actually, one of his latest participations goes back almost a decade for Alessandro Manetti, whose number of accolades and titles is pretty much endless. 3-time European champion, twice world champion, as he won the title in the Formula Super A back in 1994, and the Formula A as well in 1991. I wasn't even born in 1991, can you believe it? And now we're having the pleasure, the honor, my dear Jake, of witnessing greatness once again at play with Alessandro Manetti, one of the great names of karting back in the 90s and year 2000.
I certainly was. I can remember many a Eurosport broadcast back in the day when you'd had the voices of Mark Cole or Martin Haven chatting away about some of these legendary drivers. Great to see some of them back again, as Alessandro Manetti, Daniel Bray and Ricardo Nallon running in the top 3, having a fantastic run. And it's great to see that some of these guys have absolutely lost none of their flair at all. Alessandro Manetti, for example, out in front, 46.822 for the lap. It's like no time has passed at all. And on the 8th lap, in front of Daniel Bray, who, of course, as he mentioned himself, didn't exactly feel like a spring chicken when he got his podium in the Super Cup back in Genk in 2019. Dive up the inside. Oh, this is great wheel-to-wheel stuff, and it really comes at a price for one of the Birolats, I think, just about to lose ground. There's another kart retiring, certainly pulling off the road, and I don't think that's going any further. So we've got Mich having an incident, and then Bunker, I think, is not going any further at all. So Bunker appears to be out of the kart and out of the race, so that's very unfortunate indeed. But look, you can see there's a lot of variety in the driving exhaustion for the KZ2 Masters, because you've got to remember these guys are over the age of 35. A lot of them haven't raced in over a decade. So to them to make their comebacks and all try and emerge, it's a much tougher race for a lot of the KZ2 Masters drivers. But certainly Alessandro Manetti and Daniel Bray have not lost any of their form, and they are still doing a sensational job up front.
Let's not forget that the average lap time of those guys out there of more than 35 years old is between 46 and 48 seconds, considering that the fastest of the KZ drivers nowadays are around 45. At this age, with less practice, of course, and the years and everything, that's still incredibly impressive at this level to be able to go at such a speed. And let's not forget that Wackersdorf is not the easiest of track when it comes to gearbox karting, because there's so much change going up and down in the shifting that there's no rest pretty much, apart from certainly the start-finish straight on the way to the turn number 4 at the hairpin. But even that straight is not particularly straight, actually, because it goes twice to the left, right, and then again twice to the right. So there's pretty much no rest on this Wackersdorf track, unlike some of the big circuits where we've been competing in gearbox. Oh, and a couple of drivers that got together. Unfortunately, 2 drivers out by the look of it. Let's try to identify who that is. But we seem to have lost in the...
That looks like Jindra Vasher and Bash Steen. So Bash Steen and Jindra Vasher appear to have come off the road as well. So 2 more drivers to fall by the wayside. And you can see how physical it is for these drivers. So many more retirements in KZ2 Masters than there have been in KZ and KZ2, who do this week in, week out. Don't forget, these guys coming out having barely had a race program all year. So it's a very different discipline. So Steen, Vasher, let's have a look and see what happened. Up the inside, that is a bit of a run wide. It's going to end in tears. Oh no, that's an earlier incident. Diving back for the inside line though. Not a lot of room to play with. And that's how it ends up causing a problem. There you see, that's Mich losing a lot of ground earlier on.
Might have been Michael Bunker, I think, on that one.
Well, this is the retirement for the 353 of Michael Bunker, because I think he had more problems than that first little moment was first belying. But now, of course, we've lost Bash Steen and Jindra Vasher in a separate incident as well. Penultimate lap, and it's now Daniel Bray trying to get back on terms with Alessandro Manetti. 9/10 of a second is the gap, and it still is, but third position is up for grabs between Nalon and Simonetti.
Yeah, watch out for the 3:59 of Simonetti coming close. 3/10 of a second on Nalon. The battle for the top 3 finish position into the last lap of this first qualifying heat of the KZ2 Masters, dominated by Alessandro Manetti. Back at his best, like in the old days with the CRG machine. A full second he was able to pull off on Daniel Bray. Back at the wheel of a kart in World Championship mode for the first time since 2018, and the home of champions in Genk. But it's not over yet between Nalon and Simonetti. I do wonder, even though this is an entirely different discipline, as you said, if those drivers will be eager to fight for the last positions into the last corners, not thinking too much about the end result, but more for the fun of it and for the sake of pulling off a good overtaking, because they're here for the competition, but they have nothing to lose. And this man, Alessandro Manetti, will be the one certainly to catch up in the KZ2 Masters. That's a strong message sent to what could be his closest opponent, Davide Fori, that we're going to see in the next race. But Alessandro Manetti has been uncatchable in front of Daniel Bray, Riccardo Nalon, Emmanuel Simonetti, team P4 from Thomas Denhel. But the Italian driver, the double world champion of karting back in the 90s, it seems like he never left the world of karting by the look of his pace, determination and rhythm all throughout this first qualifying heat of the weekend.
I mean, Alessandro Manetti returning to form, would he ever have driven anything other than a CRG when he came back? But what a fantastic run nonetheless, and great to see him and Daniel Bray trading lap times and gunning for the win. I think that could be a preview to what we see in the final on Sunday, to be fair. Manetti and Bray definitely looking in very strong form. Nalon and Simonetti are not far away, but we'll have to see what comes of the KZ2 Masters second heat, which is coming straight up. So it'll be a fascinating situation for all of the competitors out there. But Alessandro Manetti gets ahead of the Kiwi Daniel Bray, and then Riccardo Nalon and Emanuele Simonetti from Thomas Denel and Sven Salzman, Alessio Lamartina, Thomas Mich and Marco Pagani, and Sirio Costatani, Mark Waldhauser, Andreas Driesen, Sebastiano De Matteo, Thierry Del Rey in 14th on his own chassis, and Thierry de Jong in 15th.
P16 is Brice de Rey from Thomas Schumacher, nothing related. Patrick Kuhn in P18 from Lorenzo Nespoli, Natalie Kreis in P20 from Maurizio Chiacchecci. Then we have Jan Walsh, Jan Kuras, Torsten Simon, Martin Knapp, Carlos de Souza, Daniel Crodino and Patrick Lodel in P28. 7 retired drivers in this race. As you can see, Alessandro Manetti here in the scale, coming back with his mechanic. We lost in this race Chris Vandenbroek, Jürgen Schmal, Christian Naumann, Michael Dunk, Dietrich Vaja, Bas Steen and Jordan Mercer. Quite unfortunate. A couple of big incidents in this opening qualifying heat for the class, as we're going to have opposing Group A versus D in just a moment after this. Alessandro Manetti, Alessandro Manetti smiling at the camera and giving us the thumbs up. He must be delighted and satisfied about such a strong performance. He's been uncatchable in his first attempt on this track. Here's a look back at the start, and still, of course, that decisions that need to be made because we're not quite sure yet about what might happen for the end results, considering that Alessandro Manetti was under investigation all throughout the race. For that moment on the left, slightly jump start, is it not? This will be down to the officials to decide.
It's definitely up for debate, isn't it, as the drivers got underway. But certainly Daniel Bray getting himself into a solid position to run with Alessandro Manetti and not overdriving his own kart, as we watch the drivers returning back into the pits after some wild moments out there on the course. This was the first big one, and now we're going to get to see where the real damage was done. There it is, 322 of Jürgen Schmal going up in the air. A very awkward moment and a rather difficult landing as well for a kart that was well and truly pranged well into the incident. And so Jürgen Schmal parking the kart out of position. So a very tough situation for all of the drivers then. But obviously, for every tough situation, there was always a really good battle to watch as well. And certainly so far, Alessandro Manetti guiding himself into a smooth position ahead of Daniel Bray and Riccardo Nalon. We had a grand total of 7 retirements, Bas Steen and Jendro Vascher, who came together. And then we had Michael Binkia, Christian Naumann, then 3 drivers gone on the first lap. Jürgen Schmal, Jordan Musser, and Chris van der Broek. So a very tricky first race. There is the incident between Bastin and Jendra Vasha. The 2 drivers having to walk away from the scene, and there's quite a few karts to clear up now as a result of those first few incidents. But certainly Alessandro Manetti on the road, managing to stay in front of Daniel Bray. Will he keep the win? Time will tell.
Time will tell indeed, as we staying with the KZ2 Masters and getting our attention towards the opposition between A and D, the next 2 groups that will mark the end already of the program for today for this category. After that, stay with us. We have 4 more races, the last one of the day for the KZ2 category. 3 minutes left on the pre-grid, that is on the far side of the Wackersdorf facility, where the drivers get themselves ready. One last talk with the mechanic, one last hand check, and for them to sit in the machines, get themselves into their own bubble of concentration. And concentration, determination, this driver on your screen will be needing both. And this is the first time that we get to see him starting on pole position after taking the overall fastest lap in qualifying. His name is Mirko Mizzoni. He's coming from Italy, and we caught up with him earlier today. Mirko Mizzoni, congratulations, the World Championship in KZ2 Masters, and you put it on pole position. How do you feel?
Thank you, Wackersdorf. It's very, very great for me. This track is very beautiful for my chassis. Thank you, Italcorse, in this moment.
We can feel the emotion. Now it's about savoring the moment. The emotions is high in the sky, but you yourself on pole position in front of what will be a very competitive field. That's going to be one tricky job for the weekend. Do you feel up for it?
Yes, I great feel for track. In this moment, very great. Attend to the heat final. Is this track, this race is very long. Another 2 days. This is the start.
This is only the start. A long way to go until Sunday. Best of luck to you, and thank you very much. Grazie.
Thank you.
Bless him, he was almost fairly overcome with emotion there, isn't he, Mirko Mazzoni? I don't think he was expecting to get pole position for that at all. So it's been kind of nice to see him in that position where he's been able to make it work for him in his favour. There is Davide Fore, one of the legends of our sport. 4 times a world champion in FIA karting across various disciplines. The man just never, ever slows down. The only thing that has made him switch across to the KZ2 Masters is his thirst for victory rather than making up numbers. He has a great chance to add another FIA Karting World title accolade to his trophy cabinet, and that would, of course, be his 5th if he could come away with the KZ2 Masters International Super Cup.
Added to those world titles, of course, European Championship crowns as well in different categories, where there was Formula Super A, Formula A, Formula 100cc back in the day as well. It's actually quite simple, you know. The list of major titles won by Davide Fore would have been too much to put on the screen, and you guys would not see anything else from the race. But we had to keep it to the main ones, and this is already way too impressive. 4 titles, pretty much like Alessandro Piscini back in the day. 5 world titles for Beggio or Dilano Rossi. 6 titles for, of course, the great Mike Wilson back in the 80s. These are some of the best karting drivers we're talking about, and who knows, in the years to come we might see even more and more great names of this period still feeling fit to the challenge and maybe joining them on track. That would be such a fantastic turnover of great champions, and ever since last year and the launch of the KZ2 Masters, it has been so, and we're lucky enough to witness greatness on track. Now, the grid info. Mirko Mizzoni will be starting from pole position with Davide Fore by his side. Jeroen Bos will be on the second row of the grid, and keep an eye on the Dutch driver because he was certainly one of the most impressive and fast drivers in Le Mans last year, the World Championship. Unfortunately, couldn't keep his P3 result in the end due to a penalty. Certainly back here in Wackersdorf, searching for revenge. He's going to have Thomas Neumann by his side, and we're going to have Andre Nicastro, Roberto Profico, Andrea Spagni, Samuel Gaffner, Amune Drucco, Sven Eyer, Bruno Vanzan, Regan Hall, Rasmus Ogar, Adriano Amaral, followed on the grid by Heinrich Huber, Claude Ball, Sebastian Leder, Marcus Rausch, Valdir Belisario Jr., Robert Jansmuller, Jan Vejermos, Daniel Seber, Gregory Leder, Benjamin Ewet, Andre Martins, Eduardo Martins, Victor Jimenez, Thomas Mulling, Ricardo Avila. Then we have Roberto Avanzato, Edgar Osting, Oliver Genmil, Sebastian Rotter, Michael Curran, and David Malcolm. We do have everybody, 35 of them, 70 in total. Here we go.
Mizzoni versus Fore, Boss versus Newman, Nicastro and Profico on the third row. This will be a really tough battle to see who comes forward. But certainly for the men on the front row, Mizzoni and Fore, it looks as though it's going to be business as usual just a few years down the line for two of the great men of our sport. As we see what they can do from the front end of the field. Fore will be alongside Mizzoni, and we will race. And it's a great start for Mirko Mizzoni, but it's a better start for Davide Fore. Fore hits the front. So Davide Fore has got into the lead nice and early. Mirko Mizzoni is going to try his best to close up on Fore, but if I know Davide Fore, he will get into the lead, he will disappear, and he will not even look back. Everybody else is just going to have to play catch up. As the drivers work their way through on this opening lap, is everybody going to get through without incident? Well, it looks as though pretty much everybody has come through. There's one or two karts, I think, towards the tail end, having an issue here or there. And there's a front fairing that's completely gone from a kart.
Just outside of turn number 4 in the opening sector. Let's try to see who that front fairing belongs. And funny enough, we do have Daniel Bray pretty much in the commentator box. He's just on the side watching. On
342. 342 is the one that's missing a front fairing. And I'm afraid to say, you've got to go all the way down to Robert Jansmuller. So Robert Jansmuller is coming into the pits to retire. There he is, pulling in. So Robert Jansmuller not going to finish this race with a problem with the front fairing, having been, well, completely ripped off the car. So Fore, Mizzoni, Newman, Boss, Profico, Nicastro, Gaffner, Spagni, Haugaard and Haya, as we have a terrific run so far. But Davide Fore and Mirko Mizzoni already commanding the pace of this one, but for third position onwards, it's anybody's guess, as Newman has got pressure from Boss. Boss is going to have a think about it, but he's not close enough to make the big lunge. So you've just got to take your time up and over the top of the crest, working the way forward, smoothing it out on the far side, and Davide Fore continues to lead.
The fight is on, lap number 3. Davide Fore for half of a second on Mizzoni. Mizzoni must not be feeling quite happy about losing the start and losing P1. Still has a long way to go, obviously, to try to switch those positions. Maybe with the support of Neumann and Jeroen Boss. Try to make the difference for the back. As Thomas Neumann down in P3, picking up an investigation flag. Certainly for the start, we're going to need to watch that back again. But Thomas Neumann going for the move. Oh, that was a close call. That was a close call. Didn't make it through. That was Thomas Neumann on Mizzoni for P2. And Jeroen Boss was certainly more than eager to follow through, but he's going to have to wait maybe into the next lap. And you can see a lot of shadow actually into the last turn. Quite difficult to see at anyone's guess who's going to go for the move in that part of the track. But we're getting near, of course, the conclusion of the day. And the sun is slightly decreasing in lightning on the Wackersdorf track. As we keep following Jeroen Boss, Thomas Neumann and Mizzoni. And on the east side, oh, there was an attempt from Jeroen Boss, but he still has to keep himself behind.
So Fore, Mizzoni, Newman and Boss, Profico and Nicastro, Gaffner, Spagni, Haugaard and Haya in the top 10. On a spinner, a bit of a problem there for one of the Sodis. That is the 352. So a bit of an issue there further down the field for one of the Sodis in trouble. That, or it might even be, yeah, that Edgar Usting. It is the 352. It's Edgar Usting having his problems then. And that's really come back to bite him. Still, Boss versus Newman, with Boss now getting through into third position. So Jeroen Boss has now managed to work his way past Thomas Newman. Jeroen Boss now in third. Davide Fore out in front and stretching away. 47.16 for him. Quicker than anybody else can manage at the moment, as working the way forward further as well. That looks to me like Nicastro trying to get closer in. So Andre Nicastro having worked his way forward on Profico. Down in 6th position. Gaffner, Spagni, Haugaard, Haya, Vansen, Ducrot, Hubert, Rausch and Lieder in the top 15 at the moment. But certainly Foray is not stretching out as far away from Mazzoni as possible. There's the move from Gideon Bosch to get through into third position for the SP Motorsport team. He dives through and gets the run on Thomas Newman.
Yeah, that's the sort of move I'm talking about. Gideon Bosch from SP Motorsport, the team of the Pex brothers, obviously. So it's fair to say that he certainly has the material that he needs to achieve what he came to achieve, not only P3. That would be equaling his result of Le Mans last year. He didn't get to keep that, but certainly more than that. He's going to go for the win, whatever cost. Here's a look back at the start, and let's see if Thomas Newman can be caught in action. Quite hard to say, actually, if there was any jump start. There was a matter of milliseconds, certainly, or maybe it's down to something else entirely different than the starting procedure. Remains to be seen, but Thomas Newman is still under investigation. As he currently sitting before.
There goes the front fairing. That is Robert Jansmüller. The front fairing went flying and the marshal had to run across the track to go and collect it. So those marshals, brave volunteers, they love their motorsport. And of course we can't go racing without them. They keep us safe and sound in all circumstances, in all weather conditions, no matter where we go. And we are incredibly indebted to them. So Foray, Mazzoni, Boss and Newman. Then Profico and De Castro, Gaffner, Spagni, Haugaard and Haya. From Van Zan, Ducrot, Hubert, Rausch and Lieder. From Viermos and Bay. And then Hall in front of Lieder and Amaral. As they come off the turn again, trying to push further forward. Davide Foray looking very comfortable in front of Mirko Mazzoni. And the two of them have finally started to stretch out the gap over everybody else. So it looks to me as though we've got a four-man fight for the victory, realistically, in terms of just raw pace for this title. Alessandro Manetti, Daniel Bray, Davide Foray and Mirko Mazzoni. It's going to be one of those four for my money, just in terms of raw pace, stamina and ability to keep it in position. That is going to be the telling point going into tomorrow. But there is Jeroen Bosch, still hanging on in front of Thomas Newman. Just because what is going on today is going on today, it doesn't mean it will carry on into tomorrow. You've obviously got to keep digging and finding the advantages wherever possible. It's a long old road. So fascinating situation.
Jeroen Bosch has the pace, as he demonstrated last year at Le Mans, by taking the overall pole position at the start of the World Championship for the first appearance of the KZ2 Masters. So as we said, he's not here to make up the numbers, as if Davide Foray in the lead were to keep that win, not there yet. I would put him on equal points as Alessandro Manetti, his old rival from the 90s. Mazzoni would be third, as you can see, and the rest of the classification as it stands still very much provisional. We would have Daniel Bray, Jeroen Bosch, Dalan, Simonetti, Neumann, Del and Profico for the top 10. Of course, all those drivers will have 2 more qualifying hits to go through tomorrow to make it to the final on Sunday afternoon. And since there's 70 of them at the start and only 36, half of that pretty much will make it to the most important of all races. We're here on board with the 315. This is a little bit further back in the classification. 2 Tony Kart machines, Profico and De Castro for the back, P5 and P6. Split by just 0.2 of a second. Driving together by the look of it, trying to decrease the gap. Profico still has a bit more than a second disadvantage on Neumann in P4. And we have Gaffner just behind at P16 and P7. Olga, Spagni higher in P10. Oh, and DNF by the look of it for the 325. If I've seen correctly. One of the Leclerc machine pulling out into the pits.
Yeah, it's Michael Curran, the Irishman. So very unfortunate indeed there for Michael Curran. He's not going to go any further. Davide Foray still stretches it out from Mirko Mazzoni. Jeroen Bosch, Tom Newman up in the top 5 is Roberto Profico, still having a very solid run of it as well.
0.8 of a second now between the 2 leaders, and we're still here with 2 Tony Kart machines with Profico and De Castro.
We're hearing there's a problem for Oliver Gemmel, I should say. Oliver Gemmel for the MK Racing team. Apparently, his kart is shedding water from the radiator as it goes past. So big problems for Oliver Gemmel, we think, for the MK Racing team. He was already struggling anyway.
I didn't know we could do that.
Well, yeah.
Is it a new option for Mario Kart or something? Did they change the regulation?
Yeah, well, maybe. Something is certainly not right. There's certainly some kind of liquid apparently depositing from Oliver Gemmel's kart, the number 344. So that is a big difficulty for the man who is currently down in 26th position. But there's certainly some chatter about it at the moment. And Oliver Gemmel for the MK Racing team really struggling at the moment. And it's certainly looking like his days on the circuit are numbered.
And I was trying to see onto the track if there was any sign of slippery track flag, but I don't see any of it just yet. So quite hard to point out certainly the part of the track where that could be more slippery with the water.
Anyway, this man up front isn't slowing down for it, or anything else for that matter. Davide Fore having an absolutely sensational run, and it'll be great to get a word with him after the fact. He has been absolutely euphoric in his return to the front of an FIA karting field. He was always prepared to do battle in KZ2 and even KZ when the opportunities arose for him, but obviously with time and with age it becomes difficult to maintain it. But now, thanks to the KZ2 Masters, Davide Fore can still enjoy what he loves best. Time and circumstance should not stop anybody from loving the sport that they love. Davide Fore gets to enjoy it at his pace and at his leisure. He comes back to Wackersdorf and he takes his first win of the week here on Friday evening. Davide Fore doing a great job in front of Mirko Mazzoni. And then in third place, Jeroen Bosch managing to take on and pass Thomas Newman in front of Roberto Profico and Andrei Nicastro. So a great run from Davide Fore. Such an impeccable competitor, such an amazing performer. He has always given nothing less than his absolute best. And it is wonderful to see Davide Fore back in his impeccable good humour, his immense professionalism and his phenomenal speed. He never gives anything less than 10 tenths. And so, of course, he is able to pull clear of his rivals with all 10 of those tenths being utilised. So he comes off the final turn on the cooling down lap and he will come in back into the pit lane. A great result for Davide Fore in front of the original pole sitter, Mirko Mazzoni. What a weekend this is going to be. Neither of the original pole position sitters in KZ2 Masters come through for the victory. Daniel Bray is vanquished by Alessandro Manetti. And then in the second, Mirko Mazzoni is beaten by Davide Fore. Mazzoni still second from Jeroen Bosch and Thomas Newman, then Roberto Profico, Andrei Nicastro and Samuel Gaffner from Rasmus Haugaard, Andrea Spagni and Bruno Van Zaan. Emmanuel Ducrot, Sven Heyer and Eric Hubert from Sebastian Lieder and Marcus Rausch. 16th position going the way of Jan Villemeurs and then Claude Ball from Regan Hall, Gregory Lieder and Valdo Bellazzario Jr. Adriano Almaral is in front of Eduardo Martins and Andre Martins, the Tony Kart teammates and siblings. Victor Jimenez, the former Mexican touring car champion, in 24th from Daniel Sibert. Roberto Avanzato, Oliver Gemmel, Benjamin Ewert, Sebastian Rother, and in 30th place it is David Malcolm, I should say, in front of Ricardo Avila, Edgar Oosting and Thomas Muehling. The retirements, well, there were only two, Michael Curran and Robert Jansmuller, who ended up having his problem on the first lap of the race itself, losing his front fairing in the melee. Well, certainly Davide Fore and Mirko Mazzoni have started their week in the best possible fashion and certainly looking pretty strong from the start. Mazzoni made a good start, but Davide Fore made a better one. And just as he always used to do in the KZ categories, Davide Fore then set off by example and stormed away. A fabulous performance from Davide Fore. I genuinely think that there is a painting in his attic that keeps changing. He is that youthful and still that fast. He's the Dorian Gray of karting, is Davide Fore. There's the flying front fairing, and then the marshal that goes across to collect it. Tough work being in this sport, and tough work being involved at this level. But it's wonderful to see these guys still putting in an excellent display. But Davide Fore making it nice and easy in the end. A very simple victory, and that could well be the first of 3 this week. Certainly in the run to the Superheat, he'll have a very solid run for it for the time being. But the KZ2 Masters launch here at Pro Kart Raceland Wackersdorf in scintillating fashion. It's a good start from them. We've got 4 races to go here this afternoon, and that is for the KZ2s, as they will continue their journey for their 3rd heat. By the end of today, all of the KZ2 drivers will have just 4 races left to complete. So it's been a very exciting battle as the drivers continue to give us plenty of excitement and drama around the course. And they've certainly given us an awful lot of talking points coming into the weekend. So far, Alex Powell is the only driver all weekend that has yet to be beaten in KZ2. Everybody else has taken at least one defeat. So Alex Powell definitely looking the most dominant of the competitors in terms of the current form. And with 4 races still to go here today, you can see that for yourself on the schedule. Qualifying heat D versus F, then C versus G, B versus E, and A versus H. That will take us through to the end of the day. And then guess what? We get to come back tomorrow and do it all over again for all 3 categories. For KZ, for the World Championship, KZ2 for the World Cup, and KZ2 Masters for the International Super Cup. Brought to you by MondoKart.com, GoPro, and RGMMC Group. Here in the FIA Karting World Championship weekend, which has been running since the 1960s in various disciplines. And even the likes of Ayrton Senna, Michael Schumacher, and Sir Lewis Hamilton themselves could never win this title. They had a great chance, and it didn't quite go their way. It could go the way of the man who is chatting down with Guillaume Alvarez in the paddock.
Welcome back, guys, live from the Parc Fermé. I'm with the legend himself, Mr. Davide Forey. Davide, good to have you not only with us, but at Wackersdorf, and what a beautiful performance it was. First heat, first win. Just need to do this all over again tomorrow and on the way to Sunday.
Thank you very much for the nice message. Yes, I'm so happy to be here one more time. Everybody know probably I can stay without a race sometimes. I need to come back. It's a really big passion. To be here, the world, I said the World Championship for KZ category, it is amazing. I want to say thanks to my team first, because they gave me, this is very important, to give me the opportunity to be here, and also the performance is excellent, it's fantastic, and then make me fast this week, and for sure to be at the front at the beginning of the week, that give you a good feeling, like always. I have hard competitors because the category start to be very nice. We very good drivers, like me, with a big legend in the past. So I wish will be a good show for everyone, and for the television also for sure.
Absolutely, and the one thing we might actually be hoping for on Sunday will be to have you, Davide, and Alessandro Manetti side by side on the front row of the grid. What do you say about that?
I have a lot of respect for Alessandro, because when I started to race at the big level with the Tony Car racing team, he was official driver Tony Car, so for me I was representing example to follow. Then we have in the past we have some big history, and now we are whole. So the whole driver means still with the same passion, and we are still here to fight for the same target, and that is, I believe, is a wonderful story.
It is a wonderful story. Beautiful words. Thank you very much. Grazie mille, Davide Forey, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you, Davide Forey, 4-time world champion, ladies and gentlemen, with us this weekend in Wackersdorf.
Thank you very much indeed, Guillaume. Good to hear from Davide Forey, and a fabulous performance is going to come from him for the rest of this weekend, no doubt. It'll be really exciting to see what he can produce in the KZ2 Masters races over the course of the weekend. 2 more heats to come from each driver in KZ2 Masters for the rest of this week, as well as in the KZ. But there's a whole barrage of races to come from KZ2, including the first of the 4 races we've got this afternoon. Matthias Spergel and Nicolas Roos will now take up residence on the front row of the grid. Matthias Spergel actually opting to go for the inside of turn 1 rather than the outside of turn 1, because the pole position sitter can actually choose which side of the grid they will actually start the races from. And it's always very entertaining, and always very, very eager to see what driver can make good use of one particular situation. Nicolas Roos alongside Matthias Spergel on that front row of the grid, from Daniel Vassale and Alessio Pacini, then Christian Bertocca, Gabin Loyer, Moritz Ebner and Adrian Mariero from Filip Wojcik and Norton Andreasen, then Dominic Reuters and Vladimir Verkalantsev from Yannick Julius Bernhardt and Max Schreier. We are going to be in for a very interesting and very intriguing run off the start of the race here in the first of our 4 KZ2 races. So the drivers will battle away in procedure for the 12 laps of qualifying heat D versus F at Pro Kart Raceland. The drivers are sent out onto the grid then for their formation lap, and then they will come and park the kart onto the start line once again, and we can go racing in qualifying heat D versus F in KZ2. Matteo Spergel and Nicolas Roos on the front row of the starting grid from Daniel Vasile and Alessio Piccini, then Christian Bertucca and Gabin Loyer from Moritz Ebner and Adrian Maliero, Philip Wojcik and Norton Andreasen, Dominic Reuters and Vladimir Vagalantsev, then Yannick Julius Bernhardt and Max Schreier from Wackersdorf Putiatin and Jeremy Potain, Edgar Vilquin and Gabriel Coa from Jakob Wojcik and Mark Negrutza, then Sam Lier and Max Stange, Gianni Andrizani and Sim Liedmar from Rick Hartmann, Finir Charisma, Jakobus Bogdanovicius, Albin Storesen, Patricio Zimenio and Alexandra Gladstein. So with all 30 drivers out there on the course, starting to get themselves warmed up and dialed in, every single driver in the field of KZ2 this week has taken at least one defeat, except for one driver. That is the Jamaican sensation himself, as they call him, Alex Powell, for the Prema Racing team, the man who is born and raised in Miami, Florida. He carries the Jamaican flag due to his heritage and is very proud indeed of that, his Caribbean roots, and certainly wants to give them their first title in the world of karting. But it's definitely going to be a very long and exerting process that takes us to that point in KZ2, and there's several other drivers that will want to make a play for it leading up to this point as well. So as the drivers gear up ready for another exciting battle out on the course, Matteo Spergel versus Nicolas Roos, there's a lot of tension behind it because both drivers are looking for their first win. In fact, Daniel Vasile is the highest ranked driver from the competitors that we've seen in the first two heats so far. He will start from third on the grid, and of course Vasile has a win and a second place to his name, which is the same as Maxim Orlov and Niels Troger, the three drivers only separated by their qualifying time earlier today. So it could be a very interesting battle to see how the drivers will actually progress when we get to the end of the third rotation. That's where we're really going to see the whole mode. And I can see, looking out of my commentary box window, that the world champion in OK from last year, Matthias Morgato, is actually trying to get himself into a decent vantage point so that he can see the start. It's going to be really interesting to see how it works out for him as the drivers now wheel themselves into position. Opposite our commentary box window, we can see the battle off the grid for Adrian Maliero and Philip Wojcik. So that is just on the outskirts of the top 10, basically. And what a battle they're going to give us. The karts are in position, the green flag flies, the lights come on, and we're going to go racing again in KZ2. Off we go, and a great start from the front for Matteo Spergel. Very slow start in the middle of the gaggle, but Nicolas Roos runs in second place behind Matteo Spergel. And so as we work our way down to the hairpin, a bit of a problem for Adrian Maliero. He had problems with the kart and he ended up hurtling into the side of one of his opponents. Looks like they've kept going, but I think Adrian Maliero's on borrowed time now because the kart looks well out of sorts. He's trying desperately to get it back into a competitive position, but Adrian Maliero, his CRG was effectively a pinball on the way down to turn 4.
Yeah, certainly not what he did expect on that one. Everybody otherwise going through that the opening lap and heard. Start of 12 laps to go through. The last 4 races of KZ2 class underway now, as the sun is slightly hiding away behind the trees here in Wackersdorf. But the drivers will still keep fighting for the latest results available to them. 1 lap completed, as we have Matteo Spergel in front of Daniel Vasile, Nicolas Roos, Christian Bertucca, Gabin Loyer. Some more drivers trying to make their way through into number 4. Ebner down in P6. Wojciech Malero, Randers, Piccini down in P10. As Matteo Spergel was able to pull 0.4 of a second from the rest of the field. Daniel Vasile certainly not so much happy about the turn of event and the way his race just got underway. But still has plenty of time to try to switch those positions and maybe go for another victory. And Vasile 1 win under his belt already. Matteo Spergel not quite yet so much. And is more than willing to keep it steady until the end of the race. Christian Bertucca, and 1 driver seems to be in trouble.
It's one of the Formula Ks, yeah. So one of the Formula Ks in trouble at the back. That's Vladimir Vagalantsev, I do believe. So Vladimir Vagalantsev having real problems on his lap. Oh, big dive on the inside. That is the Berylar going wheel to wheel. They're making the move through. That's Bertucca squeezing through on Vasile. So Bertucca up into second position past Vasile, as Matteo Spergel still leads this one, but you get the sense that Christian Bertucca is absolutely determined to win at least 1 race before the sun sets here at Wackersdorf, and he is getting highly motivated. Vasile's already a race winner. Bertucca wanting to reset his week. He didn't get the qualifying he wanted. He didn't get the opening 2 races he wanted. He certainly wants to put that right in his third.
Watch out for Christian Bertucca. A young man of a strong potential and a lot of skills that we've seen competing at his best level in this year's European Championship. Can have the best of outcome in Zuera, the opening round in Spain in that category. But now he's certainly determined to finish his season on a high, as we have a warning flag picked up by the 112.
That's Vasile.
It's Vasile indeed.
So what on earth has Vasile done that warrants a warning flag? And that's one of the Saudis gone. That's Wackersdorf Putatin. So that's Wackersdorf Putatin, the Ukrainian driver for the CBB Sport team. So Wackersdorf Putatin, game over for him, unfortunately, and that's up at turn 4, I do believe. So Wackersdorf Putatin retiring from the race there and up at the hairpin. Oh, and that's another one.
Yeah, that's yellow flag.
That's Jakobas Bogdanovicius. So Bogdanovicius in the energy course. So that's for the second race in a row he's got problems. And Bogdanovicius desperately trying to start the kart up again. There was a yellow flag up at the hairpin, but it now seems to have retreated. But for the second race in a row, Jakobas Bogdanovicius is having problems, and I'm not sure if he's actually going to be able to bring that kart home to the finish. He's going to try his best to. Meanwhile, the top 3 are still battling for the victory, and that's another one gone. My goodness, this is like a Queen song. Another one bites the dust. That is one of the Birolats gone, and that is Dominic Reuters, I do believe. So Reuters really struggling in the course of the week, and Gabriel Kawa hasn't come through either. Yeah, there's Reuters. It was Kawa that came off initially.
Yeah, there's a bit of incidents happening all over the place at the moment, and we're losing one driver after the other. It just happened outside of turn number 4 in the upper part of the track. Yellow flag waved, but now everybody seems to be okay. In the meantime...
Oh, Vasile's back in front of Batuka.
Yes, indeed. Vasile is now back into P2. He's going to try to chase Matteo Spiergel. Spiergel might be thinking into his helmet, don't stop me now, as he wants to hold on to that lead until the end of that race. Vasile Batuka might have other ideas in mind. You just threw me on Queen references, you know.
I was going to say, how
this.
many can we crowbar into one race now? I'm really starting to think of my way now.
Oh, don't try me, Jake.
Into the pits to retire, sadly, comes Vladislav, I think that's Vladimir Vergalantsev. I did think that kart was looking a little bit, I think it looked a bit more appropriate in a bicycle race, to be perfectly honest with you. There you go, that's number 3. Spiergel, Vasile, Batuka, Roos and Ebner having a great run in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. We've got a great run all the way down there to Yannick Julius Bernhardt in 10th position, but look at Vasile hustling Matteo Spiergel now as Christian Batuka is falling slowly into the clutches of the South African Nicolas Roos.
Yeah, Roos is back in contention, certainly from P4. That's going to give us one heck of a final couple of laps in this qualifying heat. Don't forget, this is the last race for those 2 groups today. We have 3 more, of course, after that. But this will be the first of 3 days of racing for those 2 groups. And each of the drivers, of course, wants to finish on a high as possible, of course, on that first day of racing. As we're going to see this replay just after. But here's back with Batuka and Vasile, Roos, and watch out for the 152 of Moritz Hebner, who is joining the party by the look of it, at least trying to. He's further back, my apologies, actually tumbling down 1/8 seconds further back.
Oh, big lunge coming in there right at the end. Now this is how Batuka got his run on Vasile. So maybe this is, yeah, maybe a little bit of nudging there between the 2 of them, and then Vasile diving through on Christian Batuka. Well, that's a really sarcastic way to say you're my best friend. Nice move there on the inside. That's number 4. And there was a big lunge there from Vasile to try and get through on Matteo Spiergel. It backfired, and now we're going to have to go ultra defensive. Here comes Nicolas Roos. He's trying his hand in it. And Vasile having to shake off Christian Batuka as they come through a big slide from Daniel Vasile, trying to hang on a second in front of Batuka and Roos. So as they work through at the end of the first sector, it's Spiergel, Vasile, Batuka, Roos. And if they're not careful, they're going to lose ground to Ebner and Pacini.
Yeah, this kind of finish is going to give us a sheer heart attack, but it's only qualifying heat and not even the final, so we still have a long way to go into that weekend, but that's what we like to see. And as we said, any of those drivers is willing to go for the move, and there was a close call. Batuka was keen on going on the inside, as we might at some point not even see the dives into the last sector, but Matteo Spiergel keeps it steady, but for how long? Then Vasile Batuka and Nicolas Roos might be the one, actually, the slipping water, trying maybe to take advantage of an opportunity into turn number 4. The 2 Bira machines very close to each other. Of course, there's no need to do anything unwise that would ruin any strong result here. It's only Friday. But still, that's the sort of racing that we like to see in KZ2. That could go actually the way of Matteo Spiegel if Vasile and Tuka don't start working together as the checker flag is getting near.
There's still Matteo Spiegel hanging on to this. This is the replay. This is where the big dive came from. And Spiegel saw it coming. Just went back for the undercut and said, is that all you've got? Seriously? You're going to try a better trick than that to get past me, mate? So Spiegel hangs on to the lead, and with 2 to go, we've got Spiegel, Vasile, Bertucca, Roos, and now Pacini and Ebner are trying to close up and make their own impact on this race. In fact, Ebner, I think, has now got back through past Pacini again. So they work their way further forward. Very interesting challenge for these guys now as up the climb through the sectors again. And Spiegel still hanging on from Vasile and Bertucca. Nicolas Roos in front of Alessio Pacini, who has indeed cracked up in the CRG, behind the CRG, I should say. Pacini in the Birolart and Ebner on the Praga, I think it is. That's there in 6th position. But Spiegel looks like he's got enough here on Vasile and Bertucca. We did have a little bit of a squabble earlier on. So a fascinating run. It was starting to get a little bit argy-bargy there. It was almost as if everybody needs somebody to shove at that point in there. I couldn't quite crowbar the 6th title in. But Matteo Spiegel in front of Daniel Vasile and Christian Bertucca, with Nicolas Roos just hanging on to that top 3. But this is going to be significant because Vasile in 2nd is going to move up ahead of Spiegel and Pacini, who will now be dead level on 122, and Bertucca on 120. So it will be pretty close to the mark. So Vasile moving into the lead of the points up to this stage of proceedings. So a fabulous run from Matteo Spiegel in a race that saw plenty of battle, great badinage, and 2 commentators crowbarring Queen lyrics into the commentary as well. We nearly got 6 songs out of it, but there you go. Spiegel taking the win in fine style ahead of Vasile and Bertucca. Roos in 4th, Pacini in 5th, Ebner in 6th place, Gabin Loyer in 7th from Maliero, Wojcik and Andreasen. A stellar performance from Matteo Spiegel, hanging on whilst under pressure. There you go, that's number 7. A fabulous, fabulous run from Matteo Spiegel. Vasile, Bertucca and Roos in the top 5, along with Alessio Pacini. And that, for the time being at least, puts Daniel Vasile into the lead of the point standings by virtue of the fact that he's taken part in 3 qualifying heats now. He's still got to wait for Alex Powell to do his 3rd race, and if he wins that, then he will still be unbeaten and he will still be on the top of the interim standings. But the Birolarts of Vasile and Bertucca, teammates became battlemates, and they certainly had a great battle out there, 2nd and 3rd, the 2 of them. But not a bad run at all, and a very solid and epic display from the contenders. So still, they battle around. And a very solid race indeed for Matteo Spiegel. He takes the win from Daniel Vasile and Christian Bertucca, Nicolas Roos, Alessio Pacini, Moritz Ebner and Gabin Loyer from Adrian Maliero and Philip Wojcik. Northern Andreasen ahead of Samuel Uyet, and then Yannick Julius Bernhardt ahead of Gianni Andresani, Edgars Villikans and Rick Hartmann. And then we had all the Flotsam and Jetsam, Max Stanger and Mark Negrutza in front of Jeremy Potin and Albi Storesen. Finn-Erik Rismeier and Sim Liedmar ahead of Jakob Wojcik and Alexander Gladstein. Patricio Zimenio in 24th position in front of the lackluster Vladimir Vakalantsev. He'll be very unhappy with that. And then we had Dominic Reuters out, Gabriel Kawa out, Jokubas Bogdanovicius out, Max Schreier was out. They all went out on the same lap. And then Wackersdorf Putatin retiring from the race on the 4th lap in his CBB Sport Sodi. A very dramatic race, that one, but certainly not for Matteo Spiegel, who came through in fantastic fashion. There they are waiting on the grid because you can see the highlights from this race. A fairly straightforward start, and Matteo Spiegel made light work of it from the outset. A couple of stragglers towards the back, but in terms of the speed of the start and the fluidity of the racing, Matteo Spiegel made it look very easy from the start. A couple of drivers in bitter disappointment though. Wackersdorf Putatin had problems right from the outset. So it'll be really interesting to see how it all continues. And still, the battle is running in position. So a fantastic run for all of the competitors. And we're here, obviously, competing as we are with the competitors in KZ2 for the GoPro FIA Karting World Cup. A fabulous race weekend. And it is going to be a very exciting and intriguing one as we battle around for position. So an exciting style and an exciting battle up to the braking zone. This was a great little tussle, wasn't it? For a moment there, we thought Daniel Vasile might take the lead here from Matthias Spergel. We just didn't quite have the traction out of the fourth corner. But across the line, the 107, doing a grand job. Matthias Spergel hanging on for the CBB Sports Audi Kart team and doing a grand job of it. Excellent work and holding on to a sensational performance there and a great scrap between the drivers. Finished up with Spergel ahead of Vasile and Bertuca. So now we get ourselves ready for the next great encounter, which is Guillaume Alvarez down in the paddock.
Thank you, Jake. Back in the live of the Parc Fermé with Daniel Vasile. Daniel, a P2 finish for you in this race. And the good news is that you're currently the leader in the points in the category. So how does that make you feel after those races today?
For sure, it's good news to hear about this, leading the scoreboard, but we'll see. Not happy with P2. Could be. I even tried to overtake it, but it was a little bit hard. Maybe now the conditions, now that 6 o'clock, it's a little bit colder, and the tires got was harder at the beginning to drive. After, yes, we had some good speed, and we'll keep to do that, I hope. We'll keep to do, we have still a lot of hits, but yeah, we'll keep going fast, I hope.
Yeah, we do hope for you too. Thank you very much, Daniel Vasile. 5 more races to go tomorrow. Best of luck. Thank you, Daniel Vasile.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great to hear from Daniel Vasile, who provisionally takes the lead of the interim rankings here at Wackersdorf in the FIA Karting World Championship week here on the Pro Kart Raceland circuit. I love this place. It's got such a vibe to it, and it is wonderful to see just how much exciting work goes on behind the scenes as the competitors are looking forward to another fantastic run. So it's going to be an intriguing situation for the competitors. The battle will be raging all the way throughout. Matthias Spergel, Daniel Vasile and Christian Bertuca are going to give us plenty of excitement and drama all the way through. And we are very excited to see how it's all going to continue to progress as the drivers are ready for an exciting duel around the course. We're going to have a really exciting battle for this anti-penultimate KZ2 qualifying heat, because there is still more to do. It's going to be C versus G this time for the 2 race groups that we'll get to watch out on the circuit. And still the battles will be joined once again as we get one step further to seeing how Alex Powell can perform in his final heat of the day. 2 wins out of 2 so far. Just keep doing what you're doing is essentially the order of proceedings at Prema. And he is there, as you can see, on the front row of the starting grid, alongside the Maranello kart that will be lining up alongside him on the starting grid in fine style for the KZ2 race that's coming up. And that is the number 138 of Niels Troga for the Maranello team. And it'll be very interesting to see what he can do. He's had a very good start to his week as well, with a win and a 2nd place. But he would dearly love to get one over on Alex Powell if the opportunity arose to do so. So the chance to make that changeover is obviously going to be very attractive indeed to him. And a great opportunity for all of the competitors to have a great run. So, Matthias Spergel, Daniel Vasile and Christian Bertuca in fantastic style and great fashion. So off we go. Alex Powell and Niels Troga will set off into the sunset for their last race of Friday, with 2 races still to go around the circuit after this one, but this is quite an important one as far as they are concerned. So, Alex Powell and Niels Troga from Jovan David and Robert Kindervater, Jean Nomblo and Emma Felbermeyer, Thomas Stochemanis and Juliana Holtzem, Andrea Dali and David Lewinsky from Daniel Mathia and Valentino Fritsch, Vincent Wanagu and Robin Glerum from Jesper Sjöberg and Tim Gerhardt, Ken Oscar Algra and Viggo Hjorvard from Jay Cool and Enzo Lacruz, Morris Schenk and Nasha Tunion from Alexander Rothschoff and Nathan Krang, Lucas Shabinskas and Patrick Janssen from Anis Kimavicius and Hannah Lang from Tim Verelst and Archie Tillett lining up on the starting grid. 30 drivers ready to go into the distance as they battle away for another strong race. But Alex Powell on the verge of making it 3 from 3. It's not guaranteed, of course. He's already been very, very strong indeed over the course of the day so far. Fastest in his qualifying group, and of course the 2 wins earlier on today. To confirm that, he can win the 3rd in this one and obviously put himself into a very solid position from the get-go. It's never a guarantee. And with Alex Powell, no matter how much good fortune he has, there's always a little bit of bad luck that's creeping round the bend. It's rather frustrating for Alex Powell fans because every time he's in a good form, there will always be something to take the shine off the apple to a certain extent. But hopefully this weekend, it all starts to come good. So a very interesting situation for all of the competitors and a really tough battle. Still incoming for all of the drivers in position as we are getting ready for the anti-penultimate race then in KZ2. Qualifying heat C versus G. Alex Powell and Niels Troger from Johan David and Robert Kinderwater, Jean Nomblo and Emma Felbermeyer, Thomas Stoltjemanis, Juliana Holtzem, Andrea Dalle and David Lewinsky. It'll be an interesting battle for all of the contenders as we gear up for another exciting showcase. It will be tricky, it will be tough, it will be a hard one to battle for. But as the drivers now put themselves into position, Niels Troger alongside the Jamaican star, Alex Powell. If he wins this race, he goes into tomorrow undefeated. It's the best possible mindset overnight. Let's see if he can do it. Off we go from the front, and Niels Troger gets a very good start, and he's going to go wheel to wheel with Alex Powell to the first corner, but Powell asserts himself. No, you do not get past me. And as they dive into the hairpin, Niels Troger having to go on the defensive from the Sri Lankan Johan David, who is much more aggressive. Hangs on to 3rd position in front of Jean Nomblo. You're not getting me 3 times, you got me twice. Absolutely brilliant from the Sri Lankan. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on me again. I'm not going to let it happen a 3rd time, he says, and hangs on to 3rd position this time. And now his race can really start to take shape as we've got Robert Kinderwater left dueling with Jean Nomblo. Everybody else is just trying to keep themselves to themselves and out of harm's way. Can everybody make it through? It's going to be an interesting challenge for them. And I can tell you that the very special GoPro, which is part of the GoPro weekend, is currently perched on the 103, Thomas Stoltjemanis, in the energy course. And he's already giving us a great race of it because he's up to 6th position from 7th on the grid. So he's clearly going to give us plenty of excitement out there.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see this footage. It will be published, of course, on the social media of the FIA Karting Championship. Alex Powell, 0.6 of a second. Niels Troger trying to fight it off. Jean Nomblo, Robert Kinderwater just behind. Johan David and Thomas Stoltjemanis. These are the drivers on your picture. Trying to shake up the order a little bit. Around inside goes Jean Nomblo, and it makes it through. Beautifully made. Jean Nomblo, the Frenchman, just made it stake. Troger dropping to P3, and Kinderwater, Johan David in strong explanation. David not quite able to make his way through, and yes, he just did. In the last turn, Johan David up to P4, Jean Nomblo up to P2. Seems that the Solical machine are once again working perfectly, and at the hands of those 2 talented drivers. It's about making wonders into this last qualifying heat of the day for those 2 groups. C versus G. And Alex Powell on his way to potentially a 3rd win of the day. And we have some trouble for the 170 for the back. This is Patrick Janssen, the Swedish driver, all the way down at the back. And yellow flag at the first turn. Turn number 4, shall I say. We're one driver off, actually. Luka Sherbitskas, by the look of it. As he was running, there you can see him, the Energy Course driver.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for the Energy Course driver. So game over for him there at the 4th corner. And obviously that's going to be double wave yellows until that gets cleared away. And Niels Troger now struggling as Thomas Stoltjemanis dives in over the inside and goes sideways. It's a fantastic situation for all of the contenders as Alex Powell runs in position from Jean Nomblo, Johan David, Robert Kinderwater and Thomas Stoltjemanis. Then Troger, Felbermeyer, Lewinsky, Mathia, Dalle and Valentino French. Still they go through in fine style. Alex Powell going wrong with Nomblo, David, Kinderwater and Stoltjemanis. The top 5 still running in full belt. Niels Troger in 6th position from Felbermeyer, Lewinsky, Mathia and Andrea Dalle. And then French Gerhards, Sjoberg, Kuhl and Ken Oscar Algra. So they run in position as we continue to go forward. Powell and Nomblo still trying to stretch away. Johan David in 3rd position. with Kindervater and Stolchemanis still dueling away. Stolchemanis looking very good here in 5th position behind Robert Kindervater, but certainly looking for an opportunity to move forward as he works his way forward in fine style.
Yeah, beautiful piece of driving from all those young drivers. Alex Powell, fastest lap in this race. That's very much logical. He has no one in front, no one behind. 1 full second advantage on Jean Nomblot. Even David just behind for almost a full second now. But the battle still raging between David Kindervater, Stolchemanis, Nils Stroger in the mix as well. David Lewinsky, Masia, and we had Andrea Dali picking up a place in front of Emma Ferbermeyer for P9. But what's important, of course, at this point, as we enter lap number 6 halfway through this race, is not to do anything unwise, but to go for the contact. Because it's at such a early stage of the weekend, you don't want to ruin a result yourself or for any other driver out there. Evan David, let's watch that back. That move on the inside of turn number 11, clipping the curve a little bit, and a contact as a result with Nils Stroger. Oh, that was a close call, but Stroger won't be happy about that.
It's one of the more daring moves in the weekend, that is for sure, from Evan David. I guess he just didn't fancy being shoved around for a 3rd race, as Jay Cool is now under investigation. But no problems at all for Alex Powell up front. This is exactly what he wanted. 3 wins from 3 starts, and the way things are currently looking. Nomblot in 2nd place, though, having worked his way forward from 5th on the grid. And Nils Stroger would dearly love to get back on terms with Thomas Stolchemanis in the energy course. We've got 2 cards now under investigation. Nathan Krang is the other one. So we've obviously already found out about Jay Cool, but now Nathan Krang is also under the gaze of the stewards at this point. 6 done, 6 to go. And it's Powell, Nomblot, David, Kindervater, Stolchemanis, and Nils Stroger, who bangs in the fastest lap of the race so far. 46.39 for the Maranello, ahead of Lewinsky, Mattia, Dale, and Emma Felbermeyer.
Yeah, and Nils Stroger trying to make up a little bit for the ground that he lost after what happened with Evan David. It was aggressive, but still fair, getting for the position. But if Evan David keeps on doing that sort of thing, I guess that friends won't be friends by the end of the weekend. But 1 full second now between Alex Powell and Jean Nomblot. Let's see how that's going to play out, as Powell has been pretty much unreachable from most of the drivers. It reminds me of last year's KZ2 World Cup in Le Mans. David Trefilov in KZ2 at the time actually won pretty much all of his qualifying heats but one, and unfortunately couldn't translate that beautiful string of performances into the final. Can Alex Powell emulate the performance of David Trefilov of last year and go on to win all of his qualifying heats? Still a long way to go. There will be 4 more qualifying heats after those 3 for Powell, whatever happens in this one.
That's Patrick Janssen.
Yeah.
So unfortunately it was a little bit grainy, but we could tell that Patrick Janssen, having already had problems in the race, it was just inevitable that he was going to be out of it. There it is. So the synergy pulls out of the race for KH Racing, and Patrick Janssen walks away from a very disgruntled 3rd race of the day for him. Jean Nomblot trying to shake off this fantastic duel. Evan David still convinced he can be 3rd ahead of Robert Kindervater and Thomas Stolchemanis. Don't you push me and shove me around this race circuit. I am just as good as you are, says Evan David. And the Sri Lankan hangs on for dear life to this 3rd position. He really wants a chance to end strong after a DNF and a little bit of a ship and shake in the 1st race of the day. So Evan David still determined that he can get a top 3 finish here. But he's going to have to get ultra defensive on Kindervater and Stolchemanis if that is going to happen. So it is pretty tricky. But Alex Powell still having a great race of it in front of Jean Nomblot. Then Evan David, Robert Kindervater and Thomas Stolchemanis. Still they duel away. Kroger, Lewinsky, Mattia, Dale and Gerhards finishing off the top 10 in front of Valentino Fritsch. And then Jesper Sjoberg and Emma Felbermeyer knocking on the door of the top 10 themselves.
Robert Kindervater, the driver on your picture, the 108 from Birelard, is putting out the fastest lap. 46.1, trying to shake up the order a little bit and get ahead of Evan David. But what the young driver from Sri Lanka needs to do is to keep his head down, stay cool inside, not in any way get stone cold crazy, because it might actually not be paying off at the end of the race.
I think we've just there's a technical flag going out for one of the drivers who's got some damage a little bit further down the field. I think it might have been Alexander Rothschop, who is currently in 23rd position, just in front of Archie Tillett and Giuliano Holzem. So that's rather unfortunate. Something clearly is not quite right with the kart that makes it technical defect. So problems, unfortunately, with Alexander Rothschild, but with 2 laps to go, I don't think he's going to be able to react to it before he crosses the line. But certainly for Alex Powell up front, the gap has come down to 0.7 of a second to Jean Nomblo, with Van David in 3rd position, and then Robert Kindervater and Thomas Stoltemanis from Niels Truger, David Davinsky, Daniel Mathia, Andrea Dalle and Tim Gerhards. And then it is Valentino Fritsch in 11th from Sjoberg, Feldmeier, Glerum and Jay Cool. And look, Van David's going ultra defensive now. Absolutely determined to keep 3rd position. He knows that he's only got 1 lap to try. Stoltemanis diving up the inside of Kindervater. And there's a little bit of wheel rubbing between the 2 of them. As Stoltemanis is not prepared to finish behind Kindervater at all. Niels Truger sat there in 6th position in the Maranello trying to come through himself. And diving there on the inside. Is there going to be enough of a chance? There is! Oh, brilliant from Niels Truger.
Yeah, brilliant move indeed. Can he hold on to the conclusion of the lap? That could be a switch off in the later stages in the last corner. But in the meantime, Alex Powell takes 3 out of 3 to really establish himself as the reference to beat in the KZ2 class.
Brilliant work from Alex Powell. 3 from 3 for the Mercedes F1 Junior. He's done such an immaculate job so far today. Fastest in the qualifying group. Win number 1, win number 2, win number 3 now for Alex Powell. Perfection on Friday. And that is exactly what he needs going into Saturday. He's just got to hope that everything continues as is in preparation for Sunday. The rivals will go away and do their homework and obviously try and come back at him. But certainly fabulous on Friday is the merit for Alex Powell. The school report will be very simple. A star for Alex Powell. Pole position in the qualifying group and a win in all 3 of his qualifying heats. Job done, and he is the only driver left in KZ2 to be unbeaten. Jean Nomblo in 2nd from David Kindervater and Stoltemanis to the end, who did manage to get back through on Niels Truger in the closing stages. So fabulous racing so far then. And a terrific performance from the competitors. So there it is, Alex Powell from Jean Nomblo and Van David, Robert Kindervater and Thomas Stoltemanis, then Niels Truger, David Davinsky, Daniel Mathia and Andrea Dalle from Tim Gerhards and Valentino Fritsch. Jesper Sjoberg ahead of Emma Felbermeier, Robin Glerum and Jay Cool. 16th for Ken Oscar Algro, the Estonian. Then the 2 Frenchmen, Vincent Wanagu and Enzo Lacruz. Maurice Schenk is in 19th place in front of Ines Kilmevicius. And then Nasha Tunion, the Spaniard, ahead of Viga Hjorvard. Alexander Roshov, the Austrian, coming through in 23rd. And then it is Archie Tillett, who comes home in front of Juliano Hodsem, Nathan Krang, Hannah Lang, and Tim Verelst, with the retirement Patrick Janssen and Lucas Schibinskas. This is what perfection looks like on a Friday afternoon. Pole position in time qualifying and 3 heat wins for the Prema driver, Alex Powell. It's a good win so far. 3 times over, but it's only 1 day of racing done. There's still more to do tomorrow and Sunday. But they can certainly look at the stats, they can look at the statistics and go, this'll do, it's good for now, but it's a long old week. And Alex Powell knows what he's got to do to continue this form. He knows what he and the team have to do to continue providing him with a kart to get the job done. So let's look back over the highlights of qualifying Heat C versus G, with Alex Powell doing such a grand job and making it 3 wins out of 3 starts. It was perfect right from the start. He had a little bit of pressure from Niels Truger off the line, but Powell was determined. I'm going to lead this one. Niels, back off. And so he did. You've had David getting a little bit hungry for 2nd position as early doors, but Truger made it very hard work for him to get through. Then there was a little bit of shuffling of the decks in the midfield. But otherwise, pretty much everybody able to get through without drama and incident. Only Lucas Schibinskas and Patrick Janssen would eventually drop out of the race with a combination of damage sustained by incidents. So a very tricky situation. It's an interesting situation to continue. So through they come again. There's the retirement for Lucas Schibinskas. And through they come again. Patrick Janssen in the paddock again as well. The dive up the inside from Thomas Stoltemanis. Great to see him putting his elbows out there and racing around. A good dive as well up on the inside from Stoltemanis again as he went wheel to wheel with Robert Kindervater. Niels Truger giving him a good battle on the final lap as well. But Alex Powell getting the job done in fine style. No major issues, no major concerns. exactly what he needed it to be. And certainly in fine style for all of the drivers out there. Certainly looking pretty hungry. But a great run so far from Alex Powell. 3 races, 3 wins, and it's all looking very strong at this moment in time. So still they battle around and having a very solid performance from all of our competitors out there. So 3 races from 3 for Alex Powell. A perfect run, but he's not the only one down there in the paddock. Guillaume Alvarez is looking to see who else we can hear from.
Thank you very much, Jake. We are here with Yevan David from Sri Lanka, the young sensation. Yevan, good to see you, to have you in Wackersdorf. Strong result for you. The pace is definitely there with you and the Sodi Kart factory.
Yeah, absolutely. We improved the pace a lot. I mean, the first couple of heats were quite difficult, but we made some improvements also in myself, and this was a really good result in P3.
Yeah, because the class of KZ2, a lot of drivers, a very high level of the field. What can you expect to achieve this weekend on this track, which is not always, you know, rewarding in terms of overtaking?
Yeah, of course, it's a big competition, and the goals for myself is not particularly on results. It's just to do the best with what I can do and also the team. So just to get the best result possible and to extract the most out of me is my goal.
Good words, fantastic. Thank you very much, Yevan David. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Yevan. This is live as we do quickly. Niels Troger, we didn't get a chance to talk to you yet. Niels, good to have you. This is, of course, a World Championship on home soil for you. Talk us through your last performance. There was a lot of fighting in the field, and up until the end, you tried everything.
For sure, I tried everything. To be honest, in my opinion, was not really fair what have been done to me. But I'm still happy with the result as we just keep pushing and still a lot of heats to go, so I'm still happy.
You can see with your smile. How does it feel like competing on home soil for such a prestigious event?
I feel very honored just to drive here, also thanks to my sponsors who made it possible, and it's just a great experience.
Good words. Thank you very much. Vielen Dank, and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much, Niels Troger, who pulled off a great race, a lot of strong battles in the last KZ2 heat. Let's get back to you, Jake. We have 2 more to go before the end of today's schedule.
We certainly do, yes. There are 2 races remaining today, and it's going to be a fascinating battle to see how it all plays out in these remaining 2 KZ2 qualifying heats. We'll see a very pleasant continuation as the racing will finish up in fine style here. But obviously, with those 2 races to go, we already know the identity of the driver who is going to be starting from the front end of the standings tomorrow, and that is Alex Powell. The light is fading fast here at Wackersdorf in Germany as we battle away for proceedings, but it's going to be the German talent Daniel Stell on the front row of the starting grid alongside Kian Nakamura-Berta. They will run together on the front row of the starting grid. The 117 will line up next up in position, and that is the Leclerc by Lennox driver following in procedure. That is going to be Maxime Rem, and then alongside him on the starting grid, we will have the reigning world champion in the OK category, and that is Matthias Morgato. There is Daniel Stell for the Door Motorsport team. A strong start to his weekend on home soil. He obviously wants to come away with a good result here in Germany. And an opportunity for him to come away with the World Cup is obviously going to be what he is most hungry for. Look at the fans that are still here all the way through to Friday evening. And the crowd is only going to get bigger this weekend on Saturday and Sunday. We are expecting over 1,000 people to be joining us over the course of Saturday and Sunday, which doesn't sound like much in the grand scheme of things in terms of motorsport. But if you consider that 1,000 people is over capacity for a karting circuit like this, it's definitely going to be very exciting to have the proper World Championship atmosphere in a full house. Kian Nakamura-Berta and Daniel Stell then will go off the front row of the starting grid for qualifying heat B versus E, the British driver versus the German talent. So Kian Nakamura-Berta and Daniel Stell on the front row, then Maxime Rem and Matthias Morgato, Pavel Tanteri and Markus Kajak from Artem Sevrukin and Tim Troga. Then it is going to be Lucas Amalisto and Samuele Liabardi, Andrei Marisic and Brandon Nilsson, Shelian Galassin and Lucas Shecha from Tim Locati and Giorgio Carrara, Theodor Odmark and Loic Vidica, Alex Marigliano and Lucas Reibach from Jay Klarich, Alessandro Zucco, Jesse Kirby, Ruben Wilk, Emmanuel Mai, Kuhn Dorn, Karol Bazovic, Alexei Yeleva, Kai Perna and Eliska Simonova. So as all of the drivers continue to battle away in fine fashion, we're going to have a really exciting situation for all of the contenders as we continue to gear up in the closing stages. But it is definitely going to be a strong finish to proceedings as the drivers are all gearing up for an excellent showcase. Looks like Kern Dawn has not gone out onto the circuit. Now that is interesting. So Kern Dawn, who was part of the SP Motorsport team, of course, but we don't seem to have him out on the course, and I'm not entirely sure as to why, but certainly one absentee, and that is Kern Dawn. So we need to figure out what is happening for the Dutchman, because at the moment, not a lot is happening for the Dutchman, and that's rather unfortunate. So we'll have to see how it continues. And so the battle rages. Kian Nakamura Berta and Daniel Stell on the front of the grid from Maxim Rem. But it will definitely be a tricky situation out there for all of the contenders. Nakamura Berta, Stell, Rem, Morgato, Tonteri, Kayak, Sevrukin, Throga and Samalisto, as we get towards the closing stages here at Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf. And still the drivers battle away in hot progress. Nakamura Berta and Daniel Stell. Who is going to get the race of it from the front of the grid as the final couple of drivers get themselves into position at the tail end of the grid. And now we get to go racing in fine style. The lights will come on, and when they go out again, we shall be racing in perfect formation. We are racing at Wackersdorf. Perfect start for Nakamura Berta. No problems at all for him. He launches forward and leaves Daniel Stell and the rest almost for dead at the first turn. And as the ebb and flow continues on, Daniel Stell now manages to make up a bit of ground to Kian Nakamura Berta, who goes a little bit defensive on the way out of turn 4 and is now trying to control the pace of it from the front end of the field. He doesn't want to let anybody get back through. And as the field continues to work its way forward, everybody just trying to mix it, not getting themselves into too many difficulties as the field works its way through the middle sector. Kian Nakamura Berta still has the advantage over Daniel Stell. A couple of drivers overshooting at the chicane. But certainly Kian Nakamura Berta hanging on in front of Daniel Stell as Kian Nakamura Berta gets ultra racy and very defensive indeed as he works through on the far side of the course. But a sensational run off the final turn. And down the home straight once again. Nakamura Berta hanging on in front of Daniel Stell. Then it is Maxim Rem, Paavo Tonteri, Marcus Kayak and Matthias Morgato. Still a very solid run as off the turn they come again and up towards turn 6. Meanwhile, further back, that looks like Tim Throga trying his luck, and a big dive up the inside from one of the Birollards. That is the 215 of Matisic. The yellow flag has gone out on the far side of the course now, as we've got 2 karts there at turn 4. 2 karts have come, 3 karts have come off at turn 4. In fact, it's Loic Vidica, Lucas Rybok and Emmanuel Mai, and it looks to me as though the only one still there is the 146 of Loic Vidica. Everybody else has got going again. Well, maybe Emmanuel Mai has not. I didn't see his kart moving actually, but I certainly saw Lucas Rybok move on. But yeah, it's a very awkward situation now. Loic Vidica has restarted again too, so it's Rybok, Mai and Vidica that drop to the back of the grid. But Nakamura Berta leading from Stell, Rem, Tonteri and Marcus Kayak.
A beautiful display of performances running inside. Oh, contact with the 142 of Matheus Morgato as he was trying to make his way past Marcus Kayak. But Kayak went defensive, as you do. Watch out for Matheus Morgato once again, his second attempt into the chicane on the way to turn 11. He's having to go defensive as well because Troger just behind is having the idea, Team Troger. And he goes through Matheus Morgato, making up a place up into P5, the Brazilian world champion. There's this time around, Marcus Kayak couldn't protect himself and his position quite enough. What he needs to do is to stay within the shadow of the Leclerc by the Lux driver. Into turn number 4, Marcus Kayak, Tim Troger from Maranello SRP. There we have Artem Severyukin, took a very encouraging P5 in one of his previous qualifying races. He's P8 at the moment from Matisic, Schrader. Luca Samaristo just outside of the top 10 as Samuele Leopardi, the Italian, is pulling off the fastest lap in this race from P12. And still different racing lines entering turn number 11. The first of the last 2 hairpins in the last sector of the track. Tim Troger, the 140, being chased as we see once again the move. It was the first attempt. Matheus Morgato. The door was shut. A slight contact with Kayak as Kayak said, no, there's nowhere for you to go. Here's my door and I'll shut it on you. But actually quite lucky for Matheus Morgato that the front fairing wasn't misplaced, even though You might actually consider that as a racing incident, but he had his revenge by pulling off the move just a couple of corners after.
Yeah, that was pretty messy in the end as Morgado committed to a move that just wasn't going to happen. And they both got very lucky there. Nakamura Roberta ahead of Stell, Rem, Tonteri, Morgado and Markus Kayak. And then Tim Trogak from Artem Severukin, Lukas Schecker. And then it is Andrej Matisic that is in 10th position, having lost out to Lukas Schecker. But certainly for the moment, Nakamura Roberta has the legs of Daniel Stell, but there's still a long way to go in this qualifying heat, and I don't think this is done yet by any means at all. Nakamura Roberta looking for another win, and this is going to put him just 9 points back from Alex Powell. But he's got a lot of work to do to keep Daniel Stell, and then ultimately Maxim Rem at bay. If Stell does get through, then Rem is absolutely going to be charging for it as well. Certainly looking good for Kian Nakamura Roberta. You've got to keep it on the racetrack though, Kian. I noticed that it's very tough up at turn 9 to actually keep the kart on the racetrack. It tends to want to drift off the road quite sporadically there. You've got to be so careful to keep the kart on the black stuff.
Yeah, let's not forget that the tires have been through a lot already, and they have to keep this same set and a half, of course, 6 tires in total. They have to keep them all throughout the day tomorrow and Sunday morning for the superheat. So it's about taking care of those compounds. Even though the LeConte have proven on many occasions how efficient they could be in a long run, but still you can see the amount of marbles actually left on the outside of the racing line onto the track. You can see that, you know, black racing line just in the middle of it, and outside this is no way when you put your wheels.
Yeah, looking at the amount of graining and the amount of tyre degradation we've had over the course of these first 3 races in KZ2, it wouldn't shock me at all if there were going to be a few drivers out there who have certainly had a bit of a difficult result over the course of these first 3 races, who think, right, you know what, the only way we're going to stay in the competition here is if we start the day with a half-fresh set. There might be quite a few drivers that go into the 4th heat tomorrow and decide, you know what, the tyre degradation is high enough and we are gambling high enough to try and stay in this race that we actually need to put the spare set on, the spare half set on. Up the inside, nice battle there as we watch the duel further back. This is Brandon Nilsson going wheel-to-wheel with Andrej Matisic and getting through, I do believe. So good run there. And there's a technical flag for Lukas Reybok. So Lukas Reybok, unfortunately, has got something wrong with his kart. Not entirely sure who that was done with. I'm guessing it's come from the incident between him, Emmanuel Mai, and Loic van Ditcher.
Oh, good battle there. Markus Kayak, we're back with him as we do have Artem Severukin just behind in P9. It could have been an interesting one here with Kian Nakamura Roberta. Daniel Stell actually is coming back on the young Japanese-British. Well, we thought for a moment that Kian Nakamura was going to have a pretty easy run, considering that Alex Powell has had 3 wins out of 3. Watch out for the... Oh, and a bit of a contact there, and one of the drivers is actually going off on the way to turn number 4. We had the 180 of Lucas Amaristo, and I think it was Artem Severukin who might have made a mistake. I don't think that could have been the result of...
Yep, it's Severukin. Severukin has not come through again. He's dropped about 2 seconds, so Severukin down the order.
Yeah, actually, he went wide on the entry to turn number 4. I didn't get to see if it was a result of wheel banging or something, but maybe a driving mistake. We might need to see that again if we can.
And I tell you who hasn't come through is Karol Pazovic. Karol Pazovic has had a problem. He's not come through. So Pazovic not going any further. Technical flag for Lukas Reybok, and they're parking it in behind him. I do believe that is Karol Pazovic, actually. So Pazovic is going to the pits to park it at the same time as Lukas Reybok. Yeah, that is indeed Karol Pazovic. Very unfortunate indeed for him, the 158. Oh, no, sorry, no, that's not. That is Lukas Reybok. So Pazovic has parked it up somewhere else around the course. But Lukas Reybok out of the race in pit lane as well. As we go into the closing stages, Daniel Stell has not given up on Kian Nakamura Roberta, but he's really having to exert the tyres, perhaps a lot more than he would have liked to.
Yeah, technical flag indeed for the 158 of Lukas Reybok back in the pits. As in the meantime, we're back with the leaders, and Daniel Stell actually had decreased the gap to 2/10 now. Just got back up to almost half of a second to the advantage of the leader. And Kian Nakamura Roberta just put his last lap in 46.2, 46.3 for Daniel Stell. A slight advantage that could allow Kian Nakamura Roberta to get his 2nd win. Let's see what happened there. Oh, yeah, that was Markus Kayak actually making a mistake, coming back into the chicane on the racing line. Artem Severukin going left and protecting the position. He couldn't go through. It actually happened certainly later on the next lap into turn number 4, where Artem Severukin actually lost the racing line and went through the gravel at some point. He's still with us, P14. There's a warning flag for Alex Maragliano in his battle, certainly against Kayak and Severukin, as we've just seen. He's done in P13, Maragliano, as we just entered the final lap for this young man, Quinn Nakamura Berta, the young protege of the Alpine Racing Academy, on his way to single-seater. As you've heard him, this is his last karting KZ race of the season, and maybe for a while of his young career. And he's certainly more than willing to finish on a high. 0.6 of a second from Daniel Stell. That should be enough for Quinn Nakamura Berta to take victory number 2. That will keep him in the race for the overall lead behind Alex Powell.
It's a perfect run for Quinn Nakamura Berta in the end, despite the pressures from Daniel Stell. He gets the job done, he crosses the line. No worries for Quinn Nakamura Berta. He's 9 points off the lead now, behind his teammate in the other Prema, Alex Powell. A solid performance so far from these two then, who clean up on Friday here in Wackersdorf. A very solid performance from both Alex Powell and Quinn Nakamura Berta. And that gives us a real chance to see what they can do going into tomorrow. It's going to be a very intriguing race battle for both drivers. But certainly for Nakamura Berta in front of Daniel Stell, Maxim Rem and Matthias Morgato. It's been a very solid start to proceedings as they all gear up in good performance out there on the course. So we're going to see some great performances. Quinn Nakamura Berta half a second in front of Daniel Stell, Maxim Rem, Matthias Morgato and Pavel Tonteri. So it's been a fabulous performance from the competitors. Troga, Shecha, Leopardi, Samalisto and Brandon Nielsen in front of Andrej Marisic. So they continue in fine style. An excellent display and a great performance. So a great result for Quinn Nakamura Berta in front of Daniel Stell, Maxim Rem, Matthias Morgato and Pavel Tonteri. Tim Troga in front of Lucas Shecha, Samuele Leopardi, Lucas Samalisto, Brandon Nielsen in 10th position ahead of Andrej Marisic. And then it is Marcus Kayak ahead of Alex Maragliano, Artem Severukin and Tim Locati, who finishes 15th. 16th position going the way of Jake Clarick, the Australian, ahead of Telian Galassin and Theodor Odmark. Giorgio Carrara had an investigation flag into him towards the end of that race. Then Kai Perner and then Alexei Yeleva, Ruben Vilk and Jesse Kirby, Eliska Simonova in front of Alessandro Zucco, then Emmanuel Mai and Loic Vindicia. Retirements for Karol Pasovic, Lucas Reybach and a non-start for Kern Dorn. But how about this for Quinn Nakamura Berta? A very solid race today. Look at the tyre degradation on that rear. That's after 1 qualifying session and 3 heats. Just imagine what they're going to look like after 7 heats. That is absolutely astonishing to look at the tyre degradation on that particular car. And I think it's going to be quite a few drivers' tyres that are going to look that spent at the end of today. How early do you make the gamble then to go on to the fresh half set? Because you don't get a lot of tyres to play with. You only have 6 to take you from the start of the race in qualifying all the way through to the end of the 7th heat. And I do mean 6 tyres. I don't mean 6 sets of tyres. You don't get a lot to play with at all. So it's a very tricky scenario, a very difficult situation for the drivers to manage these tyres. Let's have a look back over the highlights. And right from the start, Quinn Nakamura Berta knew he meant business from the front row. A good start, nailed it off the line. And that's one of the few weaknesses he has had in previous times, is off the start. Not anymore, as you can clearly see for yourself. Quinn Nakamura Berta rightfully working his way forward into a fantastic situation. And it really is going to be sensational to see what he can do from there. And still the battle rages on. Still, there is an exciting duel moving forward for the contenders. But the drivers really give us plenty of action and excitement as they work their way through. Little bit of argy-bargy on the opening lap. You can see there Giorgio Carrara having to take avoiding action on the opening lap, and this very brave maneuver from Matthias Morgato on Marcus Kayak. That was never, ever, ever going to work. So it unfortunately doesn't quite work out the way that it should have done for Marcus Kayak or for Matthias Morgato, because they didn't really gain anything, but they didn't lose anything either. Here's the duel between Artem Severukin and Marcus Kayak. Severukin was the one who ended up losing ground initially. But every time we go to Wackersdorf, there's always going to be some sensational runs. That's Artem Sevrukin exiting stage left on the way through. He was lucky to get the kart back on the road again. But Kia Nakamura taking the victory for the second time today, and now just 9 points off the overall lead of the standings behind Alex Powell. And that gives us plenty to get excited about going into tomorrow. So the British driver doing a fantastic job. There's just one race to go here this evening at Pro Kart Raceland Wackersdorf. And it has been a fabulous run, but Guillaume Alvarez is on the case to find more feedback from the drivers.
Thank you, Jake. I'm here with Tim Troger, one of the German drivers here competing this weekend on home soil. Tim, strong result for you, P6 in the last qualifying heat. Is it up to your expectations considering your pace?
Yes, it's at the end of the day, I think I'm quite happy with the results. Yeah, P3 in the first heat, P6 and P6 again in the second and third heat. Yeah, we had some issues in the quali, unfortunately, but yeah, now we are back, and yeah, the pace is good, and I'm looking for tomorrow.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to tomorrow. It's going to be a long day, but very exciting, as today has been. As a German driver, I guess it must feel special to be competing here in Wackersdorf for the World Championship.
Yes, sure. It still feels a little unreal because, yeah, 2 weeks ago we had the German Championship here, and yeah, it doesn't. Honestly, it doesn't feel like the World Championship, but yes, because it's one of the nearest tracks for me from my hometown, yeah, and yeah, that's why it feels a little unreal, but quite nice.
Quite nice, and also the fact that you're not the only Troger to compete this weekend with Nils, your cousin, so there's two of you in the KZ2 category. So it's been like this ever since. For many years you guys have been competing together at different levels.
Yes, but he's 1 year younger than me, so and also in the German Championship we compete in 2 different categories, but yes, sometimes, and especially here, yeah, we are driving in the same category and we're fighting against each other. That's quite nice.
I guess the debriefs back home or in the tent must be quite interesting.
It's okay. We haven't had any trouble or issues on the track so far, but yeah, I look forward that it's going to stay the way it is. Yeah.
Fantastic words. Thank you very much, Team Troger. Vielen Dank, and good luck for tomorrow. Team Troger, one of 2 Trogers competing this weekend in Wackersdorf. Good results for him, and let's wait for tomorrow for plenty more racing. But for today, we have one more race to go in the KZ2 category.
We certainly do, Guillaume. Thank you very much. Good to hear from Tim Troger, the German talent racing on home soil, of course. After watching Niels put on a great show, he is currently in 4th position. Tim Troger not far away from the top 10 overall rankings up to this point. There is just one race to go tonight. And then, of course, the drivers and the mechanics and the officials and marshals will have a well-deserved rest on this very long race week. Amazing to see just how many fans and spectators are still here on this Friday afternoon. And if you think it's busy today, you ain't seen nothing yet, because it's going to get ultra busy tomorrow and Sunday for the main event, the Karting World Championship, brought to you by mondokart.com. It is really going to be so exciting. There on the pole position of the grid for this one is Maxim Orlov for the Modena Kart ASD squad that has shifted and transitioned beautifully over to the Paralin chassis of late. And Maxim Orlov with a great chance to put another win on the board and move his way further forward. And he's going to be lining up on the grid alongside his teammate, Genis Savico. So obviously there's some good team play to come from those two. As long as they can get into a decent position off the start, they can sort of work together really to control the pace and finish off the day in a positive light. But it's easier said than done. That's the only problem, as Ross Upton, the track marshal at the end of the pit lane there, gives us into position, and he will obviously send us out on our way once again. So once he gets the signal, the drivers head out. The last race of the evening then, and it's going to be Maxim Orlov and Genis Savico, the Modena ASD teammates in their Paralins, that will run on the front row of the starting grid. And in fine fashion, they will go as well. We know that it's going to be Alex Powell who will lead the intermediate classification going into tomorrow. 3 race wins and the pole position in time qualifying means that the young man from Miami in Florida is unbeaten so far But in the final heat of the day, it's Maxim Orlov and Denis Savico on the front row from Thomas Imborg and Matteo Zanchi, Igor Nozov and Jorge Pescador from Christian de Klein and Adrian Janicki, Thomas Rachel and Alexander Schmitz from Alexander Kubenko and Menahed Krozja. Tigran Bonatian is there alongside Matej Kukovski, then Bruno Mulders and Kevin Stahauer, Florian Breitenbach and Linus Lagerstrom from Fotisodorov Bulis and Tom Adams, then Oskar Steinbach, Ronny Tabakovic, Jose Gomez, Luca Volta, Sebastian Belusin, Mario Lauer, Damien Drew, Laura Bourget and Simon Billman to finish off the day. And it is going to be a really exciting end to the day, that is for sure, with just one race to go. And a little bit of team play likely to come from the Modern Kart ASD team drivers. Maxim Orlov and Denis Savico running in their parallels from the first point of the day. But we certainly know for a fact that it's going to be Alex Powell on his own with Kian Nakamura-Berta and Daniel Vasile in the top 3 of the intermediate rankings this evening. So we will have a fascinating situation for all of the contenders. Maxim Orlov and Denis Savico on the front row of the starting grid. Thomas Imborg looking threatening from 3rd place. Matteo Zanchi, of course, wanting to add another victory to his brilliant performance from earlier on. And what about Igor Nozov, who has been very strong in terms of his one-lap pace, in terms of his raw pace, but he needs to convert that into solid results to go with it. Just opposite us from our starting grid position on the commentary box, we've got Christian de Klein and Adrian Janicki. So the contenders are now in position, ready for the get-go, and we will see how everybody launches forward. The revs rise, and now we get to go racing for the last time tonight. The lights come on, and when they go out, we can race here at Wackersdorf. They're out! And it's a good start from the front of the grid for the 2nd place man. Denis Savico has actually got ahead of Maxim Orlov from the grid. Zanchi trying to come around the outside and go side by side with not just 2nd, but with 1st. He's trying to go around the outside of them, and Matteo Zanchi's done it. He's split the 2 Moderners. Excellent work from Matteo Zanchi. He gets in a 2nd position. Now around the outside, a bit of a lunge there from Thomas Imborg, who tries to hold on in front of Jorge Pescador. Not going to happen. So Imborg down to 5th behind Pescador as the rest of the field works their way through. But what a start from Zanchi.
What a start from Zanchi, searching one more victory. He has one under the belt, as well as for Maxim Orlov. Could it be the material at the end of this one? It's going to be always easier said than done. Into the hairpin, the 2 Modenas per lane, of course, centering Zanchi into P2. Watch out as well for Jorge Pescador. He has the experience, of course, that comes with it. And he's not there to make up the numbers. Here we go, 1 lap completed. Zanchi with the CRG machine from his own team, watching over his shoulder and shutting the door. Look at him going defensive. He knows this is one of the spots where he's certainly the most vulnerable to both Orlov and Pescador, still glued together into the next hairpin. Pescador on the outside. He was trying to go certainly in a long way. There was no room for him to get into. He's going to have to try that again into the chicane. A good exit is crucial to keep carrying the momentum into the next 2 hairpins. This one could be a spot. This one not so much, the number 12, but carrying the momentum, and you can launch an attack into the right-hander to conclude the lap. Here's a watch back on the start. Look at Zanchi behind from further back. He was securing P3 between the 2 Paulins. Great start from the pole sitter, but also Denis Savico spun on the front row of the grid, was able to take the lead from Maxim Orlov for a brief moment, but Zanchi was able as well in the meantime to get himself between the 2 Paulins. And for a brief moment there, he was eager to take the lead on the inside of 10 and 5.
Oh, and that is Menahed Krozja, the Hungarian. Menahed Krozja out of the race, unfortunately. So that is very much game over for him, and that's brutal disappointment for him on what's already been a bit of a lackluster day from his own high standards. So Menahed Krozja not going the distance in this final heat of the day. That really does put him on the back foot. So the 135 continuing. Jorge Pescador to hustle Orlov, who's trying to get back on terms with Zanchi, who's reeling in Denis Savico. This is going to be quite a battle. Oh, it looks as though, I thought for a moment there, Matteo Zanchi's front Nassau was getting a little bit loose. But just the way the wind hit it at one particular angle, I think he's all right though. But certainly Zanchi pushing hard to try and get on terms with Savico once again and try and get past him.
Yeah, I see what you mean actually with the front fairing, because it is slightly dark on the nose cone.
I don't know whether that's the Nassau panel loose or whether that's the front fairing that's loose. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, or maybe it's having to do with the colors, you know, because there's a bit of black on the nose cone that might give the impression of a bend or something, or a gap. Or there might be nothing, we're not sure yet, but it seems okay to me.
Okay, fortunately, Matteo Zanchi's not being affected by it in terms of pace. So Orlov and Pescador still very close to him in 3rd and 4th positions. Inborg in 5th from Decline, Nozov, Schmitz, Janicki, Kukovski. And then we have Rakel in 11th position in front of Kubenko, Mulders, Chahawa and Tigran Bonatian. But it's still a very interesting and intriguing battle as the drivers are still battling away. Look at Savico is not getting away from Zanchi at all. Zanchi is really piling on the pressure. Tons of bricks are being thrown at the back wheels by Matteo Zanchi. He just wants to power him down and give him absolutely no chance of sustainability here. Savico still leading. Zanchi, Orlov, Pescador and Thomas Inborg as they run through to the hairpin. And it's going to be an interesting run of acceleration as they come up over the top of the crest again. Out through the hairpin and back onto the straight once more.
And I think we had a move from Thomas Inborg on Giorgio Pescador by the look of it. Yes,
we did.
For P4, just on the corner of the picture, and Pescador is going to fight for it. This time around, this is Christian de Klein, no, the 124, my apologies. This is Egor Nozov with the Formula K machine, trying to resist to Alexander Schmitz while he goes, or at least try to go for the move on the Christian Klein. Not Christian Klein, Formula 1 driver, but Christian de Klein, you got me. But this time around, Matteo Zanchi is responding to Chico Espona by the fastest lap in this race. Still 2:10s and still very much in contention for the win. Orlov has one win as well. And both of them certainly more than willing to add another one. Chico Espona is going to have to go really defensive and certainly resist as much as they can. But now it's about as well driving with teammates. Chico Espona and Maxim Orlov, they know that they have the interest as well of the Modena Parolin factory team. They don't want to put any strong results into the bag by just going for the personal interest. Whoa, what a move indeed! Run inside Maxim Orlov, who just launched himself where there was pretty much no space.
I didn't see that one coming, and I don't think Matteo Zanchi did either. Maxim Orlov just opens the cork of the bottle and slingshots on the inside of Matteo Zanchi. That one came out of left field. Absolutely brilliant. And now Maxim Orlov into 2nd position, charging after Denis Savico. We've got to see that one again because that was as late as you possibly dare to go for a move. I think even he was kind of thinking, should I try this? Should I really go for it? Is there really enough of a gap? Let's have a look at it. He just suddenly realizes, do you know what? I can make that work. And he rides the curve to get it done. But absolutely perfect for Maxim Orlov. That is as daring a move that you're ever going to achieve.
I didn't notice that before, but if you look closely at the crash helmet of Matteo Zanchi, you would see a very nice design, actually, of a couple of faces. I don't know if it's friends or families, but it's added to the collection of those very nice and sometimes original crash helmets that we get to see at this level of kart racing.
Right, look at how quickly Maxim Orlov has now reeled in his teammate, Denis Savico, getting held up by Zanchi, really hurt him. And now he's going to dive in the final turn. Careful, boys. Don't hit each other, for goodness sake. You are teammates. You cannot afford to throw it away like that. And as a result, Savico backs down. He lets Zanchi go as well. But that was so ridiculously close. They almost committed the cardinal sin of motorsport. You can do what you like, but don't take out your teammate.
Yeah, as we were just talking about, not doing anything unwise between teammates, working together for your results, but for the interest of the team as well. And let's watch that back again into the last turn. Trying to go for the inside. There's no space at all onto the curb, the contact. And it was lucky on that one, the 122 of Genesico Espona, not to spin out of control. Maxim Orlov as well was able to carry on and keep control of the car. But that could have been a double disaster.
I mean, look, you could see Savico is shaking his head in disbelief as he's now down to 3rd position. He's lost the back of Zanchi, he's lost the back of his teammate. I think he's actually going to have a word with Maxim afterwards, going, why did you need to do that? We had time. You had plenty of time to overtake me if you were going to overtake me, but now you've impeded me and you risked a big, big accident there. So that's where the sort of the harmony within the awning really becomes fractured, where your teammate starts doing things to you like you're just a piece of paper to be shoved aside. And when they could have actually worked together there and got a 1-2. That's the kind of thing that's going to really rankle Genis.
And this is only Friday and the first qualifying heats for those two drivers. So it's not like we're in a super heat or at the end of the Saturday where points are needed and results are needed the most. So yeah, there might be suddenly a very heated debrief with Marco Parolin and the troops of Modena back in the tent. We'll see about that. But in the meantime, Orlov is able to keep Matteo Zanchi at bay. TV correspondent as well for the back, having to resist on the return of both Thomas Imbourg and Giorgio Pescador, the Spaniard from Kart. As Christian De Klein is still in P6, trying to get close, or at least to stay within the mix of the leading pack. Then we have Nozov, Schmidt, Janici and Kakovitsky running at the top 10. And we're about to enter the last lap of that race. Shall we see any one last move? That would be quite a bit unwise, but at this point anything can happen.
Well, I tell you what, that race, I know we've got one lap to go in it, but that race was needlessly more dramatic than we ever expected or the drivers needed it to be. As now there is a warning flag, or no, sorry, not a warning flag, but an investigation into Genis Civico. Now that is very interesting, because Genis Civico will be the one that feels he's hard done by the incident. So for Orlov and Zanchi being in first and second places and Civico down in third, Civico's going to be hopping mad now to find out that he's got an investigation. Of course, it could be just to clear him of wrongdoing, but when you're a racing driver and your adrenaline's running high and you're hot-tempered and you're really, really exhausted, the last thing you need is to be told that the stewards want a word with you. But Max Orlov comes through to take the victory in front of Matteo Zanchi and Genis Civico. And I tell you what, the fireworks have not been raised here in Wackersdorf in anywhere other than the Modena Kart AST awning, because that could be a rather feisty conversation afterwards.
That is going to be an interesting one. I like to be a little insect, you know, to get myself in. Well, I can even ask, you know, don't mind me, just here to listen.
I'll just sit in the background and let this all unfold.
Yeah, it's all right.
Do you need some boxing gloves? We'll get some.
No, it's just for my notes, you know. I won't say that in the streaming afterwards. Anyway.
I tell you what, that's a nervous way to end the day, isn't it? Max Orlov and Genis Civico almost taking each other out in the final race of the day, in a very tricky day anyway. Matteo Zanchi for second position, and then Imborg, Pescador, De Klein, Nozov, Schmitz, Janicki and Kikowski. A fascinating top 10, but what's the reaction going to be when they come home, I wonder? Well, I think we'll leave them to it, because the environment down there in Parc Ferme could actually be quite awkward. So we'll leave them to it, this one. We won't have a word with any of the drivers after this one. But, well, Maxim Orlov determined to get himself back into a winning position, taking all the risks and a few more. Matteo Zanchi in second from Genis Civico, Thomas Imborg and Jorge Pescador from Christian De Klein, Igor Nozov from Alexander Schmitz, Adrian Janicki, and then Matej Kukowski from Thomas Rakel, Bruno Mulders, Kevin Stahauer, Florian Breitenbach, and Alexander Gubenko in 15th position.
P16, we do have Linus Lagerstrom, Tigon Bunyatenis following. Then we have Fotios Sotiropoulos, Jose Gomez Gutierrez, Tom Adams, Sebastian Bellonice, Oscar Steinbach, Ronnie Tabakovic, Simon Billman, Luca Walter, Mayolowe, Damien Drou, Laura Bourget, and one driver that we lost throughout the race, Meinet Crozer, unfortunately for him, Maxim Orlov. You can see him, the overall pole sitter of this class, winner of his second heat on track. Remains to be decided whatever's going to happen after what we've seen on track. We will give you confirmation of those results tomorrow. And speaking about tomorrow, since this is the last race and we have to say goodbye for now, we're going to have a pretty interesting and busy schedule on Saturday, starting of course at 8 o'clock for the drivers and the teams with the warm-up sessions. But before we get into that, let's have one last replay of the race and a good getaway from the two Parolin Modena drivers, but Civico Espona was the fastest on the way to 10 number 4, even though Maxim Orlov would later on take back the win, but Matteo Zanchi was the most impressive into the upper part of the field, having a very, very good start and getting himself into second position.
Yeah, Zanchi was a bit like the bullet in Mario Kart, wasn't he? He just charged his way around the outside and got himself in a second position there to work his way further forward. A little bit of a love tap from Orlov to try and get Zanchi spooked. Was never going to happen. Matteo Zanchi wasn't born yesterday, so no worries about dealing with that. There's the big lunge from Maxim Orlov. That was an absolute mammoth overtake from Maxim to get through, but this was the one that very nearly ended in tears. What on earth was Maxim Orlov thinking of as far as Genis Civico is concerned, because he ended up going wide onto the marbles, ruined his race, dropped him to third behind Matteo Zanchi, and he will be wanting a word with his teammate after that one, I'm sure. But certainly for the moment, Maxim Orlov taking the victory at a canter in front of Zanki and Janis Savico. But it's Alex Powell and Kia Nakamura-Berta that lead the way in KZ2 heading into tomorrow, with still a very open playing field in KZ and KZ2 Masters.
There's going to be an exciting program indeed in all three classes, as Maxim Orlov is still in second place as it stands, apparently to Kia Nakamura-Berta, depending on whatever will be decided after this race. This will be the last words of conclusion for Friday here in Wackersdorf, ladies and gents. Here's what we expect to have tomorrow live on FIAKarting.com and on Motorsport TV all around the world as always. As we said, drivers will be on track from 8 o'clock for the traditional warm-up, but we will be live for the first of many qualifying heats at 9:45.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting day, which will have the 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th rotations of KZ2. Then we'll get the second qualifying heats for the KZ drivers. That kicks off at 11:05 for the group in C and D, and then of course it goes into tomorrow for A and B. Then we'll have another rotation of KZ2 drivers after the lunch break and also after the demonstration run for the historic karts. That will take place at 12:40, and then we'll get into the real meat and bones of the racing tomorrow, because we've got racing that continues all the way through until 7 p.m. local time. At that point, we will know the identity of the pole position sitters for the super heats across KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters here at Pro Kart Raceland, Wackersdorf, Germany. World Championship Week 2023 has already given us some very interesting battles. Two different racers taking the victories in KZ and KZ2 Masters, namely Alessandro Manetti and Davide Fore in KZ2 Masters, and then the victors in the KZ battle continue to be Emilion Denner, who took the victory in his race, and then of course in the other, the fantastic battle that we saw going the way with Danilo Albanese coming through to take the victory. So as those two continue their squabble going into tomorrow, it's still open season in the World Championship weekend, brought to you by mondokart.com. We'll be back tomorrow at just before 9:45. It'll be 9:40 local time here at Pro Kart Raceland as we continue the journey of the mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championship 2023. For myself, Jake Sanson, and my colleague Guillaume Alvarez, and everybody here, we'll see you in the morning here in Germany.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.